said, 2.5K buy-in, lots of money at stake here. And once again, a look here at the tournament payouts. Cards are about to get in the air. Let us know in the chat who your favorite player is, as Jackie Burkhart leads the way with 96 big blinds. This is 1 hour levels. This is going to be one heck of a grind for whoever takes this event down. You can see the list of players there on your screen. We'll get through all of those and introduce them, give them their due as they've battled their way through a tough field to make it to the final 7 here. And none other than Lupe Soto is joining us here in the booth. Lupe, I can probably call you the brains and the heart behind this tournament and other ladies events here at Venetian. Please give us some reflection and some feedback on what it's been like here the last couple of days.
Well, I gotta tell you, first of all, we are so appreciative of the Venetian for being so open and receptive to having a high roller. We have been doing women's poker tournaments for over 20 years, and this was, you know, everything is about timing. And so when I approached Tommy, I said, hey, you know, we're really thinking about doing a really big tournament in a really big way. I think the ladies are ready for it. And then he goes, sure, that sounds really great. Let's rock and roll. I said, okay. And then he says, let's put 100,000 guarantee on it. And if anybody knows me at all, that gives me heart palpitations, so I was a little freaked out. But we smashed it. This is a historic event. I couldn't be more thrilled. We've had the most entry numbers in history so far for a high roller, and also the largest prize pool. Okay, it is our inaugural event, but that's okay.
It counts. It definitely counts. As you mentioned, 100K guaranteed prize pool. Tommy put his neck out there. Venetian put their neck out there. And guess what? $257,000 in the prize pool. If you say smashing it, then that is basically what that means. As we see Zukowicz here with Ace King of Hearts getting involved, and Kabaki picks up pocket nines. We might see some early fireworks here. Hand 2 of the final table. This is all we can sort of ask for, is to see a clash between big hands as Kabaki decides to just play it slow, makes the call. Donnie, by the way, welcome to the show as well. I mentioned at the top of the show, this could be quite a grind. The structure is slow. There's lots of room for play. And if we're not 3-betting with nines, we're probably taking a bit of a conservative approach here.
Yeah, I think that's generally understandable. You know, one thing, this is as Lupe put it, historic event. I agree. You know, these players want to put their best foot forward, of course. On the stream, you know, getting this out there to the world. Not really, we just want to go in there and, you know, for lack of a better term, YOLO it off, get all the money in and whatever. So very player-friendly structure as well. These guys can take a conservative approach and just really kind of grind it out. You know, feel out their opponents, how are other players going to play the final table and whatnot, and then go from there.
All right, well, we've already arrived on the turn after 3 quick checks, and the 9 of spades lands, giving Kabaki a set. And look at Burkhart, still 30% equity against the set, and she's going to reach for chips here. Burkhart coming into the final table as the chip leader, one of the players at this final table with the most experience in big live events, has made plenty of deep runs around town, and also a big run in the Bahamas that sort of put her name on the map a few years ago. Zukowicz, understandably, getting rid of Ace-King. Action now back on Kabaki. Donnie, given the texture of this board, are we generally looking to raise here?
Yeah, double flush draw type of board, some straight possibilities as well. I would expect her to come in with a raise. Maybe go a little bit larger too than you might normally, just to, if they are on a draw, like we can obviously see Burkhard is, price them in, or price them out.
175.
Kabaki makes it 175. Action now back on Burkhart, open-ended with a flush draw. That's a lot of equity going to the river here, Donnie.
This is. I expect her to call this sizing. You know, these players are still pretty deep here. I mean, 20K big blind right now, so with 420 behind for Kabaki, still plenty for Burkhart to go after.
All right, huge river card coming, and it's the 4 of hearts securing the check mark for Kabaki, who her set survives. Not much to be scared of for her here. Could be looking at some nice value. Little does she know, Burkhart whiffs and is left behind with just 8 high. And she goes all in, just shy of a pot-sized bet. Burkhart out of the way, and first blood here for Kabaki on the second hand of this final table. Lupe, are you expecting to see aggressive play here today? Do you think some of these players might, you know, sit back, feel it out a little bit?
You know, this is the highest caliber of players you're going to see in women's poker. We've had Women in Poker Hall of Famers that joined us for this. You know, the gals that play at the highest levels, this was like for sure going to be on their calendar. So the kind of play that I'm used to seeing, because we typically are in a mid-stakes tour, we see a lot of recreational players. So what we saw here was recreational players stepping it up for the first time, and then we saw these seasoned players coming in. And quite honestly, if you look at the people who made it into the money, those are some very well-seasoned players. They know what they're doing. It's a totally different kind of play, and you know, I can appreciate it. I don't play no limit hold'em. I'm a mixed game player, so when I sit there and watch, but I'm a professional poker watcher, right? I've been doing this a bajillion years, so I can tell immediately if somebody is a very sound, solid, you know, professional actually. And these gals are. I am so impressed with their play. They're fabulous.
Do you think that for most of them, this is a high pressure moment, or do you think that perhaps it is a moment that they can really appreciate, savor, and enjoy just because of the uniqueness of this event, the size of the prize pool, and you know, the fact that, as you mentioned, this is the first time ever having this event?
I think that some of these people are used to being in this kind of pressure moment, and some of these are brand new to it. So I would say for those more, again, seasoned players, they're gonna settle in quicker than the other
I think
gals.
we're probably boring.
But after a
for the
while,
stream
when you're
because
sitting
we're not
inside
talking.
that private room, it kind of, you know, all the flashiness kind of settles away, and then they dust it off.
Jackie
and the nerves
could
go
do
away, and they get into
karaoke.
their game. They
It
played
was working.
the final two tables yesterday. It took forever. It took forever. And so they all know each other. They've been playing each other now for hours and hours.
Gotta put good vibes out in the world.
Just had our first bit of table talk here, and I think you made a really good point. After a while, you sort of forget the setting you're playing in, and it starts to feel like just another poker tournament. But they will never forget the fact that these pay jumps become more significant as time goes on, and we see Lamar here finding 2 10s, and she's going to go all in for 220K after the raise from Schuessler with pocket 3s.
All right, we got
There
it.
you go. More chips than you started with.
Exactly. I'll take it.
Shamica Lamar rakes in her first pot from Niagara Falls, New York, now living in Wellington, Florida.
She's been having a lot of success lately, and it's just in a short time. And when she said she was coming out here, she walked up to me and she says, "Just reserve one of those spots for me because I will be making the final table." I was like, "All right."
It's that easy, huh? You know, you just
She put it out there.
tell the people you want to see at the final table, you get there.
Quick look there at the chip denominations on your screen. As I mentioned, the levels are 60 minutes, so we have tons of play here at this final table. Let me also, by the way, welcome everyone in the chat. Seeing lots of chatter already going on. Appreciate you all. Please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're in the middle of the hot summer of poker action. Las Vegas is bursting at the seams, and we're just happy to provide you this coverage here over at Venetian Poker Live. And Lamar goes for back-to-back all-ins with pocket 8s this time. Donnie, for Burkhart, seemingly an easy call here, perhaps.
Yeah, just going to verify the count. The ace-queen off, I think, will certainly get in there as we see Burkhart does make the call.
All right, we got our first all-in showdown of the final table on hand number 5.
All right, we got a race.
Shamika Lamar at risk with pocket
Person to
8s.
stand up wins.
Classic coin flip confrontation.
I should stand up then.
Stand up, grab the backpack, perhaps say
keep
your
it clean.
goodbyes.
Clean,
Do all
it's
those
all
things to jinx this in your favor. Jackie Burkhart can afford to lose this one, but of course, everyone, with the exception of Lamar, would love to see this hand go a certain way. Lamar could become a real contender if she manages to hold up here with pocket 8s. Let's see the flop. King, deuce, deuce, very clean for Lamar. Running diamonds, running straight cards available to Burkhard, but otherwise, she'll be looking for an ace or a queen. And now, with that deuce on the turn, looking for an ace, queen, or deuce. And the river.
Overkill. Even better.
Overkill.
Very clean.
Little overkill.
All right,
Full
let's get
house
it.
there. Eights full of deuces for Lamar, and she's up to 670,000, meaning that Zukowicz and Deng are now shorter than her, which is always a nice position to be in. As we look at her bio sheet, an accountant from Florida, competed in Fox Sports Mansion Poker. So, Donnie, she's been around a while.
Yeah, that Mansion Poker appearance, she beat a field of 3,000 people online.
Wow.
To win her way there. Pretty crazy stuff.
Not scared of the big
I
fields.
had forgotten about Mansion.
Yeah, so did I until I read it on Mika's bio sheet.
That's great.
Oh, wow. So, Lupe, it wasn't just about this high roller event. There was a lot more action going on. I can also only imagine you guys have also gotten some cash games going, perhaps, maybe some other forms of poker here at the Venetian Poker Room. Please sort of summarize the last few days as we, today I saw, had another $600 event kicking off.
Yes, we have the we've been working with the Venetian for, I want to say 11 or 12 years, for quite a while. And we always host the Ladies Championship here at the Venetian during the summer camp. But, you know, this year with this high roller having two events, it's been crazy. We did kick off the day today, though. I mean, it was a triple header. So we had Jamie Kerstetter hosted her mug game this morning, and during that mug game, they gave away at random in a drawing 2 seats to our 600 no limit, a 75K guarantee. And so 2 lucky gals won their way in for that today, and then of course we started this at the final day was getting started at noon, and then also we had the 675K getting started at noon as well. So it's a house full of ladies today. We absolutely love it. There's some gals that only come in for some of these bigger events, the 600s and the 800s and the 1000s and stuff. So we don't see them at the smaller buy-in stuff. So it's kind of like a little reunion every year. I love it.
Absolutely. I love how ladies events in particular are very much community driven as well. I'm sure that you probably have an email list. You probably have lots of people texting you, like, when is the next event? What's going on? How do you go about sort of organizing and you know, getting people into the right places and generating awareness for these things?
Well, you know, like I said, you have to get old. And I've been doing this for over 20 years. And so most of the gals, if they don't know about our organization, they learn about it pretty quickly, because, you know, there's only a handful of women's organizations that are operating. So, and there's very few that are tours. And I'm, you know, the OG, I guess you could say. And so we have been doing this forever. So they figure it out pretty quickly. And because we've been around for so long, our database is enormous. You know, so we actually touch everybody. Even the people who have come and gone from poker are still on that list, you know. So everybody gets an awareness. And I've been coordinating Ladies Week since 04, or no, 05. 05 was our first year that we did a Ladies Week in Vegas to complement the Ladies WSOP then. So it's been a long time, and so now all the operators call me, you know, right when we start scheduling. We try our best not to put an event on top of another event, because, you know, we want everybody to have places to play and not have to make a choice of one or the other.
That's terrific. It's always nice to have that designated time of year to travel to Las Vegas, to perhaps hit, you know, a new event every day for a couple of days in a row, which of course adds to the value of the trip to come out here. For most, of course, quite an ordeal, and it's not cheap to travel, so you might as well make the most of it here. As we pick the action back up here, Schuessler made a 50K. Sanders made the call from the big blind with Queen and 9. And Schuessler now is going to continue for 50K with Ace-Queen, and that's going to take it down. Schuessler from Durant, Oklahoma, one of those players traveling into town for this series, which is great to see.
I'm fortunate that I know a lot of these players because I travel around the country, and so I see them in their local home places. I just saw her when we were at Choctaw. So
since you know all these players, I hate to put you on the spot, but I mean, ultimately, this is about who will win this thing. Give me your top 3. I don't want you to force you to pick out one name. Give me your top 3 and perhaps some context as to why you think those are your favorites, and favorites here in the context of play. Of course, we're not judging people by, you know, their personalities here. We're going to go about the poker.
Well, look at these. And I'm not going to do that.
Oh,
so
come
you know.
on, come on.
No way. Are you kidding me? So I'm going to be honest with you. Even when in every event that we have, when we get to the final table, I kind of step back.
Right.
Because I get emotional. You know, it's like I've known these ladies, and some I might know a lot more than the others, and I don't want anybody to ever feel like I'm giving favoritism, you know, to anybody.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you that if you look around that table, look at how many are patched up.
Right.
All right. That is huge. You don't get patched up unless you know what you're doing. So that alone is an indicator. And those people who are patched up, they get a lot of experience. You know, they get to play in these deeper, higher end events. So I would lean that way.
85.
For that, and you know, I mean, look at this Jacqueline. She's got freaking coaching all the time. You know, come on. So there's a lot going on. One of the other things I wanted to mention is that some of these women have been playing together for a long time, so they already know each other's play.
Do you have insight in who might know each other a little bit better? Which pairings we should look out for to perhaps have some additional play history?
I would say probably. Oh gosh. Well, Jennifer, sure. I mean, I don't know how you guys have them listed.
70.
Jennifer.
So as we contemplate here, I just want to point out that Burkhart is going for some aggression here, bumping it up to 85,000 after Sanders limped in. And now on this 10-3-4 flop with 2 spades, Burkhart continues for 70,000, but she's going to find out the hard way here that Sanders actually flopped Gin with a set of 3s. Jack of hearts on the turn. Donnie, you like how Sanders is trying to perhaps trap and slow play this a little bit?
Yeah, I think Burkhart, you know, I've seen her around quite a bit. She will get aggressive. She will get after it, especially here, having the chip advantage over Sanders, having position over Sanders. So if you're Sanders, you kind of just want to, you know, set that trap. Give her some rope to really blast off. Now with the quick check back, though, on the turn, probably just want to bet your own hand, try and get some value. Hopefully she has something. We can obviously see that she doesn't have much at all. But still, pretty good value overall there from Sanders.
Is there a case to be made for Sanders to check a third time here because Burkhart perhaps with a 10 or a jack or some kind of connecting hand would have continued on the turn herself?
Yeah, I think there's a case to it. And that I would go to Lupe's point about these players having played with each other over the last couple days. You know, how has Jackie Burkhart been playing? And if Sanders has experience with that, you know, okay, maybe she thinks, okay, if she quickly checks back on the turn, then she's probably going to just check back on the river, so I'll just bet my own hand. Now, if she has knowledge that she's just going to fire away, should I check to her a couple times, then maybe she checks. So I would just, you know, we don't always know that information, what happens pre-final table, so I tend to just kind of lean and trust the players that are in the setting.
All right, so give me a chance here to go over some people in the chat. Seeing lots of love for all the players. Ashley says, go, Jackie, bring it home to Oregon. Shamica has tons of supporters here, which is great to see. We have AMD saying, I don't know Shamica, but I'm rooting for her. I hope she takes it all. Bunny Goyle says, she's an awesome person and player. So Shamica, clearly one of the fan favorites here in the early goings in our chat. Please let us know who you're rooting for.
I mean,
let us know.
Did everybody sleep well, or
Let
you
us know where
couldn't
you're watching
sleep,
from.
or I mean, probably too excited, or
I think we're warming up.
Did anybody sleep
did anybody sleep?
I always sleep like a baby.
Yeah,
That's a skill.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's like I was up and
I'm trying to remember, but I
and
believe
down,
Deng.
I'm
told
sure the
me that
commentators are
This was her
they
first.
feeling it.
keeping out. Yeah, they're talking for us.
I wonder what they're saying though.
we gotta have fun though, you know. So yeah,
Get the nervous out.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to see a round of smiles
Have
here.
any of y'all ever been on a live stream before?
Yeah, back home, we have a, I guess our neighborhood kennel club. Here, let me pass. They have a nice live stream, so I get to get on that once in a while. I'm actually in the commercial.
Oh, wow.
As
That's
they
fun.
do it, but yeah, so I'm representing the Kennel Club back in West Palm Beach. Yeah,
Palm Beach.
so
Nice.
yeah,
So who else?
I think
I have-
Jackie has, right? Yeah.
Nice.
Where at, Jackie?
A few of times. Like a cash game with Jamie, a ladies cash game, and a local stream, kind of like their
Yeah.
deal, and the main event a couple times. Not the final table,
Oh.
obviously. Like a day.
Oh,
Two or
that's fun.
something.
Which main event? Which year?
2019 and 2022 or 3.
Oh, nice. Right. Yeah,
I
I
never
was.
have played the main event.
Yeah, I was at the Hard Rock main event, the 3500, and I had got on a live stream and I busted aces against sevens. So it was like,
no.
people was like, I was going through the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was yelling through the screen, fold, fold. I was like, it's a cooler.
This is the difference between ladies events and open events. If they chit chat about a lot of stuff.
Definitely, definitely.
We'll look here at Monika Zukowicz from Gdynia, Poland. Sports and nutrition among her hobbies, known as Hey Monia on Twitch. Looks like a cool, calm, and collected killer here with the shades on, Donnie. This is all business right here.
Yeah, it is all business. Maybe a little bit of smile, some chit chat, you know.
I mean, as you said earlier, Lupe, the players with the
This
patches
is good
usually
card,
have some
right?
experience. We have Jackie and Zukowicz right next to each other.
Stunner.
One, however, has a
Do
lot of
better
chips. The
next
other is facing an uphill battle, but I think it's safe to assume they are among the more experienced players in this field. Obviously, the stack sizes are such that we can expect this to be a long final table. So once again, welcome everyone for tuning in to the show.
Raise.
Got people chatting as well on Poker Go. Keithy is asking, is this the final table? Yes, it is. This is the final 7, all guaranteed $8,500. $67,000 up top for the winner. We'll be here all day until a winner is crowned. Coming at you live from the Venetian Poker Room during an action-packed summer of poker action, as we see Burkhard opening it up to 50,000 with Jack 9, and Zukowicz finds the very much needed pocket aces given her stack size. On the button, she's going to make the call and slow play this. Donnie, given her stack size, bit of risky business here, but perhaps worth it in this scenario.
Yeah, I tend to prefer ramping up the risk the shorter that you are. You know, you really want to try and win as many chips as possible when you're shorter. So I do like the flat call. You know, all options were on the table in terms of call, not all in 3-bet, or, you know, she could just jam it too. But I like the way she played this, and obviously Jin here on the ace-high flop.
Jin indeed with top set. The issue with top set is that it is often hard to get paid off. Schuessler just peeling with the 9-7. Burkhart, no interest either. And Zukowicz takes this one down. And still, given her stack size, is still a meaningful pot to rake this one in. And she is now back to roughly what she started
That
with,
felt like you flopped
sitting
2
on
pair and
19
wanted to
big
call.
blinds.
I wish.
Thomas in the chat says, let's go Shamica, best player in South Florida. I'm sure Shamica has sent out a warning to all her friends and family to come and watch, which is awesome. Love to hear from everyone. Betty Bob says, go Schuessler, rep Choctaw.
Are these cards harder to pitch? I mean, I would think so.
Zarina says, cheering
Make you
for
guys
Monika,
work.
LFG. Love to see you all in the chat, hanging out with
This
us
need to be the break table for you.
as we go
because
back
gotta
to
do a
Monika
lot of
Zukowicz,
lifting, getting
this time
up.
finding ace queen.
I feel like it'd be easier if they could just stand. I would have.
It's a big table.
Schuessler with a nice hand in the small blind.
Is that going to be a family pot?
She's going to make the call,
I think
inviting
I'm forced to go
Deng
in now.
in there as well with the ducks.
Shit. All right.
Let's go. Oh, should have
Twist my
known.
arm. I have to
Oh,
go.
Deng with the perfect kind of hand for multi-way action. Instead, we see ace 7-9.
See some fireworks.
Zukowicz pairs her ace, given the multi-way nature of this hand. Probably want to thin the field here a little bit. Kabaki in position with the cut shot, perhaps her only customer here. $70,000 into 225. Not even a consideration from her opponents as Deng reduces, pauses here for a second. Perhaps just wanting to signal to Zukowicz that, hey, I'm not going to be a walkover here. Be careful
Sorry, it takes time.
what
I'm
you
just
try.
trying to see if I feel my card.
Like yesterday.
Yeah, like today.
Feeling a deuce on the turn? Is that what we're feeling?
She should put her hand over top of the deck.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I see what's next?
Only rabbit hunting and cash games.
That's right.
So, Lupe, you mentioned you've been around the game for many
Must be.
years, particularly as it pertains
Good
to
stuff.
ladies' events. What are some of the changes you've seen over the years as far as perhaps the fields or the way women approach these events, or perhaps the importance of them?
Well, I think that we've been banging the drum for so long that now operators everywhere are understanding that it is important that they address women in their rooms. And that means either how, their policies are as far as making sure that all environments are friendly to play. And some of the other things is special programming to bring women into the game. And I think that, being such an intimidating game, sometimes, the environment might be a little more rough than in other things. But I think that if you bring in enough women, it kind of softens the place. It kind of makes it a more friendly environment in general. So I believe that in the differences is that back in the day there was no conversations about women in poker, and now there's a concerted effort in every operator for that. And if you even bring it back to how many women are playing now, they may not be everybody jumping into the main event, but they are playing all the other events. I mean, you see women being successful at all levels, and that was never the case before. And so well, I shouldn't say before, because we have had to have professional women forever, but the numbers of successful women are just clearly different now. And now look at this. Look at the field sizes.
Yep. I think I can speak for Donnie as well when I say that we've always have had hope for women to have massive results to show other women that it is indeed possible. The best example, when Donnie and I probably were banging our heads against the wall when Elizabeth Hill and Gail Bauman both fell just short of the main event final table.
Yeah.
We've had the big run from Kristen Foxton last year in the main event. I know Maria Ho has been the last woman standing on, I want to say, 3 occasions. How important is it for women that other women go deep in an event like the main event, or perhaps, win bracelets, or, make final tables at the PokerCo studio, or play in the big cash game here at Venetian? How important is that?
I think it's extremely important because it shows all women that you can do it too. All of these women didn't start as pros. They all went up the ranks just like everybody else. And this is one of those, gender neutral kind of sports that you can actually get into and do very well in. And that's for everyone, right? And so for them to see women be successful, it's just hope for everybody else. And I think that, you get the Kristen Foxtons, and
Right.
holy crapola, she is like rocking this place like nobody's business. And they're so young. I can't wait to see where they are in the next 10 years and what kind of stats that they're having and that kind of thing. But I think that you now have women aspiring in leagues at home so that they can get into those bigger events, or women getting staked even by guys saying, hey, I want to put you in. I think you're a great player. They see them at their, in their local rooms, and they're saying, I want to buy you into that, and giving opportunities like we've never seen before. And again, with the women's groups and everybody coming together and trying to get one more opportunity for a woman to get into the next level. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and of course, you're also behind the Women in Poker Hall of Fame. I know you're not doing that on your own. I know there's more people involved, and when people go and Google the Women in Poker Hall of Fame, they'll see a lot of the recognizable names and faces that you've seen on live streams and on lists of results. But there's also quite a few women in there that sort of predate the live streaming era, that are sort of, I guess, pioneers in the game of poker. What was it like for you to try and piece together who deserves the accolade and the recognition, even though they might not be on the foreground as much anymore as some of the new age players?
Well, I think the difference between the Women in Poker Hall of Fame and the Open Poker Hall of Fame is that we wanted to address not just players, but also the pioneers, like you said, people who built poker in as women. And so you'll see that there are operators, there are people that are also players. Both. Which I hope that the Poker Hall of Fame
I think I'm the oldest one here.
Because, I mean, one person...
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. There are so many deserved players.
I'm probably the second
should be there, and not just players.
Maybe we're the same.
I'm an 80s girl.
You're an 80s girl.
80s.
Oh, I'm the oldest.
No, I was born in the 60s.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
But I call myself an 80s girl because of that's when I was in high school.
I wish I was the 80s.
Oh yeah.
That's when these the rest of them were being born.
Yep. Same here. Born in the 80s.
Yeah, she said that yesterday. She says, I'm the oldest one here. And I said, oh, honey, you need to get in line. I got panties that are older than all these girls.
Oh, we're probably the same age.
But the Hall of Fame,
It was fun to be in
Poker
high
Hall of
school.
Fame, I would love to see the Poker Hall of Fame opening it up to both sides of the felt.
Right.
Not just players, but the people who've been in the business and making poker happen.
I think that the topic of Poker Hall of Fame, Donnie and I could fill 5 hours with, because there's so much to say, and obviously the biggest thing is the fact that only one person gets in every year, even though there's dozens of people probably at this point qualified enough to get inducted. But hey, we'll save the conversation for a later date. Jacqueline Burkhart here, looking at her bio, a dental hygienist from Boring, Oregon. That's actually kind of a funny town name. Into skateboarding and karaoke, and I'm pretty sure that Jackie will take a big crew to Chinatown if she wins here today for some karaoke. I know Vegas has some great karaoke spots. I know that Jamie Kerstetter is here on the rail supporting. Donnie, I saw a bit of a way of supporting, perhaps testing whether or not she would be distracted.
Yeah.
That could be considered questionable.
I mean, I can't really speak to it. Maybe Lupe can. It looked like they were flashing the players from the other side of the glass on social media.
Yep. Yep.
Were they?
I mean, I think it's great. It's good fun.
I think it's hilarious.
Look, I have it on my screen.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. But that's girls.
Exactly.
That's what they'll do.
For those who missed that, check out Jamie Kerstetter on Twitter, trying to distract Jackie.
Who's that
Burkhart.
with her? Angela?
I want to say it's Angela. Yeah.
Jordanson? Yeah, I think so too.
Angela Jordanson, by the way, who got the shout out on Jackie's bio sheet as her best friend here in poker. Jackie can fall back on lots of support here. And going back to the action here, Lamar, who's had a good start, now flopping trip queens, betting just 25K, getting a call from Burkhard, who with fours is just going to tag along here. Lamar made it 55K. As we say goodbye to Lupe Soto. Lupe, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it is absolutely my pleasure. And I just want to say, you guys created this streaming facility here that rocks. It is beautiful, and you do a wonderful job leading up to this. I watched a lot of your episodes. You guys do a great job, and I'm so proud of you and so thrilled for the Venetian. And one other thing about the streaming is that the only thing that is ever streamed in Las Vegas for women is the ladies WSOP. So to have this opportunity is phenomenal. We're so thrilled.
Before you go, please tell the people how they can follow you, how they can contact you. If they want to be on your email list for future ladies events, please let the people know.
Well, you can follow us on Twitter at the lips_tour. You can follow us on Instagram at Lips Tour. You can follow us, well, there's the lipstour.com, and then there's a huge Facebook group and page that you can follow us there too.
All right, perfect. Everyone will find their way to you. Once
Yeah.
again, thank you, and can't wait for the next one.
Yes, me too. Thank you so much.
Lupe Soto, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us as we resume the action here. Lamar, who took that previous pot down, now up to 605. It's not going to tangle with Queen Jack as Schuessler makes it 50K. Giving me a second again here to get caught up on the chat. Jana von Dock says, Lupe, thank you for being the catalyst for building the women's poker community. We collectively cheer each other and celebrate each other's success. That is great to hear. Love all the positive energy in the chat today. I picked the right stream to come back to. So much positive energy.
Yeah, a lot of positive energy. You love to see it. You don't always get that in poker, but definitely feel it always in the ladies events. You could also sense it out there in the room. You know, I know you and I both have been out there before the stream started for the $600 ladies event, and it is looking great. I think every table but one is full out there. The only one that's not full is the one that like Lupe and her team are kind of sitting at to watch this final table. But every other table in the place is full.
Well, this table is full for now. If you're just tuning in, you haven't missed an elimination yet. 7 players started this final table. Still 7 remain. $67,000 on the line here for the eventual champion. Donnie, how much of a factor do you think that big first prize is now that we're 7-handed and we're seeing, you know, the players take a bit of a conservative approach?
Yeah, I think it certainly weighs into everyone's mind. It's probably one of those things where it's a combination of big first place prize, a historic, first of its kind event being a $2,500 buy-in, ladies high roller, the fact that they're on stream, like all of those things, right? You'll probably get a result where once a player goes out, once that happens, everyone else will kind of breathe a little bit. They'll let their guard down a little bit more. The play will become a little bit more free. But right now, I know it is obviously a big accomplishment to make it to the final table, to make it to the final 7. But you also don't want to be the first one out.
First one out will receive $8,500, so still quite a nice ROI here. Tranquility is asking, do we know the chip counts? Yes, at the top of your screen, they update with every hand that passes. Thank you, Russell, for the love. My first live stream of this summer of poker action in Vegas. For those unaware, my first child was born on May 31st. And he decided to show up right as the poker action got underway. And I've been enjoying all the coverage from my couch, covered in puke. And it's been a lot of fun. I've been getting lots of pointers from Donnie. Donnie, a 2-time dad.
2-time dad? That makes it sound like it's some massive accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is.
I mean, it is, but it's far more of an accomplishment for the women in our lives.
Oh, 100%.
We don't do all that much.
100%. But yes, it has been quite a different summer. My 15th year covering poker in Las Vegas. But this one has been quite a bit different. Shout out to my incredible wife, Jess. I have no words to express how strong she is and what it's been like to go through this. Back to the action here. Zukowicz with ace-king, Schuessler with ace-6. Donnie, this is
This is
Potential trouble here for Schuessler.
And she just comes leading out right away. Zukowicz gonna just call. Now the tricky spot here, if you're a Schuessler, is that there's gonna be a lot of ace-high checkbacks from Zukowicz. So leading and then possibly, you know, now that we see that she checked, facing a bet here on the end. It doesn't feel great if you have ace-6. Your kicker's probably just a nothing. You only beat bluffs. Let's see how big she wants to go. 150, so 60% pot. And I like this from Zukowicz. You know, once Schuessler bets turn, checks river, she's probably ruling out flushes, 2 pairs, those types of hands. And look at that from Schuessler. Well done on the fold. Doesn't get sticky.
And Zukowicz now trending up quite nicely. Already up 185,000 chips here since the start of play. Sitting comfortably on 27 big blinds. Deng, the short stack on 18 bigs, so still lots of room for her to sit back and wait for a strong hand. Yarek in the chat says, Monika is the girlfriend of Roman Hrabek, the Czech pro, who won some major high rollers. It's never going to hurt, Donnie, if your significant other is also involved in the game of poker. We've seen it time and time again, so perhaps we'll see some additional trickery here from Zukowicz as this final table goes on.
Definitely helps someone as good as Roman is, an absolute crusher.
What?
I was like, and what?
Action folds over to Deng in the small blind.
Gotta be
Looking down at ace-jack.
Oh, wow.
Not going to waste any time. Just come right with a raise.
Nice.
Bentley Watts in the chat says, don't know any of these ladies. However, I am glad to see more women playing nowadays. We have always encouraged our women to play with us, even though the games are much smaller stakes here in ME. Is that Maine?
Yeah, I'm assuming if they mean the state, Maine. Yeah.
No problem. I'm an open book.
Yeah.
Kareem says, what's up, Nancy? Another Florida champ. Nancy Birnbaum in the chat, also rooting for Shamica. I feel like all of Florida is in the chat. I love it.
I know, right?
It's great.
It's a satellite.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Funny.
Once again, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. We had Lupe Soto joining us at the top of the show. If you want to catch up on what she shared about these women events here at Venetian, as well as women in poker as a whole and the Women in Poker Hall of Fame.
Looks like we can see ourselves. Oh my
recommend
God, it's
you to
live. I'm
check
moving
back.
my hands. It's actually. You guys want to play? Yay.
Can we do the wave, girl?
Yeah. Ready? You start the wave.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, the wave.
The wave.
This is for sure a poker first.
They're good
Has to
because
be.
they're
It has
showing
to be a
live.
first.
The cameraman
Yeah, that's what I
mods
was
everything
looking. I'm
perfectly.
just looking at.
He should get a raise. Like he perfectly show us, woo, making away. Impressive.
No hand
No, they
open.
can't see the card.
That's gonna be so
Yeah, a real disadvantage if you had bad eyesight.
Shout out, by the way, to our camera team who caught that wave
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
perfectly.
be so distractive.
Great stuff there.
Mom.
Poker needs more waves. That's actually great. Well done on the camera.
Think you
work.
could get a whole room to do one, like table by table?
That'd be funny. That'd be really funny. Johnny says no delay either. Well, yes, there is about an hour delay, and the feed the players see in the room doesn't have any cards. Just in case there's any confusion. No cards on the feed.
That wave did it.
Now I see it's real.
Lots of paint cards here on this board as Burkhart pairs her king on the flop.
It's a little bit. I think I'm gonna wear that thing soon.
Yeah, I'm cold.
Sanders is going to continue betting here, and Burkhart's
Yeah,
obviously good enough to just call down.
it was warmer in the room.
Ooh, 9.
That's a big card here. Sanders backs into a straight.
27 minutes for break.
Now the question is, how do we want to approach this? And just like with her set of threes earlier, she decides to lead. This time, however, Burkhart does have a bit of a hand. But how much do you really beat here with king 3?
Yeah, I mean, you beat bluffs. Maybe you chop with another king. This sizing here, I mean, it probably feels like to Jackie that this is a lot of value.
Call.
She does make the call.
Yeah, Burkhart calls, and Sanders will get maximum value here from her rivered straight. And here we see
And you flopped it. Did you? Is that a
the
9?
chip lead change
Oh,
hands.
I didn't see it. I thought
Sanders
it was a
now
9.
up to
I'm
1.6
blind, I
million.
told y'all.
Burkhart down to $1 million.
Yeah, it really hasn't been Burkhart's start to this final table. She came in with the chip lead, but she's lost the majority, if not all, of the hands that she's been involved with. Not that she's done anything wrong. Things just haven't gone her way.
Yeah, it's also good to point out that Burkhart has been the most aggressive player at the table, which probably explains how she entered this final table with the chip lead. Lupe hinted at the fact that it took a long time to get from 2 tables down to 1. And to me, it seems as though Burkhart, in large part, benefited from that slow journey to this final 7. And unless she gets coolered, I don't see her slowing down anytime soon. She's just going to try to stick to her game plan, pick up chips where she can, and then just hope the cards work in her favor.
Well, she is wearing a Jaka coaching patch, and you and I both know Faraz Jaka is not one to slow down.
No.
In the least. Also, her best friend, Angela Jordison, does not slow down at all. So I expect Jackie to just continue to stay on the gas here, you know, until
Thank you.
either her stack says, okay, I can't really just kind of keep going nuts, or players really start to play back at her.
So is there just like a group of special dealers for this table?
I'm special.
Well, our dealer that we had last night said he wasn't allowed in this room.
Ooh,
How you
he's a
pronounce your name?
troublemaker.
I'm special.
He built too.
Well, I think all the
Guns,
dealers
coming
here
out
are
with
very
shit.
good. Like there were no missed deals across all the
Yeah.
days that we played here. Like
Yeah.
not a single one. It was I couldn't believe it.
Unlike somewhere else.
We were in a good hands.
The best of the best dealing here inside the Venetian Poker Live streaming room. Shout out to the entire crew here at the Venetian Poker Room, located at level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. If you're in town for poker, you have to come and check it out.
Oh, special.
Special
Yes.
card.
Special dealer, special card.
Oh my gosh.
Phenomenal playing environment. Also, I mean, I'm like beating a dead horse because I say this all the time, but phenomenal food that you can order right to your table. And to me, when I put in a long session, I don't want to have to worry about running to a food court or bringing my own. I just want to order something quickly
You guys on? Can you hear me?
and get some nutritious food sent to my table. One of the big benefits of the Venetian
They
Poker
have
Room.
to reach a lot.
Really?
This table's so big.
Yeah, this one must be cool.
Schuessler here makes a 50K under the gun, and Kabaki is going to defend her big blind.
Bet 50.
Flop gives Schuessler top pair with the king kicker. Does not hesitate even a second to toss in another 50,000. Kabaki does look down at a gut shot straight draw out of position. And she is going to come along and make the call. Turn card, the 5 of spades.
Check.
Doesn't really inspire much creativity for Kabaki here, Donnie.
I mean, that's a card she could have
Bet 50.
led. You know, if anyone has a 5 in this spot, it's going to be the big blind,
Right.
right? So when the bottom bottom card does pair like that, you know, sometimes you can lead. You know, with her specific holding, a lead also might, you know, allow you to get to a river, kind of control a price there. Obviously, she checked folds after Schuessler bets, but had she come out with kind of a smallish bet, maybe you know, Schuessler just calls, and then she can try and realize that equity with the gutter.
Schuessler with $176,000 in career tournament earnings, dating back to 2010 when she recorded her first cash at Choctaw in her hometown of Durant, Oklahoma. The vast majority of her cashes coming at her local casino, but she has since ventured out as well with some results
Special dealer.
in Las Vegas. Her largest score to date was in March of last year when she won a circuit ring at the Circuit Event Series in Tulsa for $13,000. So only 2 more pay jumps for Schuessler to record her largest score to date. And she remains active here against Kabaki, who limped pre and now check calls 50K. Probably senses that Schuessler is not shy when it comes to betting, and perhaps she can extract some additional value here with Queen 8, taking a bit of a conservative approach. Turn goes check, check. River brings the 9 of hearts. Let's see if Kabaki is going to do her own betting or if she wants to extract some value from Schuessler by perhaps inducing a bit of a bluff.
Check.
1 pair.
Me too.
Oh, you probably got me. Oh, well, nice.
Look at that.
Top pair.
Taking a 3.
So Kabaki gets some chips back. Stack size is still very much at a place where patience will be rewarded. David Becker says, I love how Schuessler acts immediately every time. Donnie, you and I both. Strong campaigners of fast play.
Yeah, let's go. We don't got to wait around.
Some speculation in the chat about dealers being allowed in the streaming room. Obviously, it's not that black and white. It is more the fact that some dealers are asked whether they want to deal on the live stream. If I was a dealer, Donnie,
All in?
it would be my
All
goal
announced.
to be good enough to be a live stream dealer. It would just be so much fun to be part of that.
Yeah.
The same way at the WSOP, you know, the most experienced dealers get to deal the biggest final tables. There's something there, you know, to strive for, to be at the top of your game, whatever game it is that you partake in.
Yeah, I think it would be great. Show off your skills
Okay.
to the world.
Dang, with some aggressive action here. And look at that, a little
I
shimmy.
don't know how to play, so I just jam when I have good cards.
I mean, that's poker. You just jam when you have good cards and hope they hold up. Isabelle Dang, AI consultant, hoping to perhaps one day play heads up against Kevin Hart. And her hobbies, fishing, both on the lake and at the poker table. I really wonder when we're going to see our first AI versus AI heads up match, Donnie. I wonder how that's going to go. You know, like ChatGPT versus Grok. Let's see who wins.
I mean, you could fill a whole table, though, with all the different AIs out there,
that's
there
true.
now, you know?
Why haven't we done that yet? It seems like a fun idea.
Yeah. I don't know. I've asked ChatGPT some poker stuff. It's still learning. I mean, it's all right, but
Right.
it's definitely still learning a little bit.
I mean, not too long from now, all the AI will just absorb whatever GTO knowledge is out there and just give you the exact right approach every time.
Yeah. I mean, eventually it'll get there, I'm assuming.
Burkhard back in action. Makes it 50K, and Deng is going to call from the small blind with King 5 of hearts. Queen 9 deuce, favorable for Burkhard.
Deng's just going to lead, though, so making this one a little bit interesting.
Call.
Dang leading with 2 backdoor draws. Perhaps continuing with aggression if a favorable card shows up, but instead we see the 4 of spades, and
Check.
she decides to slow down.
Check.
Burkhard, happy to see a river card, and that brings out the 10 of clubs. And look at this. Dang, quickly reaching.
Bet 150.
Bets 150 here. How is Burkhard going to piece this together? What sort of range makes sense? We're maybe thinking of some 2-pair combos, but Burkhard herself has the queen jack. That's kind of interesting.
I think ultimately Burkhard's just going to find a call here. Her hand's too. Oh,
Wow, look at this. Dang's image playing in her favor as Burkhard lets go of queen jack. Donnie, this has to be a result of, perhaps some history that Deng is very unlikely there to not have it.
yeah. I mean, I'm honestly quite surprised that she folded that hand. Queen jack obviously blocks some 2 pairs, the queen 10s, queen 9s of the world. You have the jack in your hand, which blocks the king or king jack. Should be kind of going a little nuts on the flop with the king jack type of holding. You're blocking that. You're also blocking jack 8 for a straight. Should she have that? So
Raise 50.
I thought for sure Burkhart was going to call, but again, maybe she has just sort of reads on Deng that we're not really known to. I mean, it's quite a bit of a contrast to the hand she played against Sanders, who we're looking at right now, when she called with that king. Sanders had the straight, so maybe it's just kind of one of those player dependency things where she looks at Deng and she says, okay, she's much more likely to have it here versus Sanders. I think she's much more likely to be bluffing, so I'm going to call with this hand here. I'm going to fold this hand over here.
Both players with spades here. Sanders the one flopping top pair. Kabaki, the initial raiser, is going to fire out a bet here.
Bet 35. Raise 80.
And the quick raise from Sanders on this monotone board. Gets it done. The chat quite shocked at the fold from Burkhart. Dang, one of the tighter players at the table. Got away with one there, and now up to 778. Shamica Lamar, after a early double up, now back to be in the short stack.
Yeah, I live now in Miami. I am from Montreal, but I'm a snowbird, so I go back in. Yeah.
So you knew I was from Florida?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Schuessler
He was,
finds pocket eights.
The Miami
Starting the
girl,
hand with 30 big
Florida girl,
blinds.
yeah.
So we
I
I
neighbors
feel like
there
we've seen
too?
pocket eights
Yeah.
5 times already.
Yeah. Judith Lee says, you make Meadows Poker proud, Jackie. Always good seeing the support.
She raised to 60.
Yeah, she made 60.
Donnie, do you think Burkhart's
Little
fold
more this
might be
time, huh?
influenced by the fact that she's up to a
Sized
bumpy
up.
start here at this final table? Perhaps a little sort of ding to her confidence?
It could very well be,
I'd be
you know,
telling you something.
maybe not that it's necessarily 100% that, but it could certainly play a factor.
All right.
I had your hand.
Okay.
I just didn't want to go all in.
That's a power hand today.
Yeah.
All right.
It hasn't been beat yet.
Yeah.
I'll admit to winning a pot with that too.
Yeah. The nuts. Eights
Yeah.
is the table nut.
Table nuts.
With you, Isis.
Well, if I bet 50, y'all were
Well,
going to call.
eights.
And there was going to be a 10 out there or a 9.
Yeah.
It's my
Yes.
Once again, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. And also perhaps give us some predictions on who you think will end up going heads up in this event. we've been able to form some opinions here on how the players approach this final table. 31 hands into play. By the way, 31 hands in 1 hour, Donnie. That is a high watermark for the summer, I'm sure.
55.
I think that that's very good. Very, very good. Probably faster than most of the cash game tables out there in the room. Very nice hand, nice spot here for Burkhart. Ace-king suited, facing a button open.
200.
We raise too high.
And here comes Burkhart with the goods. And, you know, for the first time, really, Burkhart with the goods. She's been involved with a wide variety of hands. Now decides to pounce, come over the top, and apply that pressure on Sanders, who's been her biggest rival so far. And the ace of spades gets flashed before her cards end up in the muck, and Burkhart not showing any of her cards as she takes this one down. Always a bit of a relief when you can stop the bleeding. Burkhart came into this final table with 1.8 million. Has lost 1 million chips, excuse me, 1.9 million. Has lost 1 million chips in the process. And now we are back to Deng, who looks down at ace-jack offsuit.
Raise 65.
Isabelle Dang's plans for the prize money, Donnie? Spending it.
I would hope so.
As I always say, every poker tournament is a satellite to the next one or to whatever you want to buy. Life is just a satellite. Burkhart comes along on the button with queen jack off. We see ace king 3, 2 diamonds. Burkhart backdoor diamonds, gut shot straight draw. As Dang decides to check this time around, I'm sort of surprised to see that.
I'm also surprised to see
55.
the call pre from Burkhart, just because of what we saw in that hand against Dang earlier. You know, we were kind of thinking maybe she thinks Dang is on the tighter side, so she's going to fold a hand as good as top pair with a jack kicker. So then if you bring that to here, I mean, flatting queen jack, if you think she's going to be pretty strong, seems a little bit ambitious.
Jack now on the river after a quick check on the turn. Full house for Dang, who has shown no aggression in this hand so far, and now comes with 100,000 after Burkhart catches herself a pair of jacks, and this quickly ends up in the muck. I like this play. A Lady No Muck says, is there a live rail for the stream or a separate room? It is not in a separate room, but it is behind the glass. I like to sometimes refer to it as the aquarium. But you are more than welcome to come to the Venetian Poker Room and look through the glass, check in on the final table lists, perhaps pull up the stream on your phone, which of course is on a delay. But yes, you are able to come and watch from the sidelines. And also, lots of action here in the room. So you could play while you're in here watching the action. Cheeky Walt says, the guys at my 1-2 table don't even play this fast. I think that 1-2 might be one of the slower tables on it. The higher stakes you get, it might get a little faster.
Yeah. I can only imagine what 1-2 cash games are like these days.
Mad Beach says, enjoying the fast play here from St. Petersburg, Florida. My money is on Sanders, Schuessler, and Dang for the final 3. Thank you for chiming in. We'll keep an eye on that prediction.
I was going to say that's a win for me.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't want to be that.
Ben Harvey says, I sat with Burkhart at Meadows a few times. She's super smart and analytical. Well, Burkhart has proven it over the years. A consistent performer in live events. He's got some work to do now, though. Down to 795. But hey, that's the benefit of coming into the final table with a big stack. If she had played the same way with the same results, not having come in as the chip leader, she would have been out by now.
Race 55.
Sanders with ace-5 of clubs comes in for the raise, and Burkhart, king-10 suited, might be tempted
140.
here.
Re-raise 140.
She makes it 140.
Do it.
Ace
Let it
queen for
go.
Deng. And look at that. She gets out of the way. So far, Sanders and Burkhart have clashed on numerous occasions, especially in blind battles. This time, however, we're going hijack. Excuse me, we're going under the gun +1 versus hijack. And Burkhart gets it done with a 3-bet. So despite losing a chunk of chips, she is not backing down. After some early action, Shamica Lamar down to 21 bigs. She has the lowest VPIP, as the cool kids say, of 17%, tied with Zukowicz. But as we've mentioned many times, Donnie, this structure is so good that patience will be rewarded.
Call.
I would like to see somebody really start to get after it too. I mean, yes, what you're saying is obviously
100.
patience is going to be rewarded too, but I think the door is open. Now, I think the aggression would need to be calculated. You can't just start firing in every single hand. But if everyone else is going to be patient and conservative, it often pays to go the other direction. And in this case, that would be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, when players zig, you zag. And in this case, zagging is what Burkhart is trying to do. She's unfortunately zagged her way out of some chips just by running into some hands and making one fold that turned out to be not the right call, but hey, can't really blame her for that. And we are back to Deng now, who finds a lovely looking ace-jack of diamonds.
Race 65.
Sanders in the big blind with a hand that could flop really well. Does she want to go for it is the question.
Call.
She does come along and make the call. These are two of the bigger stacks. Let's see if we can find an interesting flop here. And it brings out 9-9-8.
Check.
Flush draw for Sanders. 2 overs for Deng, who
Bet
is showing a
75.
bit of a pattern here, Donnie. Deng bets when she doesn't have it, checks when she does.
Yeah, and eventually, you know, I think once the players, you know, I think we have a break at some point, right?
Call.
Might get some information on that, might get some of the hands relayed to them, and then they'll be able to adjust their strategies accordingly.
Sanders comes along for 75,000, and the 6 of diamonds hits on the turn, and Sanders now reaching for chips. And look at this.
Bet 125.
She's going to lead for 125. Donnie, what story is she telling here, betting this 6 on the turn?
I mean, one thing that she's trying to represent here is that this type of texture is better for the big blind. And if you have value in this spot, you can probably come with check call and then start betting your hand. If you think your opponent's going to have a lot of these ace high, king high type of hands, then they're just going to check back the turn. So like, what's the pathway to maximum value? Should you have that value, it would probably be check call, then bet, or check raise, bet. So that's the story that she's telling there, right? And it obviously helps as well to have the backup equity in terms of a flush draw and a gutter to the straight too.
Tirza Sanders in control here at this final table so far. She is up to 1.6 million with a large gap between her and the other contenders
Oh, sorry.
at this final table. From Seattle, Washington, now living in Tucson, Arizona, Sanders has to be the favorite here at this final table as it stands. And Dang continues to pick up hands. Pocket aces for her, calling the raise from Zukowicz, and Sanders now being lured in as well with pocket fours. 3 pocket pairs going to the flop, and Burkhart finds ace-queen. Donnie, are we set up for some disaster here when it comes to Burkhart perhaps tempted to squeeze?
I mean, this is a great squeeze spot, independent of having a good hand,
275?
and she has a good hand.
Wow. This is what Dang was hoping for. Some action behind her as she is disguising the strength of her hand, but just calling the raise. And Donnie, can we make the case for Zukowicz to shove here also?
Well, I was going to say, very troublesome for Zukowicz here because the players behind her, specifically Deng, did just flat the raise. So if you're Zukowicz, you're thinking, okay, there's a high likelihood I can just have the best hand. I also know Jackie Burkhart can be aggressive. This is a great opportunity for her to come in with the squeeze. So, you know, if Zukowicz ultimately gets away with this, it would be an extremely disciplined fold. Would not falter in the slightest for doing this, just this.
An absolute nightmare scenario for Zukowicz, who moves all in with tens. Dang comes right over the top. Sanders will smile and get rid of those fours. And now Burkhart, happy to only, quote-unquote, lose 275.
Wow.
And Zukowicz
Had a baby pair.
in trouble, facing elimination. Dang
I like
gets it exactly right here
Ace-queen.
with 1.5 million in the
I
middle.
liked it with nothing, but
I would never do it.
Looks as though
I'm
Dang
not as wild as I let on.
is on her way to become the chip leader.
or with something.
That's the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
You got the least.
Isabelle
you-
Dang from
yeah, for
Montreal
sure. I mean,
plays
I
her
don't know.
aces
Yeah,
to
5.
perfection.
Like 500. I had 22 big blinds before the hand.
Let's see if the run out
Do you have more
will
than
be in
5?
support of her grabbing the lead here
Yeah,
as
5.
Zukowicz
It's close.
has her tournament
a lot
life
of
on the
hands
line
that you
in
dealt
search
out
of a
there.
10. Let's see the flop. 5, 3, 3, 2 diamonds.
I know, your action dealer.
Backdoor diamonds available. I just want to say it.
From Vietnam.
Zukowicz looking for a 10 though.
I'm from Vietnam too.
Monika Zukowicz,
Well, no,
one of the
my
more
parents.
experienced players at this table, sees a 9 on the turn.
Parents from Vietnam.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah,
A 10
the energy
and the
there.
10 only will keep her alive in this event, or else she'll be our 7th place finisher.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the miracle out there? No, it is not. It comes running 9s, and Isabelle Dang sends Monika Zukowicz to the rail as she collects $8,592 for her 7th place finish. And Isabelle Dang
Good game.
is our new tournament chip leader as we are down to the final 6 in this event. What a crazy hand we just saw. Burkhart losing 275,000 chips in the process, but she is still healthy with 24 big blinds
Nice game.
as we are
New chip leader.
coming up on our first break
Good
of the
girl.
event.
He said, look at him.
And there it is. Dang, raking in the monster pot. Started this final table with just 600,000 chips.
Tricky, tricky.
And now looking extremely comfortable on just shy of 1.7 million. Not the start that Jackie Burkhart had hoped for. She's down more than $1 million, but still in the hunt. Shamica Lamar, the short stack, with just 22 big blinds. We're going on a quick little break here as the final table will continue in 15 minutes. Once again, thank you for watching. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. 6,000 Ogun on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco. Nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
All in.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe
Twice?
bet 10.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's not
way.
good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle card pre-flop.
84,000
yeah,
in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like needs.
Oh, is that
ace
King Jack of
and
spades?
A
Yeah.
deuce or a
Yeah.
six.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he needs 2 pair on board. Or
more. More. He's got 2 outs over there. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on this
2
hand.
outs that could
two,
be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as no
outs.
10 of spade.
Who's coming ace ace?
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's it.
And that's it.
I knew I was going to
Brian Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot, and King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the Squid Game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sebas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace-king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sebas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace-king, ace-queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace-king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find... Now, the problem here is Sebas is bet big, right, 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half-pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow-played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
right,
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To
It's
give up.
It's just
Yeah.
surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5, 4, 7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb
Who's winning the
makes the
Lakers game,
call.
Can you see?
Now, passive play could really
who's
lead you
winning
down
the
some
Lakers game?
dangerous streets here.
Yeah, but in these bomb pots, you
Lakers?
got to
I
play
don't know.
passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's going to bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know, look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sebas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，还没什么牌。
Oh my God. Brittany with quad 8s.
Wow.
靠不靠？
Oh, yeah.
How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes
你看
all
我
in.
4张牌。
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere with 9s. This could just get him pre.
I mean,
but
the pace of play is just mind-blowing.
yeah, we can't even commentate as fast as
We
it's
can't even
going.
finish talking about the previous hands, and there's already 50K back in the middle here. Queen, Queen 10. Wasp quickly continues for 12,000.
I don't know how Peter's going to fold a pair, but he could. Okay, he doesn't. And Was, you know, just with one of these bluffing candidates that has equity, and he gets there.
Ace on the turn.
Now, I think you want to start checking here at some clip because you have Queen X in your range, you have pocket aces, you have pocket 10s. You know, you have King Jack in your range here too, so I think you want to check maybe, I don't know, and just let some weaker holdings continue.
Is it also a case of either far behind or far in front? Because there are still some queens in Peter's range, even though it's not super likely. But at the same time, when you do hit your ace, it is going to be even more unlikely that Peter has something that he can give you a lot of value with.
Yep, you're spot on there, Remco. You're really hoping to get value from Ace Jack here, like a suited ace, like an Ace X of spades that floated. Maybe a Jack 10, King 10 type hand.
Peter has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Was might be targeting hands like Ace 10, right? Ace Jack typically, and like I said, just some suited Ace X, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here, and I just don't know if Was has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Was has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so
Oh,
look
man.
at the face of determination
You can
on
feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Was
I
is
mean,
not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. It's probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I
in.
translate the change, but this time I'll translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It
Free roll
induces
from
action from
Charles.
two nines for only 40K. I mean, jeez,
I mean,
crazy.
142 in the middle.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot, Remco.
Peter chasing some losses. Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it. First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is
Wow.
not playing anymore, Remco.
No, Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in
Wow.
the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs. and he's up and down, or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all-in, more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
wow, Charles calls with ace queen
Crazy.
high. JRB instant all-in for 42,900, and now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, flicks this in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call, and now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. If you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call, and JRB, with a straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB's uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till
improve.
you see what he has before you decide that.
Peter,
4 on the river. Peter with his pair of eights,
this.
and it goes check, check. JRB shows his sixes. That's no good.
Nice.
Peter,
JRB celebrates
oh
with him.
my God. Peter tables the eights.
That's a monster
Oh
pump.
my God. After the hand he lost against Wasserson, everybody probably thought this man is just on tilt.
Without a clock and time extensions and all of that in play at these final tables, it's good. There's not too much tanking. I know we've had some longer hands, but understandably so given those decisions. But things are moving.
Seeing lots of love for LaPlante, for She in the chat. Victor has some fans, so does Sandberg. Stavia raising it up to 225 here. Gets over to Sandberg in the big blind with queen 3 of clubs. Might we peel? Yes, we will. Sandberg is going to make the call, see a flop, hoping for something with a bit of connectivity to get his chips in the middle. And we flop a flush. Holy moly. 8-6-7. Sandberg flops a queen high flush. Stavia, let it be known, can still do one better with the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, Sandberg here try and contain your excitement inside. Can already feel the double up coming. Obviously, you can be over flushed, yes, but unlikely so.
Sandberg peels from the big blind, flops the goods, and now, of course, looking to get the money in, and there we go. Stavia makes it very easy. A bet and a call, and Evan Sandberg's tournament life is on the line. You see it in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 1 out. Just 1 out, Sandberg has to dodge, so he is very comfortable here, looking for a double up.
I feel like we're due for a straight flush. We've done enough of these streams now. I feel like we're due for a straight flush, right? I mean,
If you have to go out, might as well be doing 1 outer.
Yeah.
All right, Sandberg, be careful what you wish for. Turn and river still to come. Is Stavia gonna find the miracle? Turn card is the 8 of spades. So far, so good. Stavia just needs to fade that 1 card that would make this room erupt. River card. It's the 9 of clubs!
My God.
Oh my God! Sandberg said it himself. If I go out, it might as well be against the straight flush.
He kind of willed it into existence.
I mean, this is his own fault.
We're going to see it in an hour.
Oh, shit, that is so dirty. And there's yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go
But today
2K,
I'm very
11,
lucky.
27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in
Don't mess with Brittany, bro.
77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it
Yeah.
twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot
no,
here
please
for
don't put the 8 out there.
Jeremy.
Please don't. No 8. No 8, Brittany. Please. No, just no 8.
Jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
rounds for
8, no
Jeremy.
9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No
He's
8, 9,
lying.
10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's a bad pickup.
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
Jeremy's
hard
outs
card. You
being
use 3
mixed
cards.
there. The 6-7,
Hearts.
2 hearts,
Two
and
hearts.
9.
Squandered. Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. You're looking at the chip counts of the ladies high roller $2,500 buy-in, 100K guaranteed prize pool, which was absolutely smashed with more than $250,000 up for grabs in this event. $67,846 for the winner, and Isabelle Dang, along with Tirza Sanders, are our current chip leaders after a very, very up and down first hour. We lost our first player just before the break. Monika Zukowicz departed in 7th place. My name is Rem Korenko. Donnie Peters, as always, alongside me. And Tommy La Rosa, the man, making sure everything goes off without a hitch here inside the Venetian Poker Room. Joining us here, Tommy, we had Lupe Soto praising you and the room and the venue earlier. It's good to have you in the booth now as well. Question I want to ask you as well. How do you reflect back on this event, the turnout, the way it smashed guarantee, and the overall vibe in the room, which I must say has been tremendous?
Yeah, first of all, welcome back. It's good to have you back.
Oh, man.
Feels like it's been an eternity. Donnie held it down while you were gone, though, so thank you, Donnie. But no, this event has been tremendous. This is our first year hosting a ladies high roller, and the support from the lady players has been incredible, and just super excited to be able to put this event on.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to see it from the sidelines as well. Putting a guarantee on any tournament is the venue putting their neck out there in support of the event, and then seeing the guaranteed smashed in this way. Once again, 100K guaranteed, $250,000 in the prize pool is just the reassurance that there is an appetite for these types of tournaments. You have a $600 event going on. I believe you have tons of women also jumping into cash games. It's an overall success.
Yeah, no, the support that we're getting has been tremendous. You know, from Lupe and the whole Lips team, and then all the female players that have come out to support our events this week. And yeah, I mean, if you look at our event going on right now, we're going to have a tremendous day for the $600 buy-in, the Lips Ladies event. So just very excited with everything that's happening in the room, and the female players are definitely supporting us.
Yeah, $75K guaranteed on that $600 event, which is going on right now in the poker room. If you're listening to this, and if you're in Las Vegas, you can get a glimpse of the final table action through the windows here, looking into the Venetian Poker Live streaming set, and you can also jump into the action if you can find yourself a seat, because the room is absolutely buzzing here on just an average Tuesday. You know, poker in Vegas in the summer, always
Could I get
out
a
of
green
control.
tea, please? Just plain? Yep.
And it's been great to see these events fill up in the way that they have. So, given the success, Tommy, I can safely assume that the Lips events will be back in the future?
Yeah, we've partnered with Lips for, I don't want to give a wrong number here, but it seems like at least 10 years. And it's been a great partnership. And of course, every year we look to expand our offerings and see what else we can do to enhance and grow the game of poker for our female players. So next year will be no different. We'll see how we can make this bigger and better. And I look forward to, once this series ends, we'll be starting on next year already.
It's June 24th. I'm sleep deprived for different reasons, but I can only imagine you are also losing track of what day it is, whether the sun's out or not. Please summarize your summer so far.
No, for sure. I mean, there's, you know, often you don't know what day of the week it is. They all run together, right? And like you said, you can't tell a Tuesday from a Saturday during the summer, so it's easy to lose track of the day and the time. You know, obviously, hopefully, the staff has families that know what we do and support us, and that they know June and July we're going to be, you know, doing our thing, trying to make this the best venue and the best series that we can put on for all the players that support us, and know that come August, everyone looks to take a lot of time off.
Lose Tommy's number in August. Don't call. He's not going to pick up. I am curious, though, within the sort of poker summer and the stress that comes along with it, where do you find joy being on the floor day after day? Is it still possible to enjoy parts of this?
No, for sure. I mean, you have to, right? You couldn't do this day after day for the amount of hours that we put in if you just didn't love it. For me, it's seeing the room full, the energy that's created. Like, you walk around the room right now, there's an energy that you can feel, right? And when you see guarantees get smashed, and you know, the fields are just huge, right? The prize pools are huge, right? And you just feel that energy. It's like, it's no different than the Super Bowl energy, March Madness energy, you know, all the big sporting events, and you can just feel it. And walking around the room when every seat is taken, and the, you know, the prize pools are as large as they've ever been, it's just, that's the adrenaline rush that you get from doing all this, you know?
Quick shout here for Jackie, who came in with the 4-bet shove on Schuessler. Almost back up to 1 million chips for her. Donnie, I think the sentiment here at this table is that Burkhard is not going to back down unless she either busts or wins.
I agree, and you know, you heard her mention a little bit before the break. She said, "I'm not as crazy as I seem," or something along those lines. So you and I know that she's going to get after it. You know, that's how she's been successful throughout her career. She's been one of the more aggressive players oftentimes, but maybe she feels like the players are starting to pick up on that. So she's like, let me put some feelers out there that's going to make them maybe back down a little bit against me.
Maybe flash an ace every now and then, you know, keep them honest. As we see Deng call a raise to 60,000 from Kabaki. Sanders with 9-5 suited in the big line is going to come along and pay up to hopefully flop a strong draw or some kind of 2-pair combination. Instead, we see King 7-8 gut shot there for Sanders, open-ended for Deng, but Kabaki with top pair, top kicker. This could get quite interesting here, depending on the sizing. Oh wow, Donnie, are you surprised to see Kabaki check here? Top pair, top kicker, multi-way.
That's 100,000.
Not necessarily multi-way. You know, I think she's probably thinking maybe I get flatted, don't like a lot of turn cards. Maybe I can just opt to come with a check raise, try and lower the SPR that way, and just get the money in.
How much?
100,000.
As we've seen many times before, Deng loves to bet when she doesn't have it. Betting her draw here. And the 4 of hearts comes in on the turn. Deng gets the check mark, and Donnie, Kabaki probably still thinking that she is slow playing here, getting a lot of value.
Yeah, and when you're taking the approach of slow playing like this, I think it's going to be extremely troublesome that
200,000.
Kabaki ultimately gets away here.
200,000 from Deng, a little less than half the pot. Kabaki has 495 left. Could we see an all-in check raise? Massive spot here for the Japanese player. Ace king, and you find that king. And she announces all in, and she'll be drawing dead when Deng pulls the trigger. She makes the call. She's got the nuts. And we're going to say goodbye.
She's a straight.
To Kabaki.
Nuts.
Mari Kabaki still scanning over those cards, realizing that her run in this event has come to an end. She said her poker pet peeve is to receive a bad beat. Well, sadly for her, she got her money in drawn dead, but man, oh man, was that 6-5 well disguised for Deng. Marie Kabaki takes home $10,839 for her efforts. We are down to the final 5, and Isabelle Dang, it continues to dominate here
Yeah, that's why she called on the
final
button.
table.
Beautiful hand to peel with when you got
yesterday
big stack.
she was like, I feel it.
She felt it.
Yeah.
I felt it.
Deng raking it in, now up to 2.4 million, creating serious separation between her and the other players.
Remember we Floridians,
Final
so
five guaranteed,
knock him out.
14,338, $67,000 up top for the winner. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let us know where you're watching from, and perhaps give us an updated prediction on who you think will end up going heads up in this event, as Deng has gone from 600,000 to 2.4 million in the last 45 minutes. It's been quite a run for her already. Tommy, what do you have coming up in the room? Give the people who are watching, who are perhaps in their hotel rooms in Vegas or planning to fly out, thinking of coming down to Venetian.
Starting tomorrow, we have a $1,600 buy-in, no limit hold'em ultimate stack.
I need to hear you.
$1.5 million guaranteed. 3 starting
Y'all
flights.
crazy.
Obviously, day 2, everyone's in the money. And day 3, we'll be right back here streaming the final 7 players at the final table. So, yeah, if you're looking for one of our biggest guarantees all summer, starting tomorrow, come join us.
Donnie, are you going to play? I feel like you still need to make your run.
I've been trying to play, but I will always be work first, play second, you know. But so if the time calls for it and I can get some time to get in there, I mean, these one days that Tommy's running, those are like
Right.
today I walk in, I
Yeah.
see a one day, I'm like, maybe I should just tell Remco, you know, it's like this the 1,600 bounties calling my name.
The
Well,
funny-
Go ahead. The first week of July, we have nothing but one-day tournaments, and those are some of our largest fields all summer.
Perfect.
So, Donnie, if Remco, I think, owes you a little bit of
Yeah.
time off.
Yeah, I should cash some of those in, huh?
The funny thing is that I was telling my wife the scenario that I was hoping for is that I would have to show up because either you or Tristan made a final table that we were covering. That's what I was hoping for, but you guys have let me down.
Sorry.
215.
Shamica Lamar finds ace-9 of hearts. That will drive her back into action after a quiet stretch for her where she picked up no cards. Coming over the top with chip leader
I
Deng.
really feel that, but you know what? We're buddies.
Yeah, you're old war buddies. Do you go by Mika?
Yes,
Okay.
Mika. Yep.
Okay. Noted. Mika Lamar up to 720. Schuessler, the short stack on 15 big blinds.
Thank you.
Tommy, you've put on a tremendous structure for this event. Hour-long levels is not something you often see. What has the reception been from the women that you've talked to?
Yeah, just unbelievably positive feedback about the events that we're putting on, the structure for this event specifically. I mean, day 1 had 50-minute levels. Day 2 until conclusion is having 60 minutes. If they do, once they get heads up today,
Right.
we will reduce it. But yeah, I wanted this to be a special event, right?
I love that
And I
sound.
wanted to showcase the talented ladies that are playing here, and I wanted to give them every opportunity to have a lot of play, and really
Right,
so
I
we
got
can
a little
showcase their
heater
talent.
going on.
So
I'll
I think
take
they've proven us right. This is tremendous field that we had playing, and just very excited to be able to put this on.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's been really fun to watch as well. The speed of play has been phenomenal. I'm always the first to criticize things such as unnecessary tanking, which in this event has not happened even once. We've seen lots of people act instantly, which I can only praise. It makes the playing and viewing experience that much better. And the chat is calling for Deng versus Lamar for a heads-up Florida showdown. Well, Lamar has got her work cut out. She's got to overcome the big stacks of Sanders, the aggression of Burkhart, and
I'm all in.
Schuessler is still hanging in there as well. And she moves all in with King Jack.
First card was
And Deng, perhaps
good. Yeah, you're like,
slightly tempted there with ace-5.
Careful
Does
saying
decide
that
to let
when
it
she
go.
still has action.
okay.
Just because, what if she's thinking about an ace and then she knows that?
Yeah.
Yep.
As soon as she folds, then you say it.
Well said by Burkhart.
Yeah.
It's a fair comment there.
We've been training all week, right? The last couple of days.
Yeah.
Lots of support in the chat for everyone. Ariel Hart in the chat says, hey, Tommy,
Got a heater now.
how would someone get in touch about the women's events you're hosting? I'd like to get my business involved. believe there's various ways, but I think sending a message
pretty
to
good
Venetian
card
Poker
for
Live
you.
on Twitter is the easiest way to get in
Usually
touch.
just takes
Yeah,
one.
or
Yeah.
just reaching out to me directly so we can start the conversation, right? So
Well,
I
I don't know if
can understand
it's
what you're looking
fair.
for and
Oh,
how we
okay.
can help. And
Because it was
maybe
like
there's
an
a
8.
partnership
Okay,
available. So definitely,
yeah.
reaching out to
Table
me is
nuts.
best.
You can't fold the table nuts.
And we
Well,
can
I
take it
actually
from
kind of
lost
admit
with
folds the
pocket
table
eights
nuts.
once. I had them twice.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I raised and
She had what?
and it didn't come on the flop.
Oh, twice?
Lost with one. I thought pocket 8s were unbreakable, but I
No,
guess not. But did you see the river?
no.
It was probably coming on the river. You can't abandon them. You got to believe.
Lots of motivation now for players like Burkhart and Lamar to let their foot off the gas, with Schuessler being down to 19 bigs. For Deng and for Sanders, it's time to pounce, show some aggression. Instead, it's going to be Lamar who raises with ace-6.
Call.
Call 75,000.
And Burkhart's going to defend here with king-jack. Once again, a reminder, final 5 players guaranteed $14,000 off the $2,500 buy-in. We see 7, Jack 3. Backdoor diamonds for Lamar. Burkhart with top pair and a king kicker. Burkhart has been the aggressor
Raise to 80.
in many situations, and she comes with the immediate check raise on this very dry flop, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, she's just going to attack right away. I like just trying to check raise and immediately start trying to get some value from your hand. Diamond would be fun, but it's not.
Are you surprised that Lamar came along and made that call?
125.
Yes and no. I can see an argument for folding. I can see an argument for calling the bet as well. I think if it's sized appropriately like it was, it's not going to be too much of a price to call. So like if you're not going to call a reasonably priced check raise, then you probably just check back and try and turn something nice. But if you do bet like that with you know, some back doors, also ace high, I think that it's fine to call that check raise. Now she turns no additional equity, so likely just not going to put that many more chips into the pot. But we can obviously see that she did start bluffing.
Yeah, Lamar bluffed the turn for
180?
125, and now Burkhart back with the initiative. This hand really going back and forth. Donnie, is Burkhart saving Lamar here from potential disaster?
Yeah, you know, there's a good chance she would have fired again had she fired the turn. Now, yes, she can check back with the ace high and the pair on board, but she showed that initiative on the turn to just want to try and take this one away. So Burkhart kind of letting her off the hook a little bit.
I wasn't in the hand. I had king 7. I was like,
Oh,
feel it.
you didn't feel it. I'm so glad you didn't feel it because I was
It was
not
close,
holding my
though.
hand.
Yeah.
I wish you was. Might have got me out. I see your sneakiness. Yeah.
Lamar now down to 440. She finds herself on the short stack.
Are you lonely down there?
I am.
Feels like you're so far away.
Hello.
You're not too lonely?
Once again, if you're enjoying the coverage of this ladies high roller final table, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're catching us on Poker Go, please don't forget, you can also subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel. Tons of additional content available on the regular. So many highlight hands that you might have missed that are available on the channel. Appreciate you all as the community approaches 10,000 subscribers. And we go head-to-head here between the two short stacks, Schuessler versus Lamar on Queen Jack 10, Ace 4 versus Ace 5. Whoever bets first might take this one down right away.
Bet 40,000.
40 into 175 here from Lamar might just be enough, even though Schuessler has a gut shot and backdoor clubs available to her. The stacks are shallow. Call has been made, so we are going to see a turn. It's the Jack of Hearts. And look at this.
That 75,000.
Lamar continues to fire. Both players dancing on the tightrope here with these shallow stack sizes. But Schuessler, seemingly a non-believer, but perhaps realizing that even if Lamar doesn't have it, neither does she.
Okay.
And Lamar just cranks up the aggression and manages to take this one down.
Thank you.
Well done by her.
I like to see her opening it up like this. Even that last hand, I know she didn't win it against Burkhart, but you know, going for it there on the turn. So maybe this is a little bit more aggression that we're going to start seeing from Lamar.
All right, here's a look at some upcoming events, upcoming shows, I should say. Live streams here on the Venetian Poker Live channel. The Ultimate Stack, aforementioned by Tommy LaRosa, who's still with us here in the booth. It's going to be a big one. And then we have more 100, 200 no-limit cash game action. Please stay tuned. Follow Venetian Poker Live on all the social media channels to make sure you're in the know about everything that is going on. Surely, Tommy, this summer you must have heard quite a few comments from players about the streaming room, the streaming action, and all that has come along with it.
60?
No, for sure. There's a lot of players that, you know, this is the first time they're seeing us, right? Because we opened August of last year after the WSOP series had concluded, right? So this is their first time coming back and seeing us, and people just, they're amazed, right? Walking into our room, the amount of overwhelmingly positive feedback that I've heard this summer has been tremendous, right? Which, you know, makes the staff feel great. You know, it just makes everything what we're doing worth it, right? So no, it's been a great summer so far.
Yeah, Venetian at the forefront of everyone's mind. If you're coming to Vegas to play poker, we talked about it briefly before coming on air. Way back when I was in my early 20s, it was basically, you know, Venetian or WSOP, and I could only afford one of those two. Nowadays, the entire strip, even on Fremont Street, seems to be offering massive tournaments. So as you guys have improved in every single way, the competition is also stepping up, which of course, you know, it complicates things. Give us some insight into how you sort of, I guess, evolve with the times.
Yeah, the amount of competition in this town, especially during this time, is you know, unparalleled, right, around the country. You have so many top-rated poker venues, and they're all running major series with major guarantees. So we're always having to adjust year after year after year, and then you're having to adjust off their adjustments, right? Because everyone's making adjustments, right? So it's not easy to put together a schedule. It's very challenging. All it takes is one misstep. You get one event wrong, one guarantee wrong, and it can really ruin your entire summer. So, you know, it's a cat and mouse game between, you know, everyone putting together schedules, and we're all trying to get it right. At the end of the day, we want to bring as many poker players into town to play all these events, and, you know, that's the goal. And I think this town has done a great job of it, you know, of doing that.
Yeah, I think Vegas as a whole deserves credit for realizing and understanding the appetite for, you know, having different tiers of buy-ins available to players. Donnie, I remember back when you and I first started, where if you wanted to play a tournament that was like, you know, less than $1,000, you would have to really, really look carefully on the schedule to find anything.
Yeah, now they're everywhere, you know, and there's a lot of them here at Venetian, but they're certainly everywhere, and you can pick your poison, so to speak, and play all different stuff. And it's not just no limit hold'em either. There's all different variants.
Speaking of picking poison, Schuessler decides to go for it here with pocket fours.
And then what am I? I'm gonna still be okay. All right, call.
And Deng makes the call after some deliberation. Nothing there for Lamar, and we're going to have our next all-in showdown.
I think you're winning this.
Lisa Schuessler
Get
from
the bag
Oklahoma.
Yeah, start going out.
Yep,
walk
there
out
it
the
is.
door.
Okay.
That's how you do it. Get the bag, start leaving.
Just slowly.
Okay.
Take the mic off.
Yeah, ace, queen,
Say your
4,
goodbyes.
just to give it a big sweat.
In hopes of that perhaps influencing the cards a little bit. All right, here comes the flop as pocket fours are at risk. 997, giving Deng additional outs.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
it's a good flop for ace queen. Yeah.
A 7 would counterfeit Schuessler's pair of fours.
a 7 or running big card, running pair.
Lisa
Bigger than a
Schuessler's tournament
4.
life on the line. Turn card is the ace of hearts. And Schuessler now down to a 4 and a 4 only, or her day will be done. It's the Jack of Hearts that completes the board. And Lisa Schuessler is our 5th place finisher. She takes home $14,338. The largest cash of her live poker career, but boy, oh boy, was she close to a truly transcending type cash. But it's Isabelle Dang who's been on an absolute tear. Continues to rake in the chips, now up to 2.5 million as we look at the payouts. 19,849 guaranteed for the final 4, with 67K up top for the winner. And the 4 contenders all sitting in one corner of the room. We can send the cameraman home for those other camera angles as we can see them all from this side. Burkhard on Jack 10. Tommy, I've been told you're needed on the floor.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out there, and I know I got the professionals in here, so I'm gonna go see if I can help out there on the floor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Donnie.
Appreciate it.
You and Tristan. I didn't give Tristan any love, but thanks for holding it down while Remco was out, and you know, hopefully he's playing an event today. And you know, listen, appreciate what you guys do as always, and thanks for being here. And like I said, Remco, glad to have you back.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tommy. Without you, none of us would be here. And these women wouldn't be here either, so it's amazing to be able to call this action here as we go straight back to it. 4-handed play, ace 7-7 here. Sanders flopping trips. Burkhart the initial raiser. Let's see if Burkhart gets herself into some additional trouble here versus the well-disguised trips here for Sanders. It helps to hit some hands, Donnie, and Sanders has been on the right side of things so far.
It does. Here specifically, I like just coming with check call. Yes, your opponent can have an ace, but you know she can have a lot of the Jack 10s, Queen Jacks, King Queens, King Jacks, like those hands that you just want to keep all in.
Instead, Sanders sort of shuts it down here, perhaps hoping Burkhart has an ace, which would sort of force her into multiple streets of action. Instead, we move on to hand 52 of this final table. Shamica Lamar on a free roll right now, facing opposition from 3 giant stacks, and she is only on 17 bigs.
Yeah, and it's interesting that she's been kind of willing to get after it the most. You know, I think the other women have kind of let things come to her, which is certainly fine, of course. But Lamar has been out there trying to basically win the pots versus allowing the pots to come to her. So we'll see if that keeps up, even though she is the shortest of these 4.
Yeah, and she raises it up to 65K with 10-9 and takes it down. Donnie, given Deng's sort of, I guess, laid-back attitude and sort of, I guess, if you want to call it chill approach, is it safe to say that the one feeling pressure now is Burkhart?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to give Burkhart some true serum before the final table started, with the chip lead that she had, you know, feeling really confident, we obviously know her experience and her success. I think she would have told you that it's heads up or bust.
Right.
Like, I mean, I'll use the word failure. It's obviously not a failure, but, you know, you just feel like in that position you have a great opportunity in front of you. Now, things just haven't worked out in her favor, so maybe she is starting to feel a little bit more of that pressure.
Sanders just cruising along on 1.6 million. Her stack has been trending upwards, mostly due to some wins versus Burkhart. If you're just tuning in, we started with 7. We are down to 4. 67K on the line for the winner. Steven says, I could see this ending with a Jackie and Lamar 1-2. Lots of belief in Lamar here at this final table, despite her short stack. Gotta love it. Once again, reminder to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really means a lot to us and to Venetian. Come find us as well on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
I got a text message from a friend who lives in Florida, said he's got a piece of Lamar.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
I mean, she really does have the whole state of Florida behind her. It's unbelievable.
Susan Lichtenstein in the chat saying, Mika Lamar is well known in Palm Beach casinos as a champion player. Here we go. Love to see it.
155.
Tony says, I liked and subbed. That's what we want to hear. Appreciate that. Oh, wow. Look at this. Lamar finds queens at the right time. Sanders makes it 65. Burkhart applying that pressure from the button with ace-deuce. And Lamar now running the numbers, calculating what her next move is going to be. But off 19 bigs, I wouldn't be surprised to see a shove here.
530.
And there it is, announcing 530. That is it. That is all of it.
Still got 30 back.
Oh, excuse me. Still 30 back.
And this is kind of just what it's been like for Burkhart. Her initial play, her initial instincts here, 3-betting the open from Sanders certainly would have worked. It just is unfortunate that somebody behind who had yet to act picked up a premium hand, which is harder to do when it's four-handed. So just things just haven't been going Burkhart's way.
Lamar now up to 825, closing in on Burkhart after that committing 4-bet. For the people in the chat, let us know how your summer has been. Have you been able to get some action down? Perhaps make some runs of your own? We'd love to know.
I think this is the first walk of it. Blackjack.
Hey, it was bound to happen eventually.
You see what I did?
You guys want to do a round of walks?
Fours?
Was
Like a
meant
four?
to be.
That's a win for me, see?
Funny that Lamar pointed that out, the first walk of this final table. The action has been fast. Players have been playing pretty aggressive. So it took 56 hands for the first walk. I think it's pretty much a rarity to go that long without a walk. Lazy U says, I live in Canada. Not much of a big poker scene here, but I love playing with friends whenever I can. I will say, though, if you're in Canada, had some fun times in Montreal, the hometown of Isabelle Dang, at the old Playground Poker Club. Heads up here on 9-8-6, Deng versus Burkhart. Open end here for Burkhart, and Deng continues to bet when she does not have a made hand yet. Check call from Burkhart, 3 of hearts on the turn. Let's see if Deng slows down. She does eye her chips, and that usually means that she is going to continue firing. And it looks like 150.
150.
Half pot. Burkhart still 2 overs and the open end straight draw. Oh. Ooh,
I thought she was raising.
Yeah,
I thought she was raising.
She grabbed at least enough to check raise, but instead she comes with a call. And now the trouble with calling is that you need to hit, and this is the wrong kind of card you want to hit. Burkhart pairing her 10, and Deng fills up, makes a straight. This could go in many different ways, but it's not looking good for Burkhart.
500?
She leads for 500 with 245 behind. Deng, double checking her cards, has the stone cold nuts.
You know, very interesting spot here for Burkhart. She's clearly trying to get.
And there it is. Deng with the jam. And at this point, given the play of Deng, Burkhart probably realizing that this is no good ever.
Make sure.
Yep. I think she's trying to target, you know, over pairs, one pair type hands that are all better than hers, is turning her hand into a bluff. She can have all the 7s there from the big blind. She blocks Queen Jack having the Jack in her hand. So I don't hate the play from her. Again, it's just bad timing ultimately that the other player going against her had it.
And now Burkhart finds herself in 4th place. Deng just cannot lose. Deng, like, I don't think Deng has lost a pot she's entered. It's unbelievable. Catching heat at the very right time here at the final table of this event. Chat's going crazy. Tuan says, worst river card for Burkhart. It absolutely is. 2 chips in play now. The blue 5Ks and the orange 25Ks. Donnie Tony says, check call. You're only getting called by better, but that goes to your explanation that this is not a check call type scenario. It's about turning your hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I think she's clearly turning her hand into a bluff there, which I think is further evidenced by the fact that she quickly folds her hand. You know, if you bet there for value, you might be like, well, okay, I'm getting a really good price, I call. Now, we obviously know it would have been a bad call, yes, but if that's your mindset, you often see players bet for value, they get jammed on, and even though there's like a 99% chance they're always beat, they're still like, well, I just have to call, right?
Players with the same hand here, also both making 2 pair. Deng versus Sanders. Sanders betting 100,000. I wonder if there's going to be some aggression here, but instead Deng is just going to make the call. Could try and extract some value from a middling ace. Instead we arrive on the river. Deng checks again, and Sanders, of course, must be thinking, oh wow, what a spot for some value.
Can't fold that.
Well, Deng announcing that she's not going to raise. She's going to make the call, and this one gets chopped.
Cute.
Cute, cute, cute.
We chop a lot.
I know. Can't believe you play those cards.
Mine was suited. Yours was not suited.
It didn't cost me. I just checked. She's got a
So
point.
you were the big, right? You were the big blind, right?
Yeah.
You had a reason.
Yeah.
She tried to sneak in. That's what it was.
I didn't even write. It's true.
Andrew in the chat says, heading back to Vegas this Saturday after going 1 for 12 on my last trip. But I did get to meet the world-famous Donnie Peters on day 2 of an event.
You know me.
Love it.
Which you only the best card.
Absolutely love it.
Donnie, what's the pizza count this summer? We haven't hung out much, so
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
haven't had much pizza.
Oh my God.
Hubby
What about
gonna
ice
be
cream?
proud.
No.
Sounds like a healthy summer.
Yeah, Andrew and I met just before the summer started.
Oh.
We were both on day 2 of a win. I don't remember
Race
what the
to
buy-in
60?
was, 800? 6, I can't remember. Something like that.
Well, things have drastically changed here for Lamar. She was the short stack for quite some time, and now all of a sudden, all eyes on Burkhart, who makes it 60K with the King 4 suited. Sanders going to defend her big blind. Jack 9-8 on the flop. Sanders again with the
45?
goods, flopping 2 pair. Burkhart continues for 45K, not knowing how much trouble she's already in. And Sanders again with a quick check raise. Sanders is playing a style where she has no sort of room for patience or trickery. She plays straightforward, wants to get that value, wants to build the pots right away. Of course, we have the benefit of seeing the cards, but there are quite a few situations so far where she could have perhaps kept her opponent in the hand, perhaps induced some bluffs, and made some more money.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, all the players have played really, really well. There's just something called variance, you know, or at least as it pertains to Jackie Burkhart, things have not worked out in her favor, whereas if you flip over to someone like Deng, things have worked out in her favor. As it pertains to Sanders, I feel like she's been quiet, even though she's down to the final four. I feel like the other players have kind of made more noise, and here we go.
Yeah, Burkhart announced, here we go.
Kind of cute.
All in for 95K with
It's live.
Queen 5 of spades.
It's all dressed up.
Could be worse, as she's up against the
Let's just
King
hold.
Jack
That's all
of
we want to do is hold.
Shamica Lamar.
Yeah. Neither one of us have to match.
Are we going to see our fourth place finisher, or will Burkhart find a way to survive? And we see Ace Queen 8. Burkhart taking the lead, pairing her queen.
You want it?
Can we get a 10? Or
Yeah, 10
Lamar
king.
looking for a 10.
So
Instead, we see a queen.
10 only.
And now a 10 and a 10 only will send Burkhart to the rail. River card is the king of spades. Despite hitting a pair, Burkhart, excuse me, Lamar losing this one, and Burkhart with a smile, finally able to celebrate a little bit. But boy, oh boy, has her day gone in the opposite direction. But at least she's still in the hunt.
I'm orange chips again, so.
And as long as you're in it,
wow.
you can still win it.
Yeah.
Try it, ladies. You needed to be in there.
Yeah.
You would have did it.
I'm going to go to sleep. I'll let you guys know.
And then the king comes on the river, right? It's like, don't even bother.
Burkhart still by far and away the shortest stack. We're playing 15K, 30K, so
I'm all in.
she's on 7 big blinds, and from the small blind, she's going to shove. What hand should Deng be calling with here? You know, if we're thinking of, or if we're facing a 7 big blind shove.
Queen Jack off, Jack 10 suited. Probably any ace, yes, of course. Some halfway decent kings I think you can call with too.
It's your guys' turn to take someone.
I tried. I just tried.
Okay, I'll take someone out.
Okay. Good thinking.
I did my part. Tried.
You could go down in history, though, and take everyone out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just me last then. If you're going to do that. If you're going to do history.
You're small ball.
I am small.
And there it is. Burkhart finds herself a pair of aces. If anyone deserves aces at this final table, it's Burkhart. She's been trying to make it happen. Things have not gone in her favor. Let's see if she can find some action.
I'll let you go.
Deng with a very animated playing style. Lamar now with Queen 10 in the big blind. Having to call only 30K. She might be tempted here to see a flop.
145.
Oh, hello. How about a 3-bet? Burkhart. Burkhart moves all in. There we go.
How much more?
For 295.
It's like 295, I think.
Cannot say I'm a fan of this 3-bet from Lamar. You know, just call. Burkhart is likely strong coming in with a non-all-in raise this short, right? Sub 10 bigs. So you can just call. try and connect with something before you ultimately get your money in. And when you're faced with a jam like this, you really are priced in, but you also hate it, given the strength that Burkhard is showing, given what your stack size is.
So if I call, he'll be ahead of me, right?
So Lamar puts in the 3-bet. Donnie, when you make a move like this, should the thought
How much
prior
did I
to
say?
making it always be,
145?
what do I do
Okay,
if
I
and
owe
when
5.
I get shoved on?
Yeah, I mean, you should always be planning
good
for future action or future streets. Now, she correctly does give it up there in the end, right? But she didn't need to lose the extra 100K or whatever it was by 3-betting there. A hand like Queen 10 is good enough to just flick in that extra little bit to call from the big blind, see a flop. Hopefully you flop really well, and then you can proceed from there. And if you whiff, if it comes 7-5 deuce, you can just comfortably check fold, and you only committed an extra 30K to the pot.
Well, Burkhart now without showdown, back up to 485.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm thinking. Sorry.
Okay.
Didn't know how much I have, so it was.
Accidental out of position fold there for Deng, who thought the action was on her. Burkhart, however, first to act.
I'll raise to 60.
And she's going to get right back to it, raise to 60,000. Sanders strikes me as the player that might just want to give Burkhart the action because she doesn't want to allow her to run over the table, and that's exactly what happens. Queen 7-3, 2 clubs. Sanders, excuse me, Burkhart thinking, well, I've tried this C-bet business versus Sanders so many times now without success. I'm just going to slow this thing down and attempt the same thing on the turn. And there we go. So despite her short stack, Burkhart still seemingly the table captain.
Yeah, and climbing up, and the result that we've seen from those two hands is exactly why, if you're Lamar, you don't want to 3-bet that hand like you did with the Queen 10, because now you are the short stack.
Little glance it over at the big screen. 117 total entries, 4 remaining. Paddling for this prize pool of $257,000. You can see the top 4 spots on your screen right there. Pay jumps are getting large right now. We'll go from 19K to 28 to 43 to 67. 4 players in the hunt for the top prize.
Dirty diaper, I'm a net.
And accidental card exposure.
I'm a net.
Thanks. It's almost a birthday.
Second one.
Second
Once again,
one.
please
Now you owe me one. I
hit
gave
that like
her
button,
one,
subscribe
she
to the
gave
channel.
her one. Boom.
Your turn. Your turn.
Yeah.
Not a giver, you know me. I'm a taker, not a giver.
Beanie, bully.
If you're scared of me, you can just fold.
She ain't never scared. That's a scare.
Raise the 70.
Dang tries to shut down Burkhart's limp, but she's going to come along and make the call. We see Queen 7-5, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Ace high versus King high.
125.
Dang continues with the theme of betting when she doesn't have it, and this time it's going to work.
I'm a taker.
Cocktails for the final table is
green tea, honey lemon.
And thank you.
There was a time where the final table players would enjoy a beverage or two, but everyone locked in and focused. Green tea on order. Of course,
Raise to 60.
Donnie, you and I both have memories of Scotty Wynn calling for cocktails.
Oh, yes.
Every single hand.
Oh, yes.
Men the master, spitting out his beer all over the table.
She's so cute.
Not anymore.
What's her name?
Not anymore.
Your
friend. Who? Oh, Jessica?
Jessica. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's.
Burkhart comes in for 60K with Jack 10.
45.
Lamar defends her big blind. And again, I just want to emphasize this. The pace of play has been extraordinary. Burkhart, less than a second before that C-bet hit the table.
Speed of selling.
See, there you go. Even Lamar pointing it out. The speed with which Burkhart plays,
I didn't hit.
perhaps a bit intimidating. And from 245,000 back up to 640 now. Burkhart grinding her way back into this thing. Here's a look at the trophies up for grabs. The Ladies International Poker Series providing their own trophy along with the classic Venetian Lion.
I'm all in.
And now Lamar's turn to go all in, shoving with King 4, and Sanders, as we can see, looks down at 7 deuce. So that's not going to go anywhere.
Nice in.
Even though Deng is the chip leader, she's
Away.
the most conservative, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, she's clearly just playing the cards that she's dealt, which is fine.
Thank you.
If she wanted to, she could certainly just get in there and get aggressive, yes, but
Dustin's back.
doesn't appear to be her MO.
Dustin back in the box. As you can hear the buzz inside the poker room every time that door opens, which just goes to show how the vibes and the atmosphere at the Venetian poker room are just second to none. If you're Dang, Donnie, are these the types of hands where you're just going to go and get aggressive with?
I think you can probably start getting aggressive with anything that has
You
a
got
high
it.
card in it that's going to block your opponents from having those types of premium hands. So maybe some queens, not all queens, but a fair amount more kings, and then pretty much every ace. You can really just start opening
Yes, you can put
and
it
applying
right
pressure
there.
to your opponents.
This one is.
They can't afford the music rights, so we don't get music.
I know. I was
in
just gonna
there.
say it's probably because the stream they can't have it.
Yeah. I think you sang too many lines of that. They're gonna have to
Well, they're gonna bleep me.
bleep you.
Trust me, it will happen. Well, actually not the bleeping, but the copyright strike, it will happen. If you sing well enough, we can get shut down. Funny little side note, I've seen that happen once or twice. Good thing neither Donnie and I are singers.
65.
Wow, 65. Shit. All right.
$65 from Sanders. Deng makes the call with 8-5. Jack 10 deuce, 2 spades.
Okay.
Continuation bet from Sanders is going to get it done. Charmaine Brown asking, what does LIPS stand for? Ladies International Poker Tour. Excuse me, Poker Series. Please find them on their own website and in the Facebook group, as alluded to earlier by Lupe Soto, who joined us at the start of the stream. A lot of credit goes out to Lupe for putting together these events.
Is it bleeding?
Bleeding on the card.
We got a bleeder.
Oh, we got a paper cut.
Are you going to show us your one-handed dealing technique? Or
We do not want to get blood on that beautiful felt. Donnie, blood on the cards is a very peculiar way of marking the cards. Donnie.
I mean, listen, poker's a contact sport. What can you say?
Exactly.
You can put your 15 and give me put 15.
Action folds over to Burkhart.
Oh,
and
raise to 60.
as we know, she is all about the aggression. You would almost think that Burkhart is a chip leader based on the style of play.
That's
right. Relief.
We're going to be heads up in
Yeah.
no time.
Justin's like, oh, I cut myself. I can't deal.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about spending more.
No, I'm just teasing you.
Another good
45?
flop here for Deng against Burkhart.
45.
Dang, just with the call, as we've seen quite a few times now when she does have the goods. Again, continues to check. I wonder if Burkhart has picked up on that, and she does decide to check back. 3 of diamonds on the river gives Deng the check mark again. And Burkhart saves the ammunition for a better time.
I felt beat.
Deng's had everyone beat for the most part today.
Upcoming shows here from Venetian, Las Vegas. June 29th, we got a final table of the $1,600 Ultimate Stack, and then a couple of cash games, July 2nd and July 9th. 100, 200 is are the stakes for the cash game. Buy-in is $20K minimum, hosted by Jean-Robert Blonde and Brian Oaken for those two.
You act like you weren't here to deal all that mayhem.
I started the man.
James got most of them. First James.
75 race.
Not gonna look.
Nice. Good. Twice.
Walk it out.
Yeah.
I have it now.
Very nice. Oh, me? Like I told you, if I raise, because it's good. Otherwise, I just call. Just for you, though.
Nice. But no walks.
Big one?
Oh.
Big one.
Big one. Sorry.
All it.
On.
Feel it, but beautiful.
What was that, 8-5 of diamonds?
Yeah.
Is that your lucky trash?
She like 9-7.
I'm
She
lucky
like.
with trash. I'm
Yeah.
telling you. I flop
No,
it.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I've seen some of it.
You didn't see all of it, but yeah.
We all have our favorite lucky trash, I think.
You guys play any of the 8s yet?
I don't.
Like 8s?
Oh yeah, we've been playing that. It's the table nuts. She had one. I can't believe she folded one of the table nuts.
It's going to be the final hand.
Let's see if I get it this time.
Here.
Thank you.
Another walk.
Wow.
Just this time.
I think everybody gave everybody a walk now.
Yeah.
She gave her 2.
Ace 10 here for Burkhard onto the gun.
Raise to 60.
Raise 60.
Sanders finds King Jack in the big blind. She makes the call. King 7 deuce, couple of diamonds.
Again, Donnie, the theme of Sanders outflopping Burkhart continues. 5 of clubs on the turn after it goes check, check.
75.
And Burkhart perhaps letting off the gas a little bit and seemingly the right approach because bluffing has not really worked that well.
Coming back. Yellow, yellow.
Thank you. Got a Band-Aid?
So look here at Tirza Sanders' stats. 1.6 million in front of her, a VPIP of 27%. She's been involved almost equally to both Lamar and Deng, but Burkhard, boy oh boy, her VPIP of 42% makes her by far and away the most active player at this final table. Sanders, however, more than 4 times the chips.
80.
It's going to take quite a bit for
Oh, already?
Yeah.
Burkhart to get
Just
back
another
into this
5.
thing.
Yeah.
Another 5?
Yeah.
All in?
Burkhard with the shove, ace-5 offsuit.
Good, good, good.
Deng, who's been
Saved
rather
us.
conservative, raises the ace-deuce of hearts and has to let it go.
Portland Meadows, if anyone's watching, Debbie's here waving at me.
Shout out to Debbie on the rail, peeking through the glass into the aquarium. That is the Venetian Poker live streaming room, as you can see. The tables in the back all filled up. It's a action-packed Tuesday here in Las Vegas. Appreciate you all for watching and playing, supporting both PokerGo and Venetian Poker Live. And Lamar now finds ace-5. She's going to put together a raise here. Burkhart finds a real hand with pocket 7s. We could see a clash between the two short stacks, and Burkhart moves all in with pocket 7s.
All right.
And look at this. Lamar lets go. Burkhart takes this one down.
Nice bet.
Thank you.
I should have did it first.
Sometimes that's how it goes. First one to shove has the advantage. Sanders lets go of ace deuce here, four-handed. Perhaps a bit on the conservative side. Could be an opportunity to pick up some chips, but instead actually folds to Deng, who has king five. Looks like she's gonna go after the big blind.
Double bet is like that, right?
Scaring me with all that.
I have to remember.
Should have ripped that last hand. I messed up there. I should have ripped that last hand.
So this is
Lamar not happy with herself, but we know that ace five would have been a dog versus pocket sevens. Once again, much love to everyone in the chat, everyone watching. If you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're four-handed. The final four women in this event guaranteed just shy of 20K. Pay jumps definitely significant here now. We go from 20 to 29 to 43 to 67,000 for the winner.
I gave a walk. Walk.
That's how you do it.
And another walk for Sanders.
Intimidation factor.
Or the cards are not good. Yeah. Well, that was my first bloop. But I've seen it.
Sanders now perhaps tempted to give a walk of her own, and she does. Dang, still with the overwhelming chip lead, 3.2 million in front of her. 56% of all the chips in play, as we are four-handed. What do you think, chat? Can anyone overcome the massive chip lead that Dang has currently? With their powers combined, they wouldn't even match her stack at this point.
Come on.
And here comes Lamar. Ace deuce, enough to go all in. And Sanders looks down at king queen, facing a 7 big blind shove.
305.
Sanders goes into the tank, running the numbers, deciding whether she thinks that king queen is enough to call it off with. Does have to contend with the idea that Burkhard and Dang are still left to act behind her. And that's going to ultimately push her to let this one go.
Really?
From the big blind, she would have likely just made the call, I'm sure.
I don't want to be the one to take you out. Here we go.
Show nice.
Yes. Yeah.
And
I was
Lamar
in the big blind.
picks it
I
up.
would've looked you up, but
You got ace?
no.
No.
Ace.
Nah, ace she called.
She would never fold
snapping.
ace. No,
She's snapping.
I had king queen. Yeah. So I thought you'd probably have an ace there. At the best, I'm flipping. If I was in the big blind, I would have called because no one's behind
Right.
me.
Yeah,
If you call and I don't have better than 10s, I would not. I would just let you.
So she's small. And I'm yours. Okay. Too dangerous. I'm trying to give you chips.
Dang now at ace deuce. It's going to attack Lamar's big blind. She looks on a jack 10. Shoving territory here, perhaps, with Jack 10.
I think just call here. I mean, the hand's certainly good enough to be able to play in position here. It's only a min raise, so you only have to commit another big blind. Getting a very, very good price here.
Pick a better spot.
If you do get called, if you jam and you get called, you're always going to be behind. So I think just call there. Try and realize some of that equity. I think folding there is not the way to go.
Well, Lamar still below 10 bigs. Burkhard, after an all-in survival, now on 16 bigs. Still hanging in there. Kruong Lee pointing out in the chat that Deng plays really passive when she's the chip leader, and that's something we've emphasized before. And obviously, it's all about what you're comfortable with, and Deng is just comfortable sticking to her style, which is understandable. Doesn't want to get too involved in complicated situations. But this does, however, open herself up to get run over a little bit as this thing gets more and more short-handed.
Let me just get one stack on orange. That's it.
Yeah.
I could play with that.
If you're Deng, Donnie, let's say you were Deng's coach and you guys were going on a break, would you advise her to stick to what she knows, or would you try to, play a bit more forceful, which could, force the action in her favor? Oh, wow. Excuse me, interrupted by the action here. Lamar all in with King Jack. Burkhart finds Ace King in the big blind.
Can we get a jack or some
And
diamonds?
I feel like your jack is coming. Don't worry, I'm not afraid to grind too big.
Diamonds just to make it exciting.
Yeah.
Mika Lamar, a fan favorite in the chat,
Nice hand to Mika.
sees her tournament life at stake.
Sorry, Mika. I'm sorry. Well, I deserve
No,
to
you're
lose
fine.
for that.
You're fine.
King Jack of Diamonds looking for some help.
If anything, it was fun.
Mika still with
right?
30%.
Diamonds.
Here comes the flop.
Oh,
Oh, diamonds come out.
Come on, one more diamond. Let's get it.
No good.
Let's get it.
No, we don't. We just need no diamonds.
Diamond just manifest that by saying that.
Diamond or jack.
Back on, standing up.
Burkhart doing all the things.
Diamond or jack.
6 of clubs on the turn.
It's a sweat. It's always a sweat, right?
Tell me.
Lamar looking for a diamond or a jack. And
Diamond
Burkhart
or
can't
jack.
watch. She doesn't want to see it. 27% for Lamar.
Yeah,
Will it
you're
come
good,
in?
you're good.
And it does not.
Nice.
A 4 on the river secures the win here for Burkhart.
Yeah.
And
I
Mika
can't- I
Lamar,
can't be mad at that.
with
so.
all the support in the
Good
world
playing with you, ladies.
in our live chat.
I'm sorry I called you the wrong name.
No, you're
Got
fine.
excited.
You're fine.
Mika.
Mika will depart collecting $19,849, which is a very nice result here in the
right,
Lips
good luck.
High Roller. We're down to the final 3. Burkhart, Sanders, and Deng will battle it out for the top prize of
Right.
$67,846.
Right.
And here we are looking at the current standings. Burkhart's still the short stack, but she'll be feeling really good about grinding her way into three-handed play, especially given the roller
Yeah.
coaster she's been
Did y'all
on.
see the hand?
Great job.
Y'all didn't see the
Great
hand?
job.
Mika Lamar getting some applause as she exits the live streaming set. And now Burkhart, Sanders, and Deng duking it out, guaranteed $28,697. Donnie, given the passive approach from Deng, are you giving Burkhart a better chance than you normally would in this kind of chip scenario?
I definitely am now, given that she's back up to right around 1 million chips. You know, she's back off the short stack. She has a lot of playability now. All things considered, 25 bigs to work with. So she's just as dangerous as the other two players at the table. And I do think, you know, going back to your question before we saw that all in, if I was in charge of coaching Deng, I would push her a little. You know, you don't want to push someone so far that they're out of their comfort zone and they just, you know, they feel like a fish out of water,
right?
For lack of a better term. You know, they just don't know really how to act. But you can say, hey, hand like, you know, maybe with that ace deuce against Shamica where she's in the big blind, I'd probably just jam that, you know, don't give her the opportunity to play back at you or play in position against you. Maybe some other spots, there are some times when you can get a little bit more aggressive than you think. But again, just kind of like baby steps.
Well, Deng right now opting not to 3-bet the monster ace-queen. Sanders with that, flopping 2-pair with 9-8. Deng now, as she's done many a times, deciding to bet after not hitting it. Comes out with 100,000, and Sanders raising it up instantly to 250. Both players sticking to their playbook, sticking to what they've been doing.
Yeah, we've seen, like you said, we've seen Deng like bet when she doesn't have it, check or slow play when she does have it, and then for Sanders, we've seen her just be aggressive when she makes hands. Here, 2-pair, she's just going to check raise right away. Earlier, she had those trip sevens, check raise right away. Like she's not going to just slow down and play it slow. She's going to try and get the money in as fast as she can.
Oh, am I less rich than I think?
Little look here at the stats of our chip leader, Isabelle Dang. Down to 3 million after being up to 3.4 million not too long ago. Her VPIP of 29%, totally reasonable, but the preflop aggression could use a little bit of help. And I'm only saying that because that could really work in her favor given her large stack. Sanders with that recent, or with that most recent win, now up to 1.9 million.
This one, yeah.
King Jack for Burkhart.
I'm big blind.
Might as well be ace king to most people.
Raise to 80.
Given Burkhart's appetite for aggression. Sanders now looking down at Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind. Queen 8 deuce. Again, the flop in favor of Sanders. She'll look back on this final table realizing that she was on the right side of things quite a lot here. Burkhard continues for 65. Sanders makes the call. I'm just going to assume here that Burkhard shuts it down because she's been through this scenario so many times now.
225.
But I was wrong. This time Burkhard continuing for 225.
Could certainly see Sanders just opting now, given the chips that Burkhart has behind. Maybe she just puts this one in. She could also just check call, make sure you just keep all the bluffs in like we see Burkhart has here.
Sanders with some contemplation. Donnie, she might be considering a check raise here.
Yeah, I think both check raise and check call are on the table right now.
I'm all in.
And there is the jam.
Goes all in. Bad news for Burkhart yet again. But at least, I guess the bright side is here that the opportunity for her to go 3 streets here with King High is taken from her. She is left now with 535,000, and we welcome Jamie Kerstetter to the booth. I was expecting to see you today, but not right next to me. I was expecting you on this table.
That would have been nice, but it's nice to be here either way.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Jamie Kerstetter, ladies and gentlemen. joining us in the booth here as we are three-handed in the Lips Ladies High Roller. For all those in the chat, please let us know who you're rooting for as we are approaching the, I guess, awarding of the trophy. 2 trophies.
I think there's even 3 trophies.
3. Wow. Damn.
Even better.
Bring out more trophies. Why not? Jamie, I've asked this question to both Tommy and Lupe Soto, who were in here before, but how have you experienced the last couple of days at Venetian? Because seemingly the women have completely taken over the poker room.
Yeah, it smells better. It's a lot chattier in there. No, it's great. It's always refreshing to play Ladies Week, and it's cool how many new big tournaments are popping up. This is the largest buy-in. Oh, actually second. 3K at Win, and then a 2,500 here. It's awesome.
Yeah, and totally smashing the guarantee. Great final table so far. I'm not sure how much you've seen of it so far, but the pace of play has been tremendous. Deng has been on an absolute tear, while your good friend Jackie Burkhart has been trying to force things, trying to make things happen, but things just not going her way.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. I mean, yesterday she was running everybody over. I only got to watch a little bit of the final table. I ran over and played tag team for a couple hours, but so I haven't seen the thrashing she's been given, but you know, 11 big blinds, still got a chance.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as we have observed these last 88 hands. Burkhart trying to force the action, just not getting the hands, or her opponents making hands on flop turn or river. But she's still in there. 455 at this stage of the tournament, still 11 big blinds as she faces a raise from Sanders. How well do you know Sanders and Deng? Have you played with any of them?
So I played with Deng all day yesterday, and Sanders I played with a few times, but I think she won actually the WPT World Championship Ladies last year.
Yes, she did.
Yes.
So a couple crushers.
It's been fun to watch this final table. It's Burkhart stepping away for a second here. Yeah, we are not heads up yet. Jamie, you of course hosted the ladies cash game that I was fortunate enough to commentate on, which was a ton of fun. Venetian just, you know, doing everything here to make women feel at home playing poker.
It's really awesome. I've worked with a lot of different casinos to bring meetup games. This is by far the most effort I've seen provided for us with the promotion they give. They add prizes and seats, and it's just really great being here.
Yeah, meetup game. That happened this morning.
Yeah.
Right. What was it like? What was the turnout like? And sort of, just describe the action.
It was good. We had 4 tables, which is really a lot for 9 in the morning.
Yeah, what poker players are awake at 9 in the morning? I'm surprised you agreed to that.
It was my idea. I'm a sick person these days. I didn't want to step on the toes of any of the other groups that had already planned their things. So I was like, yeah, 9 in the morning, there won't be much going on. And Venetia gave 2 $600 lip seats to the event today. So it's really nice. It's really great having Tommy in charge here, and he definitely has an interest in getting more women in the game.
So you were still awake at 9 in the morning?
No, I'm an old lady now. I'm up at 7 in the morning. Like, let's go. Where can I play a meetup game?
What has your summer been like so far? I know that we're sort of at that halfway point now where, you know, some players might start feeling a bit burnt out, perhaps take a few days off. Some might be on a bit of a hot streak and excited for what's to come.
I have been working a lot with WPT, so I've only played 2 WSOP events, 1 for 2, just crushing it. That min cash is really big for me. But yeah, I'm kind of just getting started. Ladies Week, couldn't avoid it. I love it. So
who's jumping into the 600 after this?
I already rescheduled my flight from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., so I'm out.
You're taking off?
Yeah, I work in the morning.
Oh.
I just got some news
Everybody
from...
says call in sick, but I'm a dental hygienist, and if I call in sick, they cancel all my patients.
Yeah.
So I really, really, really try to be actually sick.
Yeah, I get it.
Her best friend Angela said that Jackie's starting to get scheduled 3 days at a time only, so she's going to be playing twice as much poker.
Different jobs have different tolerances for that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
but it's really bad if I do that, so I don't do that.
Being sick in the context of poker definitely has 2 meanings. She's been playing pretty sick here at this final table.
Are you avoiding the poker people now that you got a little baby at home?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's been kind of interesting because to the people that know, well, I didn't have a baby, but my wife gave birth 24 days ago, and I wanted to be there for as long as I could to sort of get into a bit of a routine. And, you know, of course, being around hundreds of people playing poker probably also not the healthiest way to start things off. And our little guy had a bit of a rough start to it, spent some time in the NICU, so made me even more careful.
I'll keep my germs away from you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think we're smooth sailing now, but it has been kind of strange after 15 years of spending every single waking hour surrounded by poker. This summer I've sort of been on the couch, as I mentioned earlier, covered in puke and changing diapers, watching live streams, which has been a strange change of pace.
Sure.
I'm happy, though, to be back in action because there is definitely nothing like the summer in Vegas, and we have a lot of cool action still to come. So it's amazing that my wife is okay with me leaving the house for a few hours.
So we saw Sanders raise this flop, just kind of stepping in it right now with Deng with pocket kings. Don't think the turn 6 is going to help her slow down.
Yeah, Deng just flatted this out of the big blind to start things off, so her hand is certainly disguised. She opted to come with a lead on the flop, as Jamie said. Sanders came with a raise and got called.
Interesting styles clashing here, as Deng very much into slow playing, slow played her aces, which led to the biggest pot early on in this tournament. Now taking it easy with kings, and Sanders, from my perspective, still thinks she's going for value here, Donnie.
Yeah, I would agree. And from what you and I have seen so far at the final table, when Deng has bet, she hasn't had it, and when she's checked, she has had it. So on the flop, if she leads out, Sanders is probably feeling really good.
Well, Sanders gets saved by the ace on the river. Might have been more costly if that had been a low card. Deng with kings continues to get richer.
If we were in a club, I would have raised, but
Deng can do no wrong here at this final table. Rachel in the chat says, well, an action killer, that river card.
So there was no point.
Definitely. Cat Herder says, so happy to hear Remco again. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'll be back on the mic a few more times this summer. Carl is asking, Jamie, are you still in the tag team?
Yes. I made a little bit of chips for my partner. And then I ran out of there, and I'm making him play for many, many hours.
Who's your partner this year?
Corey Paget.
Oh, so you guys are going back to back? Or
last year he busted before I got to play. So he actually texted me. I was like, oh, I lost some chips right away. And he goes, it's okay. You've never busted us from this.
That's actually really funny.
Got him back, though. We have a really nice table.
The tag team event, always a spectacle.
It's the most fun I've ever had. It was funny also to be in the tag team and then lose heads up to Pads and Espen.
Right.
Where I'm like, the best poker players in the world, basically. I was like, what are you guys doing in my tournament? This is for peasants.
I still think that a tag team event should have sort of an Ironman style, no breaks at all.
There aren't.
There are no breaks?
Well,
there's day 2.
You bag for the night.
Right.
But yeah, no breaks all day. So I was like, hey, don't drink too much water. I'll be back later.
It'd be funny if there was like a night shift, you know, where they just played all through the night.
I like that idea. I think it's cool. It's harder to convince the floor people that it's a good idea, probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not as if their jobs aren't hard enough.
Yep.
Their days are not long enough.
Call.
Jackie with a nice hand in the big blind to defend, even on a short stack.
Yeah, and Donnie, given Deng's conservative approach, we got to give her credit for a strong hand here. And Burkhard flopping a flush. This might be a good chance for her to make some chips.
Got to get that card reader working first.
Well, the fact that Deng is betting to me signals that she doesn't have it. I'm just going to go with that reason.
She's got a black king jack.
Yeah.
Is what she's got.
Yeah, she bet rather large. She usually see people either check back monotone boards or bet like one big blind, but she went for 2.5.
I said 250.
Raise 250.
A face of check raise.
Check raise from Burkhard.
Check your
Oh, the reader having some trouble.
Oh.
Oh, all in from Deng and Burkhart.
Oh, no.
What?
Unreal.
No way.
Wow. All right. I had the ace of hearts.
What a disgusting cooler. Both players flopping the heart flush. And Jackie Burkhart is going to be eliminated in third place. What a turn of events here. A million chips in the middle. Burkhart probably thought she was on her way back into contention. But yeah, I mean, what can you do other than shrug?
That's brutal. Not like this, as Martin Cabral would say.
This, honestly, I know you got here a little late, Jamie, but this epitomizes Jackie Burkhart's day.
It's hard to knock her out.
Every single time today, she was just second best, second best, second best. It was a brutal watch.
Nice playing with you guys.
Nice playing with you.
Yeah, she's a really good player. She does not seem like a part-time
He's like a
poker
setup
player.
dealer, man.
It was like pulling teeth today for Burkhart to win a pot. She'll be on her way to the exit to collect $28,697. And Isabelle Dang, unstoppable, continues to rake in the pots.
Nice, cool.
It's unbelievable.
What
the
do you
hot
guys
streak
think?
she's been on.
There's 3 trophies. Just give her one for the road.
Here's a look at the chip counts as we head into heads-up play. 102 big blinds for Deng and 44 big blinds for Tirza Sanders. Given the style of play we've seen, Donnie, up until this point, how is Deng going to close this out? Because she's been rather passive.
Yeah, I mean, we know the drill. Heads up, you have to step a little bit outside the comfort zone for a lot of players. You can't just sit and hide. You're in every single hand. So I think Tirza Sanders, and we know she's been heads up in a big spot like this before, winning that ladies event last year over at the Win as part of the WPT. So she knows how to close, right? I would expect Sanders to come in here and be a little bit more aggressive, even though she is second in chips. And then Dang's going to have to make some plays. You can't just wait for the nuts and heads up, or you're going to get run over. It doesn't matter how big of a chip lead you have.
Blind levels are now going to be 30 minutes. We're still on the 20K, 40K level as it stands, but there is a lot of play left at this final table. As I mentioned, $67,846 for the winner, $43,251 guaranteed for second place. As we take another look there at the tournament clock. Deng versus Sanders for the 3 trophies and the big payout. What a way to close out this terrific event over at Venetian Poker Live. If you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and give us some predictions on who you think will take this thing down. And there it is. 1 trophy, 2 trophy, and there comes the lion. 3 trophies up for grabs.
Jamie, we're going to need an explanation for what this was.
Oh, yeah.
If you pair me and Angela Jordison on anything, you're going to get something like that. We just said it would be really funny to flash the live stream with a bunch of women playing. So we're like, we'll probably get banned, so we'll just make a picture where it looks like that's what we're doing.
Oh, it definitely looks like it.
It was funny, too, because we're making all this noise, and Jackie's still just, like, focused looking at the flop, and I was like, oh,
He
man.
has the lead, so.
Should we just go all in blind, like, until no, I'm joking.
Tirza's like, no, thank you. I think Tirza's got a lot more experience.
Yeah, Dang just testing the waters, see if it's time to gamble yet. Not only is there a lot on the line, both as far as trophies and cash go, it's also just the honor of being the champion and having that W on your resume. That has quite a bit of meaning as well.
Dang did write on her bio sheet that she started playing poker just 2.5 years ago.
I was going to say, so she has good instincts for sure. Played with her a whole lot yesterday. But the inexperience shows in some of the etiquette things, but she was completely innocent, not doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
But she'd just be like, oh man, I'm folding a big hand here, and it's like
Well,
a
they
4-way
did that
pot.
earlier.
I was like, no, don't say that.
Earlier, I think it was Jackie actually that jammed, or somebody jammed, and she was in the small blind, looked down at her hand. She had an ace. I think she had ace-7 or something, and she said, oh, the first one was really good.
Yeah.
And she folded. And Jackie was like, you know, you shouldn't really say that because it can tell the other person what you have.
That's what I mean. You can tell she's newer to poker, but not by like how she's playing. It's more the etiquette kind of stuff.
Well, Deng is adding, or is like almost like tripling her total career earnings. Her largest score to date was $9,000. She's going to get at least $43,000 here today.
Nice.
And her first live result dates back to January of 2023. So definitely, you know, quote unquote, new to the poker scene. Tirza Sanders has a 90K cash, winning that WPT Ladies Championship back in December. Her live results date back to 2018, so she's been around a little bit longer, and perhaps she will use that experience to her advantage during the heads-up phase of this event.
Race 95.
I wonder if Sanders has been getting some intel on the way Deng plays, on perhaps the breaks that we've had, because, Donnie, if she had gotten intel, the recommendation would be all-out aggression, just go, go, go.
Yeah, for sure. I think between these two players, if anyone's going to get any information, I think it would be Sanders. She might just be all out aggression anyway.
Dang, the only one with the diamond. He's open under as well.
It's nice to see Deng betting her
nice cards before the
draws here. Still on that 20K, 40K level. So patience definitely still a massive factor here. Sanders mentioning on her bio sheet her plan for the prize money is to play the WSOP main event. Well, she's made enough now to
4
comfortably
years, yeah.
do that. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Satellite in for 4 years. Good job.
4 buy-ins. Ready to go.
I kind of like her style right now that she's got piles of raises. She's got 3 95K stacks. Be cool if you start cutting out the 3 bets too, like I'm about to mess with you.
That's great, actually. Reminiscent of limit play, where you just, you know, put those bets down in increments. Poker is such a funny game. You play multiple days in a row, and then when it matters most, you're one-on-one, which you almost never get to do. It is such a outlier as far as studying goes, as far as your general approach goes, how much experience comes into play, perhaps nerves come into play because the lights are perhaps a little brighter when it's just you and one more opponent. Donnie, do you think that will affect either of these players?
I think if it affects anyone, it'll affect Deng, just because I think the experience lies with Sanders. We know she's been in this particular situation before, and even though, I mean, I know that it's just once for sure. I don't know if it is more, but from that WPT event. But even that, it's so hard to get to heads-up play, and it's such a different dynamic. Even from 3 to 2 is so different. So, you know, she has that experience under her. But for Deng as well, there's something to be said about kind of the innocence of it all. She doesn't know what she doesn't know, which could probably be very good in a lot of cases.
75.
Top pair here for Deng, and she's got Sanders doing the betting.
I was facing a couple of those min raises yesterday. Gotta tell you, they're pretty annoying.
From Deng? Yeah.
Yeah. Gets the job
Sanders
done.
out of the way. Yep.
That's good to see that Sanders doesn't get sticky just because the price looks right. It's easy to get tricked into spending more than you want in situations like this. Sean in the chat says, she don't miss. Deng has not missed today at all. That is correct.
That's a good strategy for heads up as well.
Oh,
just
yes.
have it all the time.
Very much recommended, absolutely. Christopher going back to the elimination of Burkhart. Nothing Jackie can do there. I mean, the cooler of all coolers, 3-handed flush over
That's
flush.
crazy. That's, yeah, that I don't even call that busting from a tournament, you're ejected from the tournament.
Forcibly removed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we need those.
Save those ones. You like them that much.
Little glance there at the action inside the Venetian Poker Room. The $600 75K guarantee ongoing as we speak. I want to say they crushed the guarantee on that one as well. Looked like a very, very packed room when I was just out there.
Good planning. This was a very well planned ladies' week for Venetia, and just a lot of activities and reasons to be here. It's actually funny though for the 2,500 to have happened now, because I'm looking forward to WSOP 1K, but it's like it's second place now. Like this is a really fun tournament to play.
What are you expecting for WPT in a couple weeks?
I don't know what numbers to expect.
Big?
I think it'll be
Huge?
big. I mean, tons of people are in town. Everyone's looking to get their money back from the summer. You know,
Yeah,
you get all the stuck
it
people.
does have
and
a
all
bit
the
of a summer
newlywed
saver
people.
type of feel
Yeah.
to it, you know.
Good timing for that.
Bellagio Cup vibes.
That's right.
Yep. Do you guys remember back in the day there was a Caesars 1K unlimited reentry?
Yes.
And
Oh,
it
yeah.
was like the consolation prize tournament. People would be
Yes.
in for like 8 bullets.
Yep. Yeah.
I was small blind too.
Everyone's over it at that point. And,
Yeah.
and by that I mean it's just light the rest of your bankroll
Exactly.
on fire and
Yeah,
try and get it all back.
Whether you lose 200 or 220, it doesn't really
Yeah.
make that much of a difference.
But you could win it all back.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. I think the numbers for this 5K should be really good, though. The timing's good, venue's good. There'll be satellites online from Gold, which is nice. A lot of live satellites, too, so could be really huge. Dang, once again, having it. Top pair again, and Sanders with enough to want to see a turn card.
The theme of this final table continues, and now trips for Deng. Sanders backdoor draws, grinding to a halt, left with just those overcards. Interesting to see that Sanders has taken off the shades for the heads-up portion.
Bet 150.
She's going to lead on this 10 turn for 150. And Deng just going to come along and let Sanders do the betting. River card is the 5 of spades. Let's see if Sanders wants to continue to apply pressure here. We know that that would be a disaster. She does decide to check. Left with only queen high. And a small bet on the river, 200 into 730. Deng going for value. Nothing there for Sanders, and she lets it go. Now down to 1.2 million. The rich get richer.
I like her style here with the 2 piles as well. She guys have too many chips, so I can't even. Need to take up more real estate.
Ariel in the chat asking, Jamie, will there be any ladies events during the WPT? This upcoming series?
I don't think so. Not during, well, not at the Venetian one, but in December again we'll have another ladies championship.
There you go.
Possibly televised too. We'll see.
Okay.
Race, 1 high.
Sanders right back to it, and Deng right back to catching cards. Pocket 6s. Donnie, smallish pairs in heads-up play, do we generally lean more conservative, or are those the type of hands that are good for some aggression as well?
I mean, she could have just put this in. Up to 30. I mean, you can get called by, obviously, overcards and whatnot. Some of it can be how comfortable you are playing post-flop with a hand like this.
Bet 1 high.
Very frustrating to be in Sanders' spot right now. You feel like you're getting run over, but you're facing a good hand every time.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do about it. But, you know, maybe you have friends filling you in on the delay. You find out that, okay, you've just been facing really good cards. But while you're in the moment, I can speak for experience, it hurts. You're just like, man, am I messing this up? Am I punting this tournament away?
And the funny thing is that, you know, patience is so important. But when someone always has it, you can reach that moment where you sort of quote unquote snap, and then it's just a matter of how good's your timing, right? Does she have it again, or is this the time you get away with it? And Deng, you know, ace-8 of hearts, again, finding the type of hand that you will gladly go to battle with in this heads-up scenario. And luckily for Sanders, she doesn't find something playable.
I feel like she's won 90% of the pots.
Yep.
If not more. Heads up here.
But she's also had it every time.
No, I
Yeah.
know, I know.
Heads up's pretty brutal like that. It's how you get Doug Polk losing to Eric Persson and having to drive her on a pink Beetle all summer long. You know, it's just it is tough. Like, I think even the best players in the world, what are they, about 60-40 at most when you're like 40 bigs deep heads up?
Sanders now dipping below $1 million for the first time at this final table. It's been smooth sailing for her all the way up until heads-up play, but Isabelle Dang is just unstoppable right now.
Noticed in this 2500 a lot of younger women playing.
Oh,
it's
wow.
really cool. It's been a while since I've like not recognized people. I was like, I thought I knew all the women. It's like there's a lot of mid-20s ladies starting to play.
Did
It's
you
pretty cool.
get a sense of their story, how they ended up there, whether they're full-time players or perhaps just recreational?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Believe it or not as much chatting as you'd think sometimes. Some people are just head down playing poker. So I'm not sure all their stories, but it was nice to see. And I'm like wondering if they're playing online again or what the deal is, like what's bringing new women in. But
I'm so disappointed you didn't have a survey ready to sort of
Next time.
find out where everyone came from.
A rare moment. Sanders out flopping Dang, middle pair.
Bet 1 high.
Wouldn't be folding just yet with 3 hearts.
Call.
Sanders just hoping to be able to win one. Any pot, just stop the bleeding. And the heart on the turn,
That's a
giving
fun card.
trips to Sanders. Now, Donnie, if you're Sanders here, do you perhaps size up a little bit?
I don't think you need to go too crazy. I mean, the heart draw is present, yes, but it's not as connected on this board, so I like this right around half pot. I think it's fine. I mean, I think you do want to charge hands like this, of course. You don't just want to give them really free, cheap cards. Let's see how hot Deng is.
Not hot enough.
I saw red, and
Me
I was
too,
like,
and I was like,
I was
well-
like, hold on.
I was already like making plans. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll see you guys later.
Queen on the river gives Sanders a full house. And
Oh.
Dang comes with the lead. Wow.
425.
425 is the bet. Sanders only has 590 left. And perhaps the very first misstep of this entire final table for Deng
I'm all in.
comes at this moment in time where she's going to double up her opponent during heads-up play, or at least just shy of that. Wow. This hand got out of hand. And Deng lets it go. Sanders up to 1.8 million, and just moments after I said she's dipped below $1 million for the first time, she practically doubled up. Now sitting on 1.8 million, and this is back to being anyone's game right now.
Also feels good mentally. You know, you get some of that momentum swinging back in your favor. It really has been all Deng so far in this heads-up match and for the large majority of the final table. So just pulling in a nice pot there if you're Sanders, being like, okay, this isn't getting away from me. I got it.
If you're just tuning in, heads up in the Lips Ladies High Roller. $67,846 up for grabs for the winner. If you're enjoying the coverage, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. very much appreciate you all for tuning in. We got Jamie Kerstetter in the booth with us. If you have questions for her, please drop them into the chat.
I have one.
What's up?
Do you think we could start seeing more ladies high roller tournaments?
Definitely.
Like at the World
turnout.
Series, for example. Like I know they've installed a seniors high roller.
Sure.
You know, like could you start seeing like maybe a 5K, maybe a 10K, something like that?
Could be. I kind of like the price point they have right now, just because the satellites are like reasonable buy-ins for even like women who are casual. But I like this 2,500. Win had a 3K. I think even just having more ladies 1Ks. I think there was a fear that if you had a higher buy-in, you just wouldn't get the turnout. But this is pretty good. There are so many $200 ladies events. I'm like, they're just not exciting for a lot of people. They don't feel like there's value in it, playing very long to try to win just a few $1,000s. So it's nice to have these.
Meanwhile, we've arrived at the turn. No action to report on. Sanders now going to take a stab at this. And this is interesting to me. Deng, who, by all accounts, not the most experienced player, does decide to recognize a moment like this to pump up the action, which is really surprising to me, and it's cool to see.
Thank you.
I got a question for you as well, Jamie. I think it was Jackie Burkhart who made a reference to enjoying some karaoke in her downtime. What is your favorite non-poker activity during the poker summer in Las Vegas?
That's a great question.
Well, you think about it while I read this off here. Isabelle Dang up to over 4 million again. Her VPIP solid, basically tied with Sanders. Her aggression going up a little bit, which is good to see. But back to the important stuff.
Sometimes I play soccer. This year I'm not, but that would be it. In previous years, I played the World Cup of Vegas, where they have the soccer teams for each country. That would be my favorite. Sometimes rock climbing, but been working a lot this summer for WPT, so I'm not doing a lot of fun stuff. Every time I'm sneaking out, I'm playing some kind of poker if I can.
Right.
Yeah. How about you? What do you got going on? Just procreating?
Making bottles of formula,
Mm-hmm.
running the laundry.
Nice, nice.
Very big into changing diapers lately. Getting quite good at that. I've recently learned how to hold the baby with one hand and use the other hand to get stuff done.
Nice.
I'm showing this to Jamie, which makes no sense to you guys at home. the baby face down with my pinky and my thumb holding onto the jaw, sort of laying like this with the back on the arm. Very, very useful, Donnie. I'm sure you know the technique.
Yes.
Have you ever done two like that?
I mean, now it's like you might just grab them by an ear and pick them both up. It just doesn't matter anymore. You have the first kid, you're like crazy. You're going in their room every 30 minutes, making sure they're breathing. Slowly that, goes away. Then you have the second kid, it's just nothing matters anymore. You're like, yeah, whatever.
How many times have you been headbutted by your child?
Oh, all the time.
It's insane.
Headbutted, bit, everything. Really is everything.
I wear a necklace, and it's happened on numerous occasions. The necklace went flying off because the death grip of the infant would not let go. Never a dull moment. Shout out to babies.
If you're watching, thank you.
If you're watching, babies, shout out. Back in the day, prior to this year, one of my favorite things to do during like non-poker activities would be on like a 110-degree day when there was not a lot going on, catching like a matinee movie at a movie theater, sitting in the cool darkness, eating 4,700 calories worth of popcorn, and just having a bit of a relaxing time.
Sounds nice right about now.
Weather's been good the past week.
Yeah.
It was hot for a few, like scorching hot for a few days, which we obviously have come to know a bit too well.
It's back up to 111 on Monday, Donnie.
Oh, great. Can't wait. I'll just find a casino to bury myself into,
It's always about 62 degrees in there.
Right. Cool and dark. 100K from Sanders here. Deng makes the call with 10-9. Ace 3-7, 2 clubs. Not much for either player. Aggression might be decisive here.
It's fun to be in the tag team when you're somewhere else. Because
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's like passive income, you know? I'm like,
There
oh,
you
we
go.
make some chips. And then also Corey's so insane, he might just be like, out. You know, like he's fun to tag team with because I'm a very reasonable, like my graph will be like slightly uptick all day and his will just be like roller coastering, so.
To some people, that could be seen as frustrating.
Oh, I like it.
Where you're just peacefully grinding and then you hand it over and it's just gone.
I've accepted my fate here. It's like I think it's fun to have a partner who's like wild because you just might come back to like 200 big blinds one time, you know.
Yeah, and if your opponents don't change players, they can really throw them for a loop.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good
he
point.
tagged me in the year that we got second. Tagged me in when we had 3 big blinds. He just got a horrendously bad beat. And I was like, I'll get in there for the 3 big blinds. He went outside and came back and I had like 20. And he's like, what happened?
There you go.
I was like, I don't know. They fold to girls.
Well,
I mean, they got to stop doing that. The girls are getting too good at poker.
I agree with
you can't just be folding to them all the time.
You know, agree.
Sanders comes with 340 here, and Deng tosses 10-6 into the muck. And, you know, 3-betting, as much as you'd like to do it with a good hand, can sort of unlock quite a bit here for Sanders. We have not seen her 3-bet. This is something that during heads-up play definitely needs to be utilized, because if you're just playing flops or playing hands to showdown, you're just going to basically be figuring out who gets the best cards. And that is not an easy way to win.
Yeah, Deng definitely takes little spots post. Like we've seen very small check raise bluffs and stuff like that. And I mean, it's going to be very profitable heads up if the other player is not doing that and also not catching cards. Got to give a shout out to Lupe Soto, who runs the Lips Tour. They do a lot of stuff right. They handed out snack bags to everyone yesterday with like 30 players left. And then also just obviously providing extra trophies, stuff that you just wouldn't expect. She also got jackets made for everybody at the final table today. I was like, listen, if you would have told me that yesterday, I'd play a little tighter, you know? I didn't know I was going to bubble a jacket. But I just think she's doing a lot of things the right way to grow women in poker, and I really appreciate her.
Yeah, shout out to Lupe Soto, who started the stream with us. So if you want to listen in on what she had to say, go back to the start of the stream whenever. I know we can see that Deng has the better king, but these are spots from my perspective where I would love to see Sanders just 3-bet. Just continue to ramp up the aggression. You can always back off if you get the resistance, but
yeah, the big card, little card combos are pretty attractive for that.
And now, instead of having initiative, she's trying to flop something, which, of course, extremely difficult. And Deng takes this one down. And we're sort of treading water here until we see the next big hand.
Still deep, though. Anybody's game, 40 big blinds deep.
I would guess Sanders probably feels that she wants to play small ball against Deng.
Right.
But I feel like Deng she looks pretty comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
So I might try and, if I was advising Sanders, I would say, hey, maybe like let's just start ramping it up. See if you can get her out of this comfort zone is basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I agree. Deng kind of looks like she's like 60 BPM.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
moment of her life.
Well, she wrote on her bio sheet she's an AI consultant. Donnie, do we know
She might be AI.
whether she is
She's
AI?
She might just be a robot. That's why she's so just even the whole time.
Right.
We need to go in there and check her pulse.
No pulse detected.
So this is like if ChatGPT played poker.
Right. Maybe Sanders should try to change the prompt and say, play worse, please.
You're one of those that say please to ChatGPT.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, just in case the robots come to kill us.
I'm
he's like,
100%. I say please and thank you. If they ever come back to get us, they're gonna be like, no, that guy was nice to me.
He
Okay.
was cool. Yeah, like they give you what you want, and you're like, thank you. You're doing an excellent
I say,
job.
good morning! Exclamation point.
just today, I was running some numbers on a little side project that I was working on, and the math was off the second time that I gave it a prompt, and I said, I'm so sorry, but the first time you ran the numbers, you gave me this number, and now you gave me that, and I just got to keep these overlords on my side.
You can change some settings in ChatGPT to like make it act certain ways.
Yeah.
So I changed it to be more direct and firm with me.
Yeah.
And it's like mean.
Oh, wow. Is it calling you an idiot for asking certain questions?
It's like, that's not that good. Why don't you do it this way? I'm like, oh, okay.
Wow.
Man, Sanders finally flopping something really good here with the gut shot to the straight flush and a pair.
And she gets Deng to bet. Definitely sort of in line with Deng's style. When she doesn't have it, she's a lot more aggressive.
And Sanders has been taking these spots and just straight check raising right away, all throughout the final table. She's done it with trips, with 2 pair on flops. And here again, just coming right with the check raise immediately. Not going to waste any time.
Yeah, I feel like Sanders has check raised at least 4 or 5 times at this final table, every single time with the goods.
Missing a diamond.
Almost on break.
Just about 2-1 now.
Now, when you play a tag team, are you actively talking strategy, or are you guys just, just
The reason
do your thing?
we're together for 3 years is because we don't talk about poker very much.
That's good.
He's a better player. I will ask him here and there when there's a spot. Like I'll screenshot a spot from playing on my phone, like to ask about later. But we probably talk about poker like 10 minutes a day at the most. So like he'll tell me if he plays a cool spot or something, or if I need to know something about something at the table. But like no, it's I have fully bought into rec player status. It's wonderful. Having a job is not terrible, I'm telling you. It makes poker so much more fun when I get to play.
I've always said this, poker is the best hobby.
Mm-hmm.
So much fun to just play poker when there's no immediate pressure.
Very difficult full-time job.
Oh, yeah.
I've experienced it for many years, and I loved it while I was doing it, but it can be very stressful when you feel like you need to play poker. Like, you could just not feel great, and you're like, well, I got to pay rent, time to play poker, and it does suck the fun out of it.
It doesn't matter how good you are either. You know, you could be the best player all the time in a field. You can be playing A+, but the game can just tear it all down.
Yep.
Meanwhile, arrived on the river after a pre-flop raise and a bunch of checks. Sanders now with 7-8.
All right, if you're going to bluff here, you got to make it big against a sticky player, so... Yeah, it's tough, man. I was having flashbacks from yesterday. Deng is very sticky.
I mean, if you're Sanders and you just see her immediately start counting out the chips, just like,
You're
again?
well, yep.
The 9, good there for Deng.
Yeah, the adjustment I would make against Deng is just value betting very heavy, because it almost seems like a binary decision of like, I'm calling or I'm not.
All right, we're going on a little break here before heads-up play resumes. Chip stack's basically unchanged from when heads-up play got underway. We'll be coming back to 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. My name is Rem Korinkama, Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth, and joined by special guest Jamie Kerstetter. We'll see you all in about 15 minutes. Top of those drinks, and we'll see you in a bit.
And there's a, yeah.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please.
Yeah.
Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in.
Don't mess with Brittany, bro.
77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot here.
Please don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8. No 8, Brittany. Please. No. Just no 8.
A jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No 8,
JRB.
no 9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No 8, 9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
bad
outs
card.
being mixed there. The 6-7, 2
Hearts,
hearts,
two
and
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7, 8, 4.
Every hand's
Now you got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
sixes.
For JB to split it.
Oh.
Six outs.
Jack's dead.
Jack's out.
No jacks.
You can hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left. Lots of jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Oh, spades,
Lots
not
of
gonna do
jacks
it.
left.
Okay, chop it.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
Black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
What
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a
Not
couple
even
small
my
bluffs
worst
through,
quiz
but
I've
now he's
ever
got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly. Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That was crazy.
And Isaac looks interested.
You had a spade.
I had 9 that hand. I had 9 that
And I had a spade. How about
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter with that look in his eyes.
They got the flush. They got the flush.
Like I'm coming after you.
The full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in there.
33. 33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay, okay.
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in
Dang.
32,000.
Peter-
Easy one
Peter-
for Isaac here.
Peter just gets the action, doesn't
JRB knows he's...
He's
he
at
knows
one.
he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
Why, you have a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice.
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle.
Ooh, I know.
JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, jack.
Okay.
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand,
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah. Yeah.
First flop, let's see it. And there's the
Ooh.
diamonds.
Wow.
When
King
you
of
run it
diamonds.
twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
Yep.
That's not good for you.
Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free roll on this hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
I always,
No, it's.
You said ace.
I don't mean.
Can he do
still
it twice?
Aces, that's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good. I'm very happy. Gauching with the chop.
Chopper.
Chopper gauching. Chopper gauching.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Ace!
Oh,
my
oh,
gosh.
come on, dealer. What's
Oh,
this?
man.
Bullshit. Okay, never come back Venetian again. The host of the game, that's how we run.
JRB with the miracle pull.
Unlucky, unlucky.
How's that
Wins 2 boards with
What
ace
happened
queen
to
versus
JRB of old
kings.
that used to always get all the bad beats?
Well,
Now
oh
I'm the
my
lucky
God.
fucker.
We got ace-3 of clubs checking in the straddle, so there's a lot of formidable hands here going to the flop.
But it's quitting
Is there a quit button in there?
Jack 7-6, PP flopping the nut flush draw. We got Isaac bottom end of the open-ended. Jack top pair for Nick. Once again, lots of customers here potentially.
Yeah, multi-way pots. You got to just tread carefully. That's my best advice. Tread carefully.
Well, no care enacted as PP makes it 13,000 immediately. Action back on Isaac.
So here Isaac, when he bet on the button, it's like, yeah, I have an up and down straight draw. You have a 5 high. Maybe I just want to try to win the pot. But when you're up against all these people and you don't have much else to go with it, you might just want to have checked. But he gets check raised here, and now he's going to see the turn. And he's got decent equity, but he's not going to feel comfortable unless he hits a straight. A 4 or 5 is not going to feel good.
Wow, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, say wow again.
Wow.
Because this is a huge card. Because PP's not slowing down here. PP check raise the flop as a bluff, right? So he's just going to keep blasting. And look at Isaac's poker face here.
24,000 is the bet. Isaac has 112 left on the turn here.
So you just ask yourself, do I want to trap and slow play?
He does
Keep their range open?
Right.
Yep.
He just makes the call. Looking to fade a club. 7 pairs on the river. Less than a pot-sized bet left here for PP. Now, does he want to surrender? Does this man look like someone who surrenders? He's got the Richard Mill on the wrist. An indication, perhaps, of his
Richard
willingness
Mill.
to bluff.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. Richard Mill on the wrist. Watch as I grab my chips.
And here we go. 45,000 is the bet. And the quick call from Isaac, who wins $171,000 pot.
Holy shit.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, these just happen so fast.
Chips are flying. Waiting for those graphics to catch up here. A6-3 on board.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
This is what
It's
we're
not
watching
real.
for Peter? This is disaster.
Oaken makes the call, and we've got 2 pair versus 2 pair.
Could this night be going any worse for Peter?
The 9 of spades on the turn. And some eagerness here from Peter, who just casually tosses out 25,000. Is this a situation where Oaken must think, well, if Peter has any ace, can I get him to call a shove here?
It's a spot where you just keep calling, because if he's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing, and if he has whatever, like he has, he's going to keep betting.
Oh.
So,
And Oaken moves all in on the turn.
Oh, Peter just got to feel sick, but I mean. you
Oh,
got
he makes
two
the
pair.
call.
Yeah.
237 in the middle. 2 pair versus 2 pair, and Peter can only laugh at how unlucky he's been getting.
Yeah, I mean, geez. What can you do?
Youngster, 2
This is
times.
Awful.
2 times here, and Peter with only 2 outs.
Oh, gross. Gross.
What a disgusting turn of events for
Tough
Peter.
day for him. First, I
2 pair
fucking-
versus straight, now 2 pair versus 2 pair.
I got no words, Remco.
I mean, I'm speechless.
Sometimes it's just one of those nights. Nothing can go your way.
First river card incoming. The deuce of hearts. That was close.
Wow.
Oaken now free rolling. Peter still with only 2 outs. Needs to hit a 3 in order to get his money back here. 7 of spades. And Brian Oaken will double
Schuwan,
to
ooh.
238 as
Goodbye.
Peter takes another massive hit. Probably picking up some new followers tonight.
24. Call.
Peter makes it 2,400 with 5-4 of spades.
Call 24.
Quite a few nice hands for deep stack cash play here.
Oh yeah, suited connectors always play pretty good. They play a little bit different when you're playing limped pots because the ranges are wider, but the king 10 of hearts you like to have too.
Look at this.
Holy crap.
3, 4, 5, 2 hearts.
Holy crap.
Isaac flops the 7 high straight. We got the hard flush draw for Oaken. We got 2 pair for Peter. I need a seatbelt.
Yeah, Peter's already itching right here. I can tell. Look, he's crawling out of his skin thinking about how he's going to get a bunch of money in here.
This is unbelievable. This flop is hitting 3 players extremely hard, and the stacks are super deep.
And this is really cool. I love seeing all 3 players with the biggest hands lined up in that last camera shot because everyone is trying not to give off anything.
And Oaken with a monster draw.
Calls 8,000.
Yeah, that's a good call there with the king 10 of hearts. You can be dominated by some ace x of hearts. You'd really, yeah. So let's see a turn.
It's the king of diamonds, and Oaken hits top pair. Now, this is actually quite almost like troublesome for Oaken because he's going to pay a much bigger price now to see the river, even though his pair outs are dead. He can just hit a king for trips, and that's also not going to do anything.
Yeah, well, what might save Oaken here is being in position and what happens with Peter and Isaac. Because if there's a big bet and a raise, you undoubtedly know your flush draw is in bad shape, equity-wise. Peter should be a little more cautious here, but with 2 pair, you know, whatever. But think about, just look at the board. 3, 4, 5, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. What are all the hands that exist?
Peter bets 40,000, and Isaac, with the straight and the flush draw, now has an insane spot.
Yeah, you got the monster of all monsters you can call here, trap, keep Oaken in, let Peter keep betting into you, which is typically okay, or do you get a little excited early and you just force the action? What I was saying about Peter, though, if you think of all the hands that exist, ace deuce makes a straight, 6, 7 makes a straight. There's all these equity flush draws. So when you have all these people in the pot, you got to be cautious that, you know, there's sets, there's straights, there's all these other hands. Even though you have 2 pair, it looks better than it is, really. Especially when you see a guy grabbing 150K in black chips. Brown chips, excuse me. Holy crap.
And Isaac moves all in. Oaken with the snap fold. And Peter makes the call. We have 362,000 in the middle, running it twice. Peter looking for a 4 or a 5. And the 5 of diamonds has been folded.
6-7 with the diamonds redraw.
Isaac
so rough.
in a crazy good spot.
Wow. You had hearts?
King 10 hearts.
Running it twice.
And I think that's a spot where Peter just needs to think a little bit more.
We beat the record of biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history.
Let's go.
By over 100,000.
Let's go.
Matt Berkey, move over. We got a new captain in town here.
It's not over, though.
It could be chopped. Okay, fair. I'll give you that. 259 was the previous biggest pot, Wasserson versus Berkey. Right now, running it twice. First one.
Oh my God! I thought that was 4 of clubs for a second.
First one goes to Isaac. He now on a free roll. River card. Queen of clubs. It's a scoop. Isaac wins the biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history. $362,000. What a crazy, crazy hand.
0.2?
At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's
And Nick here trying to get out of the Squid Game by making it 5,200 with 6-2 suited.
We do appreciate when they do.
6-3 for Boots gets out of the way.
I'll try and defend you, bro.
Jeremy comes
We need
along
you
with
to
ace-10.
root for 7 of clubs.
Ooh, got it.
Oh, Nick's on a mission for this one.
Ace-10-3. This might be costly if Nick tries to really fight for this one.
Well, I think he's going to. He's got one of those types of boards that, as the person who put in $5,200, is going to want to represent.
Well, maybe the
Under more.
4 of diamonds would be a nice card.
No problem. No problem.
I'll take any diamond.
Instead, we get a deuce, so Nick does pair up. Actually goes check, check. 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if JRB wants to stay tricky here, knowing that Nick wants to win his way out of the squid game. But instead, JRB is going to come out swinging. Donnie, would you have liked to see him check here?
Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. We are heads up in the Lips Ladies High Roller. Isabelle Dang has been dominating. Tirza Sanders has been fighting an uphill battle as we are going into the 25K, 50K level with $67,846 and 3 trophies on the line. We got new chips in play. The black ones are worth 100,000. The blue still 5K, the orange 25K. My name is Rem Korinka, Donnie Peters in the booth with me as always, and Jamie Kerstetter joining us for some analysis and hot takes.
Hot take.
Perhaps a prediction or two.
Happy, like with what we got. Like even if we do ICM chub, I don't care. Like I just already happy to be like, you know, second, first. It doesn't matter.
Deng telling Sanders, I don't give up. I'm just going to play, which of course we can all respect. Deng makes a good point though. She says, I'm going to be happy with 43,000 as I will be with 67. So why not just play for it? And I'm guessing chop was discussed for at least a little while.
I feel like that too. When you get that deep, you're just like, sure, later if you get second, maybe you're like, oh no, I could have had another 10K, but it does feel really nice to have another $40,000 that you didn't have 2 days ago.
First hand after the break, Dang made it 100,000. Sanders called. Got a beautiful open-ended straight draw versus top pair. Could see some massive fireworks here as Sanders raises the 250. Can't wait. Can't wait to see how this progresses as Dang quickly makes the call. 3 of clubs on the turn. Let's see if Sanders is willing to continue firing here with a strong draw.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird spot out of position now when you just have about 1.5 SPR.
That's 300,000?
300,000 is now the bet.
Pretty small.
Dang probably was just one option, calling. Doesn't seem
A
like
lot
there's
of draws out there. If you do think your king is good, I wouldn't hate her emptying the clip here. Just depends what she perceives Sanders' check raise to be on the flop.
Calls 300,000?
does come with the call and a bit of a stare down here. Glance over at her opponent. River card brings the 6 of hearts. Sanders whiffs. She's got 900K left in front of her, 1.3 million in the middle.
How does she miss that? Look at that.
Too many
It's
outs.
Not fair. Really gross spot right now. Hate to end your tournament like this, but also you built this big pot. You're sitting there with 8 high.
Yeah, how tempting would it be for you to jam here
Check.
as she decides to check?
Pretty tempting, just in case your opponent has a higher flush draw and you end up losing to like a 10 high or something.
That was a beautiful, yeah.
We could have gotten all in on the flop.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. Yeah. Although I was putting you on a draw, and I think if you would have 2 pair, I think you would check. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know.
25, 50, 50.
The world will never know.
We'll never know, no.
50?
Do you think that Deng should have been more aggressive on the flop after that check raise?
I don't know. I think she played it fine. I think it is weird to face aggression there and not really know where you stand with your king jack. Like, heads up, it's a really nice top pair, good kicker, but if you haven't seen a lot of aggression from Sanders, you might just think like, okay, am I up against two pair? Am I up against a better king here? And just want to play it safe. Also, when everything's going your way, you just don't want to give your opponent a big pot.
Right.
So like Deng's kind of been chilling.
Ace Jack 9, 2 clubs here. Deng flopping a flush draw. Sanders open-ended. No clubs for her.
It's another big hand matchup.
It's just you got to feel for Sanders.
75.
That's 75,000.
We get to see the 150. Okay, just just waiting for the very small raise.
Deng just coming along here.
Ooh.
And the 7 of spades on the turn gives Sanders a straight. Deng still sitting on that flush draw. Sanders now able to charge pretty significantly here.
175.
No indication that Deng would have, a big ace or a hand that she could get value from. So draws are going to be quite likely, given the lack of pre-flop aggression. River is the 4 of spades. Deng misses.
Check.
And Sanders now with the check mark. 650 in the middle, 610 left behind. Backdoor spades should not really be a concern. And
That's 400.
here she comes with a bet of 400,000. That ends up in the muck. And Sanders back to 1.3 million on 25 bigs.
You can hear the ladies tournament in the background, even with the closed door on the set. It's really something. I do feel a little bad for you guys. You don't get to experience it.
I mean, this final table has been great to watch, and one of the things I love the most about it is the fact that the play has been super fast.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that's been a theme also in your playing experience?
100%. It's one of the best parts about ladies events. Like, there's just not a lot of tanking and posturing. There's some exceptions, we're not a homogenous group, but when there was the time extensions given out, we kind of laughed about it. We're like, we don't need these things. Like, I think there might have been like 3 total used at my table. Even during pretty decent bubble, it was over 5K for the min cash. People just weren't stalling. It's refreshing.
Raise to 125,000.
The glass door is closed, and we can still hear the chatter in the room, which is great. Nothing better than a buzzing poker room.
Yeah, I was telling you guys on break, but we had the ladies meetup game this morning, and a woman who was super friendly, really nice, just getting crushed by the deck. She was down so much money, and she said, I can't rebuy. I only have $600 left to play the Lips tournament after this. And so everybody at the table chipped in so she could keep playing.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And I asked the dealer, I was like, this happens with the guys all the time, right? And he was laughing.
Did she then proceed to double through you with your from your
No,
own
no,
money?
no. No, but she ended up profiting and gave back everybody's money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's, man. So did this 9 a.m. meetup game come with a breakfast buffet?
I brought 2 dozen donuts.
Oh,
yeah.
wonderful.
And then there were the guys at the outside tables just drooling over it, so they got some too.
Oh, damn. Too kind. Far too kind. 3 trophies on the table.
I feel like if I was out there, I'd propose a trophy chop at least. It's very sad to get second, and they take out like 70 pounds of trophies in front of you.
If you're flying home with those, you might have to buy an
it's
extra
gonna be
bag.
costly.
Elsa in the chat says, go get a girl. Tirza, you got this. Linda Hernandez also rooting for Tirza. And Hugh says, fight back, Miss Sanders. Lots of support in the chat. Love to see it. Thank you all for tuning in.
Oh, I agree. Sanders is going to be hard to kill. She's got composure and experience.
Still 20 bigs here for Sanders.
Plenty.
Absolutely. $10-8 off for Sanders. Gonna raise it up.
Call. Calls 50,000. Check.
Yeah, I think you have to take back that chip and throw it back in. I think she just threw in one.
Queen Jack 4. Deng pairing a Jack. It's got some backdoor diamonds going as well. Gut shot here for Sanders. Heads up is just such a tough game. It's always got to be on your toes. Can't really give up too much, or else you'll be ran over and your all-ins won't hurt anyone. 4 pairs the board on the turn.
Check.
Now, normally, if I were Sanders, I'd want to continue betting. I don't particularly like it versus a player as sticky as Deng. The way I would adjust versus Deng is to value bet bigger and more often. But I would be giving up in semi-bluffing type spots because it's just, you're running into it over and over again.
Check. Check.
Action goes check, check. The Jack will get shown down as the winner. And Sanders now in real trouble, down to 785. That is the lowest point of her tenure here at this final table.
That smile there from Sanders, that was the everything is fine meme in real life.
Yep.
That would be funny if we could change the background on the LED screens.
Just fire and flames everywhere.
Behind Sanders. Yeah. Oh, it's so brutal. Good for production, bad for player experience. We'd never play in here again.
Raise 125,000.
Don, do you get the sense that Deng is getting a little bit more liberal with her pre-flop raises?
Yeah, a little bit here to start this new level, which is good to see.
Chips a bit more organized after that color up. Those black 100,000 chips. Some nice ammunition. Sanders, meanwhile, down to 685. Sanders now at a point where she's got to think twice about making the move. Elsa continues to comment in the chat saying, Tirza has all the patience in the world. It's definitely a good trait to have in situations like this.
Check. Check.
Ace pairs on the turn. Whoever stabs at this will likely take it down, and
That's 100,000.
it's a little easier to do for Deng. Oh, but look at this. Sanders not going away just yet. Deuce on the river gives both players a pair, but Sanders at showdown here, gonna take this one down. It's not insignificant. When you're short like this, every pot counts.
Also, Sanders seeing that, she's like, wait a second. Perhaps I've been folding too much.
Right. Big spot here for both players, both guaranteed $43,251. 67,846 for the winner, along with those trophies sitting on the table. Perhaps most important, the bragging rights of being the first Lips high roller champion at Venetian. King 10 here for Deng. Very playable.
Raise to 125,000.
She makes it 125.
All in.
And Sanders with the jam with King Queen. All in for 17 bigs. Pressure now on Deng. Is King 10 the type of hand you want to make this call with?
Yep. I would be doubling up Sanders in a heartbeat.
What's the worst hand you would call with here?
We're flipping.
Like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack off, stuff like that. Like King 10 I would definitely be calling with and just seeing the bad news.
Either we're flipping or make you stronger.
Deng doesn't want to double up her opponent, but also would love to have a chance to end it. Up against the
All right, call.
random ace.
You're very strong, I know.
She would have some good equity here, but King Queen,
Ah, shit.
almost worst case scenario here. Deng looking for a 10 to end the tournament here. Sanders looking for a double up to get herself back to a much more comfortable chip position with 1.7 million in the middle. And look at this, she's already taken off the microphone. I guess it's coming back on here. All right, let's see the flop.
Whoa.
Jack 9-4, all clubs.
Do I have a
Sanders
straight
with the higher club. Deng now looking for a
queen.
queen
No, but
to
you-
make a
you're
straight, but it
bluffing with
cannot
the
be the
queen.
queen of clubs.
Well, we never know.
2 outs here
Just not the
for
queen of
the chip
club.
leader.
Oof.
The queen of spades on the turn.
Wow.
She drills it. Unbelievable turnaround here. Sanders now needs
That's
a club to
exciting.
survive, or else it'll be
Wow.
over, and she does hit it. What a roller coaster.
Shit.
The
That
club
was
comes in on the
exciting.
river, and
Man.
play will continue here as Sanders survives.
Who scripted that hand?
Yeah, for the TV.
I thought that you came here just for the
Wow.
drama. Well, there it is.
Gotta let me hang in a little bit longer.
Yeah.
8.
Boy, oh boy.
35,000.
Just a 2-outer on the turn, only to give it all back by that club on the river.
This is one score right here.
I thought that was it.
Yeah.
Just with the way that Deng's been running. I thought that was it.
8. How much more?
6, 8, 2 blue.
2 blue.
4, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
All right, so back to square one. 4.1 million to 1.7. We've been here probably about 4 or 5 times at this exact chip count.
James, what are you doing here? You're trying to entertain the public? A flop like that? Oh my god.
Yeah, we got to hand it to the dealer there.
I know.
MVP.
That's exactly what we need in order to get some good highlights out of this. Shout out to Sean the Magician, turning these hands into clips for the channel. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, where you can not only catch these live streams, but also watch the highlights, compilations, shorts, and all that good stuff. It's been a lot of fun trying to build that thing up from ground zero.
Yeah, it takes a while, huh? This set is beautiful.
Yep.
Action's good. And I just feel like it snowballs over time where people hear about it and then it becomes like regular programming for them, and it's not overnight.
Absolutely. And of course, we have to respect the fact that everyone and their mother is live streaming right now. So the competition is higher than ever before. I remember back in the day when, in order to watch a live stream, you needed to have a certain type of internet speed to even just process the whole thing. And now we're all watching it on our phones.
125,000.
Shout out to EPT Live, one of the first to do it on a regular basis.
Call.
Shout out to Stapes and Hardigan, who've been
Oh, yeah.
voices that we've consumed for countless hours over the course of the last 2 decades. And back to the flop we go. 10, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Dang, top pair, top kicker. Again, with the best of it.
25,000.
Joe in the chat says, Sanders, just be aggressive, and you got it. Love the confidence.
Sounds so easy.
Love the confidence of the chat, making it sound very easy. If you were to give both players like a tip right now, you know, in a vacuum, of course, you can't. If you help one, you can't really help the other. But still, what would you tell both of them in this very moment?
It's probably easier to advise Tirza Sanders to just value bet massively huge, because I feel like that's the one weakness in Deng's game, is that her decisions do seem to be binary, like I'm calling or I'm folding. So I would just be like potting instead of going for these like 40% turn bets and stuff like that. So that's one thing I would change there. With Deng, I don't know like what advice I could give her. I feel like Sanders is pretty solid. I feel like Deng's playing pretty well. I think that her little tiny bluffs, like her little check raise bluffs and stuff, are something I would never try, but they're working very, very well. Like, of course, she's not running into big hands, but maybe just do more of that. Like, is every chip that Sanders loses is more costly to her as a shorter stack right now. It just hurts her more to be, she's doing all right now at 34. When she had like 15 or 20, you know, those little check raise bluffs where she's forced to fold out equity are so painful for her. So maybe just mix in more of those. But I feel like Deng's playing a pretty interesting game, playing pretty well.
Are we just going to give each other chip like that? That's funny.
Till the blinds get huge, and then
yeah,
they did cut the levels to 30, so it'll go a little faster now.
The structure's amazing, though. It's a very slow tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50-minute levels on day 1, 60 on day 2, and 3. And then now that we're down to heads-up play.
Big table here, we could all, you know,
down to 30
sleep
minutes.
on it. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's like a king.
Donnie, I feel with heads-up play, whether the levels are 2 hours or 15 minutes, the outcome will usually be the same or at least very similar.
Calls 50,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part.
Check.
I think this one is very much trending in the direction that it's just going to require 2 big hands to get in, which is pretty often that's the case, right?
Check.
So I think we're going to have to see, you know, kind of similar to how Jackie Burkhart went out, you know, flush over flush, you know, something like that, where these two are going to get the money in at this stage. You know, of course, when Sanders was a bit shorter, it takes a little bit less, but now that she's deeper once again, ultimately probably just going to trend towards cooler.
I feel like Sanders hasn't hit a draw since I've been in the booth.
No, she hasn't.
Are you saying that you have something to do with that?
It's my fault. Yeah, I'm very sorry. She's a very nice woman.
Dang, trying to get Sanders off her hand here. Little do either of these players know that they both play the board. Perhaps a board for a sneaky raise here. Hard for Deng to have much.
She heard you.
Raise 300,000.
Sanders listened and might get rewarded. Very nice, nicely timed raise. Dang now probably talking to herself thinking, well, you know that I know that you know that I know that neither of us can have much here. She is not going to go for it, and Sanders picks this one up. And for the first time at this final table, Sanders now up to 2 million chips, and she is slowly creeping in on that chip lead from Deng.
Yeah, it's nice to pick up a pot like that you completely earned, just not at the mercy of variance and not having any cards so far at this heads up. 10-10-4. Deng flopping to pair.
That's 125.
For those just tuning in, final two players guaranteed $43,000, $67,000 up top. No deal. Deng said, "I'm happy with second. I'll be even happier with first." It's a good attitude to have.
What are your thoughts on 3 trophies? You think that's fair? You think that's like a cheat when you're just like adding them to your trophy case?
I think it should be 4, honestly. I feel like 3
well,
is
there's a coin too, so there's like
Oh,
3.1.
Yep. I do wonder what each of these trophies represent because, you know,
Yeah.
Venetian, of course, has their own. Lips has their own as well. What's the third one for?
Women's Poker Association.
Oh.
They also donate a trophy to each of their, I don't know if it's their branded events, but they kind of like coordinate with the Lips Tour.
How many trophies do you have at home?
Hundreds. It's just thousands of trophies. No, I'm not sure. I have a really old school Venetian one. It's my favorite one when they were like those heavy marble ones that you absolutely had to pay to fly home.
Oh, yeah.
For 08, which it was the first time I ever played 08. So that was my favorite ever poker day where I was like, this is so unfair, and I'm just going to take this home. But I really wanted one of the old lions, the bronze, obnoxiously giant lion, and I got second in a ladies tag team and I didn't get it, and I was just like thinking about paying the lady for it. That's extra cheating, though. You can't really buy a trophy.
I mean, poker's had some tremendous trophies over the years across different venues and locations. Shout out to my favorite trophy, Donnie, the Stairway to Millions trophy.
Yeah, bring it back. Let's go.
That is such a cool
That
trophy.
was the Poker Go one that had like, it was like cards that were like a
yeah,
stair. Yeah, that's
golden,
pretty cool.
The golden staircase.
The old WPA one was the best trophy. That, remember, it got like very
Oh my
funny.
gosh.
People online
Oh,
were dying.
yeah.
It looked, you know, very feminine.
Suggestive?
Suggestive.
That's, yeah.
I think it got to like, did it make the finals of like best trophy
I
or
think
whatever?
so, yeah.
Because people were like doing it as a joke.
And all along those same lines, you know, shout out to the, was it the South Dakota Poker State Championship, the cowboy with the revolvers?
Yeah.
And then there's the alligator down in Louisiana.
Oh, yes. The alligator head.
Right,
The alligator head, yeah.
I got 11th in one of those. Like, it was like the main at that circuit or whatever, but they had a bunch of poker chips in the alligator's mouth, and I'm like, do they give them the alligator to take home? Was
Oh,
that like
yeah.
part of it?
I think the alligator head trophy was literally that.
Gross.
That was wild.
It's gross.
But it's like the taxidermy thing, right?
Yeah, I don't want any of that.
Which event was it? What was the name of that event? I'm trying to find it.
It was the
The
New Orleans Circuit event.
Circuit,
Felt
yeah.
it. I felt you're gonna win that hand, and I'm gonna be like.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, like, is that yours? Do you have to take that home?
Also, how big is this bottle of Southern Comfort? Holy moly.
Is that even real?
Imagine walking through the airport with an alligator head tied to your backpack.
And that giant bottle of SoCo.
Oh my God, amazing. Shout out to Poker Trophies. It's one of the things that makes this game so special. And
Did you see the MSPT one?
Huge.
From here?
Ridiculous. I was like, do you store your other trophies in it?
I missed that one.
Oh my gosh, it looked
It's a
like
chalice.
it looked like a medieval weapon.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
crazy.
Look up Josh Reichard's
Yeah.
tournament win.
By the way, with that alligator trophy, though, like, that's how you get your own row on Southwest.
Very true. No one's sitting next to you.
Well, doesn't the famous story about Julian Gardner go when he finished runner-up in the main event that he bought an extra seat on the plane home to London, and it was just for his duffel bag of cash.
Awesome.
Which I think is just phenomenal.
Taking a look at the room, totally full of ladies playing this $600 Lips tournament.
Oh my God, this trophy is phenomenal. You know what this reminds me of, Donnie? The MSPT trophy? It reminds me of that, what's that TV show called? BattleBots? Or
where they have the tent right behind the horseshoe.
Yeah, like this looks like a battle bot where you just like collapse it in, and it can all of a sudden, you know, be controlled remotely to eliminate opponents.
Like, how do you put that
it looks dangerous.
in your trophy case? Like, all your other trophies look so sad.
Look at the sharp edges on this thing, too. Very dangerous.
You're definitely a dad. He's just like, oh, we're going to have to childproof this
Not
trophy.
safe for kids there.
No, no. It also looks like it weighs about 50 pounds.
Yeah.
If you want to chime in, let us know what your favorite poker trophy is. Of course, everyone needs a ring and a bracelet.
Yeah. I had an idea a while back, after this hand, since we're looking at aces versus 7 deuce.
Is the antithesis of what we've been watching.
Yeah, but Deng is just going to slow play.
She did slow play with kings earlier too, so.
And aces also.
It's a blessed existence at a final table like this to have kings and aces even once.
Sanders is going to just take a stab at this. Totally understandable, but timing is going to be off. Up against aces. Deng continues with the slow play charade. Let's see how far she can take this as the 8 of hearts hits on the turn.
Little shred of equity for Sanders. Turns a gut shot.
Might as well try and realize that. Deuce on the river. Dare I say showdown value. And Deng going to lead here.
Why so much?
Trying to make it seem as though she missed
9?
a flush draw.
Just a bluff.
I was going to say, a very tiny value bet might have gotten paid off by that deuce with so many draws missing. But Sanders is a non-believer right now.
It's exactly what Deng is hoping for. Ultimately, the risk might not
so
be worth
bluffy, but
the reward.
Okay.
Feels so bluffy, but folding anyway. Nice fold.
A little wry smile there from Deng. Shout out, by the way, to Niels and Danny L. joining us as high rollers on our PokerGo YouTube
You either had
channel.
it all or nothing there. I could beat nothing.
So back to the trophies. I thought it would be cool if every casino on the strip had a replica of themselves, and you could collect the whole entire strip, like the way that Wynn does it.
That's
like if
cool.
Venetian had that too, it would be pretty sweet. And then like, oh, I almost completed the set. I gotta go play Circus.
Right, exactly. That's actually really cool. I like that idea. Back to the chat here for just a second. If you become a high roller subscriber on our PokerGo YouTube channel, you have access to all of our WSOP streams, including the main event final table. The high roller tier of our memberships also gets you in the door to watch all of our newest episodes of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future. So just want to point that out. We have some new tiers on our YouTube
I don't have
channel.
any oranges, I know.
Okay,
So
can we
just announce, it's fine. Just announce, and later on we'll maybe even out some colors here.
Okay.
Elsa says LFG Sanders, now a member of the rail for 2 months. Appreciate that.
15, 12. All right.
Thanks for the donation. Gizmo Snyder with $10 added to the coffee fund. Roland asking, what city are they playing in? Obviously Sin City. Las Vegas all the way.
No, we're in Venice. Look at the background.
Yeah, true. Donnie and I came in on a gondola this morning.
Donnie was singing.
Still is. And we had to mute him. I'm starting to get hungry. 3, 4, 6, 2 spades. Dang, as always.
Back to our regular scheduled programming.
Talking about food. Absolutely.
And top pair for Dang.
Yeah, also that.
All right, let's get some.
This question for the entire
like
chat,
one side.
as well as for Jamie and Donnie.
4 chips.
If you were to win a large poker tournament, let's say for $67,846, what would the celebration meal look like? Perhaps a one-on-one with your significant other at some fancy restaurant, or maybe a bit of a dive bar with friends and some tacos from a local stand? What are we going for?
What you got?
I gotta stay on brand. We're gonna go eat pizza.
I love pizza.
Now I don't know if it's gonna be just me and the wife,
Right.
bring the kids, or if I'll just invite everyone. We'll take over a whole joint. But yeah,
pizza.
I feel like most of the time when people say, does this pizza look good to you or whatever, it's like they're gross. The submissions are terrible. It's
Yes.
like burnt and nasty, and it looks like someone just opened those plastic cheese slices and slapped it on.
Oh yes.
Well, Jamie, you as a longtime regular at the WSOP surely remember the pizza at the old poker kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
The four soggy slices of
that have been sitting there forever.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed to admit that I've eaten quite
Look,
a few of those.
desperate times,
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to do it.
Or the capriotti sandwich that was always wet at the bottom. It was always wet. I don't know why.
Especially if you got the Thanksgiving dinner one, the
Oh,
turkey
yeah.
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Bobby.
The
yeah,
Bobby.
the Bobby.
Back when I did not know what a calorie was.
That was when they had the poker tent. Remember the poker tent?
Oh my God, yes. So funny.
I do still. I like romanticize the Rio though, because I was so like bright-eyed and
100%.
bushy-tailed playing there.
Yes.
And I like sometimes miss All-American Dave meals where you're paying like $30 for a chicken breast.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, prior to All-American Dave, there was the All-American Bar and Grill.
Yeah,
at
I
the
remember
Rio,
that place. Yep.
Which Frank and I, in our first years, would basically go there on dinner break every day, eat a steak, spend all of our money that we earned on steak with fries, gain 20 pounds every summer.
Pockets, huh?
Sanders here with the jam with ace-9, gets it through.
Last year, I took my rail, or the people who were still wanting to hang out after getting second in the ladies, to the Martha Stewart restaurant in Bedford or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
It was actually very good, but also I was like, I think I paid like $8 per ravioli.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this place is a little bit crazy.
You spend half your earnings on,
Yeah.
on the group dinner?
But I want to normalize second place rail photos, because that was my one regret from last year. I was like, the one thing I was sad about was like not having a picture of everyone. Even if you do the like we look sad picture,
Yeah.
it would still be worthwhile. I'm wondering too if they have a rail that like we can't see right now, because yeah, you could see through the glass and watch this.
Yeah, the rail, much more of a online one for these
Yeah.
kinds of final tables.
Plus, it's tough railing your friends when there's so much stuff to play yourself.
Yeah, and honestly, watching live poker without the ability to be ruckus and lubed up, if you will, can also be quite tedious and pretty drawn out.
Yeah.
Poker definitely a game that sometimes is hard to watch in person.
No cards.
Yeah, no cards. It's like
barely see the action. Yeah, it's difficult.
Dang, starting to increase her raise size a little bit.
One of our trusted moderators in the chat, Russell, saying, I was on the rail watching you last year, Jamie. So
Aw, thanks.
lots of support out there.
That was the loudest rail, not because they were so enthused about my amazing play, but because they were gambling for thousands of dollars on red or black. So the flop would come out, and I'd hear this, like, I would be, like, shocking. I'm like, oh, my God, what? Like, what's going on? And it's just, like, one of my friends getting crushed for thousands.
That's funny. Tommy La Rosa was in the booth with us earlier, reminding us of the upcoming events over here inside the Venetian poker room.
Yeah, what we got?
Well, I wanted to highlight that tomorrow, the $1.5 million guarantee $1,600 ultimate stack kicks off. So $1,600 buy-in, $1.5 million guarantee. It's going to be day 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. So 4 starting flights. Final table of that event will be live streamed as well on PokerGo and on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. So if you want to give yourself a chance at a large payout, go and hop into the ultimate stack. If you want to check out the full schedule, VenetianLasVegas.com has all the information for you. You can find structure sheets, schedules, and all of that stuff on there as well.
Sanders making 2 pair on the river. It's getting bluffed into by Deng.
And Sanders makes the call with Jack 10. Ace high, no good. Sanders tabling her Jack 10 and able to chip up again to just shy of 2 million.
Yeah, I wanted to make the point where you're talking about the schedule here. I think this is another way to prevent WSP burnout is go to other venues once in a while.
Right.
Come here, it's quiet, you get treated well, there's beverage stations, you don't have to walk through the casinos, you don't have to smell cigarette smoke. It's just nice to get out of those bracelet events for a little while and play something else.
Why win 1 bracelet when you can win
3
4
exactly,
trophies?
exactly.
3 trophies, right?
160.
160.
$160 here from Deng, and Sanders finds a very nice suited ace. Sanders cutting out what looks like a 3-bet, but then perhaps changing her mind, making the call. Donnie, is this kind of call perhaps a bit of a mistake given the dynamics and what her goal ultimately is, building big pots?
I think you can just call this hand.
160.
I think it's got fine playability post. It can also be somewhat tricky to play out of position post. If I had a little bit of a better ace, something that I'd be willing to go with for sure, should I get jammed on, then I would definitely 3-bet those hands. She's got Deng on the hook here a little bit.
Yeah, Deng continues for 160. Sanders makes the call, 10 of hearts on the turn. Queen 4. Not looking too good here. Let's see if Deng is going to continue bluffing, but she won't. Deuce on the river, pairs the board.
250.
250.
Sanders decides to change gears and lead out. Would you prefer to see a check here, Donnie, hoping that Deng perhaps finds another bluff?
I don't know. I don't think she's been overly bluffing. I feel like it's kind of been one stab here, one stab there, you know, not going multiple streets with bluffs. So in that case, I would just prefer to bet my own hand like that. Now, obviously, if she saw Deng's cards, she would check all the time because she's never getting called.
Big line, 60-60.
But Deng has really been one shot at a bluff, and then that's kind of it.
$160.
160.
It's always interesting when someone chooses a raise size and the other person adopts that raise size.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like, she doesn't have to come in for this bigger size.
No,
She
definitely
could just
not.
do
Especially
whatever
as
she
like the
wants.
shorter stack, and also when you have more experience than your opponent, you kind of want to keep the stack to pot ratio smaller. Sorry, larger. And so when you're raising bigger, you're kind of like increasing the variance a little bit. So I'd probably prefer to go smaller if I was Tirza.
Fun flop here.
Very fun. Opening
been
it
a
here
lot,
for
yeah.
Deng. Sanders top pair with the 8 kicker. See if Sanders can build a pot here. $175 is the bet, and as you can see here, Deng reaching immediately for chips. Played 145 hands in 4.5 hours, which is just a blistering pace. Deuce of spades on the turn. Deng still looking for a 4 or a 9. Sanders is going to have to charge here with multiple draws out there. Comes with 300K, and again the snap call. Boy, oh boy.
She has been sizing turns pretty small though, especially on a board this dangerous.
3 of diamonds could just make this result in a check-check, and that would be massive for Sanders. But look at this, Deng glancing at her chips, and she's going to just go for it. Well done by Deng. Whether it works or not remains to be seen, but I absolutely love the aggression. 600 into 1.3 million. Sanders now put under pressure.
She went a little smaller than I would like. I think it's a little easier to snap off in Sanders' shoes. Having the ace of diamonds in her hand too is a little bit more sus, a little maybe.
Can Sanders find the call here? That is the question.
It's tough.
I love the fact that Deng looked at that river card and thought to herself, well,
Opportunity.
might as well represent this one.
There's a lot to think about for Sanders. You just don't have to be right that often when you're facing a price like this.
Donnie, is Sanders supposed to fold here, given how frequent Deng will have the flush?
I mean, she could also have a 4 too, so that's a consideration.
Right.
But I think the price is too good here. Your hand is too good. You block the nut flush for your opponent to have. Now, I don't like having the 8, just because I think one of the bluffs is 7-8, obviously.
And she gets it through. Deng with the river bluff wins a huge pot and now reestablishes that big chip lead she had before. Sanders knocked down to 1.6 million, and we got to give credit where credit is due. Deng, even though often passive, finding the aggressive approach and winning a crucial hand here during heads-up play.
Yeah, she definitely earned that pot, and just seeing that river card as an opportunity. She doesn't seem like she's a new player. Like, she doesn't seem rattled or like, yeah, her composure's really good.
I do think I would have liked to see Sanders go a little bit larger on the turn.
Definitely.
You know,
that's a very dangerous board.
Yeah, you know, that's double flush draw now. Obviously, the straight draws are present. You've got a good value hand, so just charge your opponent. You know, you could go really anywhere from, like, I think the pot was 730, 600 to slight overbets. Set it up for jam on good rivers.
Yep.
Well, right back to it. Sanders flopping top pair with 9-7. Deng with a middling pair. This hand just limped pre, and Deng bets 150 into 180. Sanders makes the call. Got a few spectators there looking through the window.
Hello.
9 of spades gives Sanders the check mark now with trips.
Brutal card for Deng because it's just more reason to call off. You feel pretty good about your 2 pair. It's hard for your opponent to have trips.
And there comes the 3, which in the current context is pretty meaningless, but let's see if Sanders can squeeze some extra chips out of her opponent.
Those are about 3/4 pot. I like the size.
And
mine?
Deng does make the call. Sanders with a nice bit of value, up to 2.1 million. This heads-up match is not looking to end anytime soon. A fierce battle over the top spot and the $24,000 payout difference.
When you say it like that, it's a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm just thinking of what most ladies events are like. That's the top prize, 24K,
Right.
sometimes less.
The difference between first and second is almost the same as what third place got.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
I think there's also something to be said about this specific tournament, you know, wanting to win it.
Sure.
You know, it's got that historic element. You're the first ladies high roller here at Venetian. You win it. Of course, you know, the prize money is obviously the greatest, but
yeah,
you also want to come out on top.
Are you saying my 9th place isn't historic? The first 9th place finisher
I mean,
of a high roller at Venetian?
No,
I
you
feel
are
like
the
that's
first
a
9th place finisher,
pretty big
and
deal.
next
I mean,
next year you
I'm
can
gonna
come
defend
back.
my title.
You
Yeah.
can come back and you can say, I'm going to defend my 9th place.
Exactly.
Someone's going to have to pry it out of my hands. And you'll also know next year that you will not bubble to getting a jacket.
Exactly.
So.
Oh God, it hurts. I actually felt terrible for the people who finished. I think we came back with 39, and I think they had 35 snack bags. So some poor person who got 36, like well out of the money, and also bubbled a snack bag. And I was like, I hope they didn't hear them coming out, you know.
Christmas.
It's the best hand I've had the whole.
I know, she just got to walk with ace jack. Oh my goodness.
And Deng had a queen.
Yeah, that's a crazy fold.
Earlier at the final table, Deng was doing things where she was like legit feeling her cards and saying like, I'm trying to feel the energy.
That was yesterday. She was saying
Oh, there
she
you
was
go.
checking the vibes of the cards.
So maybe there, she just
And
bad vibes.
In my mind, I was like, what is this girl talking about? But now I need to learn about this. King 6-4. Maybe the tides are turning a little bit, huh? Got Sanders flopping something.
Oh,
Here
here
we
we go.
go, jinx.
Here we go.
Doesn't work as well when your opponent has something. That's the only problem. It's like, if you're going to be doing this, do you have a second and third barrel? Because then it becomes a pretty interesting play. It would be a good card to barrel on with picking up a little bit of equity, but she checks.
Check.
Two pairs still good for Sanders. But look at this, Deng is going to fire 400K.
Tirza is sick of it. She just immediately picks up the chips to think about this.
In Sanders' eyes, this is probably a king or nothing.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic to have the 5 in your hand too, because some of the hands that you might expect Deng to check raise are going to be some of those hands that contain a gut shot. Your 5's blocking some. Yeah,
Look at
Deng gets
that.
it done. Very nice. Yeah, I like the little check raise a lot more that she has another barrel in her, because I didn't really see that much, right? We're seeing it
Yeah.
just work on one pretty often.
Deng stretching out that lead a little bit more once again, up over 3.8 million. Sanders on 2 million. Both still pretty deep here. So often you get to heads up in a poker tournament, it's, you know, One person's got 12 bigs, one person's got 16, and the money just gets in. A lot of play here.
I don't feel it.
What? Wait,
You guys have a
what?
good time?
She's not feeling it.
A king 7?
I mean, it was fine, but
She just gave a walk with the king?
wasn't the best cards I've seen.
She wasn't feeling it, Jamie. Were you not
She
listening?
wasn't feeling it. I mean, that's just crazy. Could have just limped, you know. There's nothing wrong with limping.
I'm not speechless that often.
Are you saying you were feeling it? 10-8. Let's see if Sanders is feeling it.
$60. It's going to be a min raise. No.
She said
Down
60 is just
60,
a
so
call.
Yeah.
All right, so blinds have gone up.
I got to tell you, I was pretty tired this morning after only 2 days of playing this event. So I'm understanding Sanders right now, trying to raise but saying 60.
Right.
It's the structure is so good, but it's exhausting because you're deep the whole time and you've like complex decisions to make.
Maybe for the best. Maybe it was for the best.
Yeah.
Already on the button.
Sanders not feeling it that time.
Yeah, perhaps an adjustment to the fact that Deng does fold a lot of hands, and also the raise size is larger than you'd expect. But 10-7 is a pretty good hand. I defend it anyway. But understand.
60-60.
$160.
Raise to 160.
Two big hands. Haven't seen
Call.
Deng get too crazy. She's going to just make the call, though.
Even though this is the type of spot where a 3-bet would be totally expected.
Queen, queen, jack, 2 hearts. Wow, what
Wow.
a board.
A 3-bet pre would have been very interesting. So much harder to get away from it, and Sanders now betting
175.
175 into 380. Deng with a strong hand as well. Turn brings the 8 of spades. No reason to believe for Deng that her hand won't be good a decent chunk of the time. Sanders, of course, is going to continue firing,
375.
building this pot, and again goes small, 375.
Yeah, her turn sizing in every hand has been smaller than I would have liked. In this one, it's serving her well, though, just keeping Deng in there. Ace of Diamonds River, just queens full for Sanders. Could be a bit of an action killer for Deng. Pretty small river sizing as well. Although I kind of see where she's coming from here. You have such a stranglehold on the board. You're thinking, I'm hoping my opponent just gets sticky with kind of a dusty hand.
Are you meditating?
Taking it up.
Oh, you can get up. Yeah.
Dang, contemplating 550,000. Sanders with a quick power nap as she.
It's the first time I see you taking a nap.
The nap is a tell.
You can remember this when I play with Sanders. When she's napping, she's got a boat.
Good fold
Very
from
nice.
Deng. Sanders with a full house wins the largest pot for her today. And now we're dealing with 3.2 million to 2.6 million. This game is far from over.
All right, that's it for me. Next year.
Actually not a break.
All right, a little look at the stats. Tirza Sanders, 2.6 million, trending in the right direction. Her aggression factor has gone up tremendously since the start of heads-up play. Still a long road ahead to be crowned winner. Once again, we got Jamie Kerstetter in the booth with us here as we look to find out who becomes the Lips Ladies High Roller Champ.
Okay. Get used to this new amount here.
It's getting close to even in chips. Really nice comeback from Sanders.
We get a walk. Sanders not feeling it.
Those add up. Can't be with big blind ante. Can't really be given walks ever.
No,
basically.
not in heads up play for sure. You just can't be doing it. It's too much out there. Stacks are as close as they've been during this heads up match. Playing for a difference of about 24,500. King Queen for Deng. $200K it is. And Queen 10 for Sanders. Certainly playable.
can feel them getting tired. It's almost like they're both glitching.
Yeah. All the decisions are taking a little bit longer. You know, brain works a little bit slower. Good flop here for Sanders. 10 high, 10-7-6. She takes the lead. Check, check. Ace on the turn. $200K from Deng. Sanders makes the call, and a queen on the river.
Interesting. Although, yeah, I was going to say, this is pretty cool because with Dang's specific hand, she probably would have just checked back and hoped that the queen was good. No reason to have to stab at it anymore on an ace-high board. Unconventional, and I almost feel like Sanders is doing it specifically against this opponent. Just, I have to bet my own hand here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the best path to getting value here on the end from your hand. Well, she's got the chips in hand. Double checks the cards.
One hand wants to fold and one wants to call. Yeah.
She makes the call. Two pairs going to get shown.
Oh, fuck.
Relatable. And Sanders taking the chip lead now for the first time.
$3.4 million for Tirza Sanders. $2.4 million for Isabelle Dang. Dang looking a little bit frustrated over there with herself or possibly the run out. This is one of the interesting parts about heads-up play is you don't have anywhere to hide. And when you lose a pot like that, if you're in Dang's shoes, you have to forget about it very quickly. Full tables, you know, even short, six-handed or whatever, maybe you fold a couple hands and just kind of gather yourself. Stand up from the table, take a walk, do whatever. Here, no. You're right back in there. You have to basically play every hand, so.
Unless you're not feeling the hand.
Yes, that is true. Unless you're not feeling it. She should say, I'm not feeling it and walk away for like 5 minutes. I'm not feeling it. I'm just going to go take a break.
So we're 30 big blinds deep right now. Ace-4 versus ace-5. A lot of different options, but we haven't seen very aggressive play in these spots. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of flops.
Pump fake. All right, 200 on the button from Sanders. Call made by Dang. Sanders definitely looking like she's getting a bit tired there. We already saw her taking a nap in the middle of a hand. There she's.
5 deuce. Interesting board for these two hands. Dang with the ace of hearts as well and flopping middle pair. Sanders with the gut shot.
Dang's just going to lead here, 200K. Call made.
Yeah, leading can put you in weird spots like this, though. You kind of have to shut down a little bit.
Check, check on the jack turn. See a 9 on the river.
Both players with a little bit of showdown value.
Dang comes with 400 here, half pot. Interesting bet.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's I mean, if you're reading your opponent, you think this is a value bet. You're going to get looked up by a deuce or something like that. It's pretty cool.
Sanders will not make the call. Dang up to 2.8 million, 3 million for Sanders.
All right, chat. I need an updated prediction here as Sanders now sits with the lead at 3 million versus 2.8 million. About an hour ago, I would have laid pretty good odds that Deng would just close this thing out. Obviously, she would have had multiple chances to win this via an all-in showdown. But that is no longer the case. Sanders now in the lead, 38 versus 35 big blinds. Pretty epic heads-up battle unfolding here over at Venetian Poker Live. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Jackie Burkhart will be laying her head to rest at home, and these women will still be playing heads up.
I mean, she might be going into the office tomorrow.
Yeah.
by the time they're done.
Yeah. Jackie, very impressive person. Just, you know, if you're playing poker with her, she just seems like a full-time pro. And then she just, you know, has an entire other life.
Right. Sanders now limping in with Jack 5. Deng with Queen 7, perhaps looking to charge a bit more.
God, I felt like Norman Chad for a second. But we were talking about Jackie being a dental hygienist, and then they said 2:30, and that's like the joke you should tell your kids. What time is it at the dentist? 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Neither of you picked up on my teeth joke when Jackie busted.
I did.
Oh,
You
good.
said pulling
I wasn't
teeth.
here when she.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah.
I said it
It's
was
like pulling teeth.
Was pulling teeth all day to win a pot.
Oh, I did hear. Yeah, very nice. Very well played. Did the chat get it?
No.
Oh.
No, very sad.
The chat never really gets much.
Oh,
to be
poor
honest.
chat.
I mean, it's just how they are.
Wow, shade.
Chat, for the next 2 minutes, tell us what you think about Donnie. We'll read everything.
Good.
I'll read it like it's a teleprompter.
Go
no
right
problem.
ahead.
Donnie is 140 hours into his summer commentary. He's completely past the point of no return.
Yeah.
The other day when I was doing commentary, I think the chat thought that I would not respond,
Mm-hmm.
and it was basically full on war. I mean, it was
The funniest is every now and then, I think this is particularly when you're doing leads, Donnie. Over the course of the night, you get louder and louder. Or maybe you have to actually see a doctor. I'm not sure.
I mean, that's an insulting comment for sure. Donnie is worse than Tim Duckworth.
Oh.
I mean, that's just
Oof.
that's the lowest of the low, guys. Come
Just
on.
a deep cut right off the bat. Sanders 9-3 off. Just making it 200K. Let's see if Deng is feeling it.
Sanders flopping the best of it here, bottom pair.
half expecting one of those min
Yes.
min raises here, but no. They're getting expensive now. Almost dead even.
We've come so far.
But we've gone nowhere.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
exactly.
Suited gapper here for Deng, 9-6. I feel like 9-6 is still a poker hand. 9-5 is just a joke. Like you're just right on the cusp of playability.
What's the tag team update?
He's doing pretty well. I will have to bounce kind of soon though, because
he has to go to the bathroom.
He didn't sign up for this for like the marathon with no partner. But,
Oh yeah.
A lot of people do that though.
They do.
They just like
fire
it in there.
I'm not a fan though. I
no,
think
I'm
it's
not
cool.
a fan either.
Yeah, like I think you got to earn your bracelet. You know, you can't just be like, well, so I tagged in Steven Chidwick and then I went to lunch and he got me a bracelet.
Donnie, are you in the tag team?
No.
Just like not even like.
Tim and I were gonna play today, but I mean, now it's 6 o'clock.
Can you still register?
Yeah, I think you can register till
Probably.
8 o'clock.
Why doesn't Tim just register and then you just show?
You have to register together.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So we have a big hand matchup right now, but not a lot of chips in the pot. These are two hands that I expect to be able to just get in there, but we've been playing pretty passively pre and opening up more post flop.
Tim and I are polar opposites.
I know.
He's like folding sets, and I'm like blasting it off with king high. It's incredible stuff.
Tim, no boat, no bet, Duckworth?
For sure, for sure. I always bust us from the tournament. Always.
Well, Deng here, firing with ace-10, gets it done, and the sort of trend continues of, conservative / passive play, which in the heads-up format will often mean that we are just waiting for a gigantic cooler to sway this thing in a certain way. Just watch what's going to happen. We're going to get a giant cooler all in pre, and then they're going to chop somehow.
That's how Tuckman and I used to call a bunch of events, and it was like a curse. Anytime I was slated with Tuckman, I'm like, okay, I just cancel my whole entire night. It would be short stack wins for like 100 hands straight.
Right. I've been part of some epic battles over the years. Yeah. We're now on hand 164, which, puts us nowhere near that kind of status.
Wow.
Was it a good card?
How is Dang folding to like the nuts each time? So she gave 2 walks. One was to ace jack, one was to ace king suited. There was one other walk with the king 7 where I went, whoa. Where
Sanders
Tirza had
7-3.
Yeah. So, but she's 2 for 3. It's pretty good for feeling the vibes of the cards.
We've been heads up for over 2 hours now for those keep and score. Blinds up to 40K, 80K, which of course becomes a bit of a limiting factor as far as the creativity at this final table. But hey, let's not forget, they're playing heads up for $24,000. That is almost the amount that Jackie Burkhart collected for 3rd place. This is when it matters. Sanders limping in. I would love to see a raise there on the button. There's just plenty up for grabs here.
But it looks like Dang is going to take her very dusty 4-3 offsuit and put in a raise herself. Pretty small.
King, queen, 6. Sanders flopping a queen. Deng checking immediately. I was going to say could pretend that she has a king here after 3-betting.
225.
I like they say pretend instead of bluff.
Just pretend.
A couple things with this hand. I don't like the combo. It's nice to have a big card or something going on. Got to make it bigger, though. If you're just going to bluff with like 4-3 off, you price your opponent in, they have position. And then also you get a board where you could credibly represent it. And then to give up, I think, yeah, I wouldn't use that card combo. But we're back to even, anybody's game.
Yeah, it really is anyone's game. And at this point, I would not be surprised if either player suggested a chop. Clearly that they're very, very closely matched here. And at the end of the day, this could come down to flipping coins for $24,000.
But another walk. If I'm Tirza, I couldn't chop just because I'm getting walks. You go, okay, and heads up, you know, both players don't have very much very often. If you're going to get walks, this is incredible for you in big blind ante. Also, sorry for all the dogs listening at home, hearing me say the W word over and over again, but you're just sitting there on the couch, your owner's not taking you.
One of my biggest gripes about living in Las Vegas is that I can't take my dog for afternoon walks.
Yep. Gotta wait till like midnight. The pavement holds in the heat for so long too. It's still hot on their paws after the sun goes down.
Yeah, true.
Sanders with ace-jack, raising it up. Dang's got that look like she wants a 3-bet. No, she's getting rid of it.
Every time she folds, I just want her to say that she's not feeling it.
Yeah.
I want nothing else.
I'm not feeling this one.
King 6 for Dang. Wasn't feeling it with the King 7 earlier, but feelings have changed. She is now deciding that this one is good for a raise.
Nice looking 10-8 suited for Sanders.
Sanders makes the call. Ace-9 for a rainbow. Dang with a hand worth pretending. I'm just going to keep that.
I love it.
I was going to keep that going. Instead it goes check, check, 9 on the turn. Now, given the passive play, we're also perhaps leveling ourselves, me speaking for both of these players, into not wanting to try and bluff because we feel as though we can't tell the story.
Once you check back flop, yeah, it's a little harder, but she does delay the c-bet. It works out. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you get to like the end of a hand, you're like, I think I could have won that one, but trying to put out the one barrel just doesn't seem like it's going to be believed.
$10-5 for Sanders. Dominating the 9-5 of her opponent. But the 9 comes in. King 9-8, 2 diamonds. Sanders going to continue representing that king. Deng, of course, having flopped a pair of 9s. Oh, excuse me. It's going to go in with the check raise. That's going to quickly end things here.
All right, I think my time in the booth has to end, or I'm going to lose a tag team partner. Thank you guys for having me, though.
Yes.
And this is awesome. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Venetian. I think this is really great for women in poker. Hopefully the turnout will let us have another one of these sometime soon. But also congratulations to all final tablists and these 2 women.
Yeah, follow Jamie Kerstetter on Twitter for progress in the tag team event. Hopefully you'll be able to win a few hands later today.
That would be fun. All right, thank you guys so much.
Yes, thank you so much for
Jamie.
joining us. Back to the grind here. Donnie and I still in the booth here calling the action. Thank you all so much for hanging with us. Please don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. We really need you all to support these live streams. It's been an honor and a pleasure to call the action. Just waiting to see who will take this thing down with $24,000 between first and second and 3 trophies on the line. All 3 of those, by the way, are for the winner. There's no like second place trophy there hiding. It is all for the champ. Sanders picks up a pair for the first time in a while. Makes it 200K, and the suited King 4 for Deng, seemingly enough to come along and make the call with. Queen 8-6 doesn't hit Deng, but she decides to lead out for 200K. Sanders calls with 7s. Board pairs queens on the turn, and the action now quickly goes check, check. No second bullet here from Deng. River brings a 4, pairing Deng. Deng checks again. Sanders probably happy to go to showdown here, and she does check back. Deng does announce for 4, but Sanders will take this one down. King Jack for Deng, excuse me.
200.
On the button, it's going to make it 200.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
All right, still heads up, but we got a lot more coming here over at Venetian Poker Live. June 29th at noon Pacific time, the final table of the aforementioned $1.5 million guaranteed ultimate stack. And then on the 2nd and the 9th, we have more cash game action coming at you. The 100, 200 high stakes game that often gets out of hand and much bigger than that.
What's that?
Don't miss out. Subscribe to Venetian Poker Live on YouTube to make sure that you are always part of the action.
Let's call you Carnage. 200.
200.
that was not for me, but can I take it? Oh, no, he ordered it for you. The gentleman out there.
Aw, that's very sweet.
So sweet.
Could I get a water before you leave? Actually, if you had a couple, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, is it checked to me?
Bet 225.
Ace 5, 3, 2 diamonds. Sanders 225 after making a 200K pre, taking advantage of the fact that she is the pre-flop raiser.
Race 225. Blinds are up. 50-1-1.
Now we're getting serious.
It's been serious for quite a while, Donnie.
It has been serious. The whole. I mean, the final table has been serious. A little bit more talkative and stuff before heads-up play, but heads-up play has been hyper-focus, very serious.
$300.
Race 300.
I feel like this is the first time we've seen a straight 3x. And Sanders has a real hand.
All in.
All in.
Oh, wow. Sanders all in for 2.7. And of course, the 9-3 is going to end up in the muck, but perhaps this is a sign of things to come, as Sanders now on 3.4 million with a distinct advantage over her opponent.
Yeah, let's see if she can actually maintain this type of gap, even stretch it out a little bit over Deng. Last time she got a decent lead, Deng pulled it back pretty quickly.
Is
So
it time for going all in for it all the time? Oh. 20 big blind. Yeah. Starting to get an all-in situation, I think. It's your turn.
Race 250.
Blinds at 50K, 100K, the 100K big blind ante. Let's see if this could be the decisive level of the night.
Oh, I keep my. Okay. 250.
250.
Russell saying what we all think. This is my favorite blind level. Math is easy. That's very much correct. Wantuan is saying one big hand, it just flips the match the other way. That's totally true, especially as we get shallower and shallower.
1-1. Call. Check. Check. Check.
300K in the middle here on 10-10-6-8.
Back too high.
Queen Jack here for Deng. Expecting to see a raise here, and
Call.
the mountain of chips that was once in front of her has shrunk to 3 small stacks. Sanders obviously holding on to a bit more of those smaller yellow chips. Does look quite a bit more intimidating now.
375.
I'm all in.
Oh, look at this. Deng moves all in with Queen Jack. Sanders now with a chance to end it, holding ace-10 of diamonds. We have not seen Deng make a move like this, so perhaps Sanders thinking that Deng will be extra strong.
It's too good to fold.
Ace-10.
Yeah.
Suited. Heads up. Let's go. Sanders obviously deliberating. But this hand is so strong. A massive flip for it all. Exactly as I predicted. Wow!
Oh.
Ace-10 suited in the muck, and Deng gets away with one.
I mean, talk about
Probably flipping.
getting away with one. Wow.
Really?
Kevin L., welcome to the rail. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a good time. Jack suited here for Deng on the button. By the way, back in the lead. Chris Taylor says this match will never end. Well, the blinds will continue to go up, so I'm sure we'll see a winner at some point, but it's definitely been quite the match already.
I can't believe she folded the ace-10.
No, shocked. Absolutely shocked.
Race 250.
Both players, of course, want nothing more than to come out on top. Sanders did not think that that was the right spot. Perhaps she thinks she can grind Deng's stack down to a pulp by taking a more conservative approach. But for the time being, she's relinquished the chip lead that now again belongs to Deng. Once again, a reminder, the $1.5 million guaranteed ultimate stack kicks off tomorrow here inside the Venetian poker room. Promises to be a true spectacle of poker, multiple starting flights. Final table live streamed on Poker Go. And aces here for Sanders after Deng makes it 200K. And I might even suggest here to just slow play this, try to extract some more value here.
Race 600.
600,000 is the 3-bet, and Deng will let it go right away.
Look how close they are in chips.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
One small blind separates these two stacks right now.
Can we even say that one of them deserves it more than the other?
I mean, they both would be very deserving winners. No, there really is no, like, no one's more deserving than the other.
Nine-5 suited here for Deng.
Call.
Gonna come in with just a call.
Check. 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 Bet too high.
Quick check on the flop. Deng now betting 200K on the turn. Sanders
Call.
with just queen high is going to make the call. Jack of clubs on the river. Let's see
Check.
if Deng wants to continue firing. She does not, and queen high is just going to take it here. Well done by Sanders. Suited queen 4, enough for a raise.
Call.
$600K in the middle. Queen 5 deuce, couple of diamonds.
Check.
Dang comes with a check.
Back 250.
Sanders has top pair here. She's going to bet 250,000.
Raise.
And look at this, another one of those small check raises. This one not the min click variety, up to 600K.
I'm all in.
All in and out.
And there is the jam from Sanders, and this should get through. A little bit of posturing here from Dang, save some face after this king high check raise bluff. It's just tremendous camera work. Absolutely tremendous camera work. So now it is Sanders stretching out a nice lead over Deng. She's up to 4.155 million. Deng's on 1.7 million. For much of the early portion of this match, it was Deng who had this type of chip lead. But now the roles have changed, and we'll see if Sanders can ride this new wave of momentum and find herself in the winner's circle.
Raise. 3 high.
Raise and take there for Deng.
Call. Check.
Interesting check from Dang here with King Queen, and it comes 6-6-6.
Back. 3 high.
Dang is going to lead here for 300K. Sanders out of the way.
Call. Check.
Queen 6 versus King 9. Interesting flop with 9-7-5, giving both players some options here.
Back 250. Call.
Deng bets 250 with 9s, trying to get some value here. Deng in search of an 8 to make a straight. Instead, we see the 10 of hearts.
Check. Check.
Check, check brings us to the river, which brings the jack of clubs. Deng's 9 is still best here.
Looking like Sanders is, yeah, she's going to go for this here.
How do you feel about this one?
I mean, I like the initiative. I don't think your queen high is winning, obviously. You do block some straight combinations here. Queen 8, king queen.
Is this the moment where Sanders takes control? If Deng folds, we're going to have a complete role reversal of when this heads up started as far as chip counts go, and she closes the eyes again. The same thing she did when she did have it, but it looks as though Deng does make the call. Well done. Deng calls with the king 9, and we are back to even. Queen 8-6. Not much for either player.
Okay, 175.
Bet of 175. That gets it done.
You got a feast. No, I'm good. But you got a feast.
Donnie, I'm starving.
What'd you get?
Chicken tenders and some
Okay.
lasagna bites recommended to me by our producer, Curtis. And I didn't know it came with a 3-person serving of chips, but I'm not going to hate on that.
Race 250. Race 250.
Deng has chipped away at that lead for Sanders. Deng not feeling that one. Another walk given.
I forgot. This is like
That's a
two.
million.
Huh?
That's a million.
A million? And
That's
one
just one
orange
one.
stack is how much?
5.
5 million?
500.
500. Oh, okay. So that's the two your orange stack. Okay.
These are 5s.
Yeah. So those are like this, like half, right? Oops. Huh? Oh. Shit. Sorry.
1-1. You blind?
1-1. Okay. Sorry.
Sanders' turn to not feel it. Give a walk to her opponent. Panning out here to check out the rest of the room. A $600 buy-in Lips Ladies Tournament running now. See Lisa Schuessler there in the Oklahoma shirt. She finished at our final table today.
I'm all in.
All in the nails.
Oh, we got an all in. Okay.
From Lisa?
Yeah, we can hear all the way out there.
No action on the all in. Play resumes.
Back on Lisa.
Oh.
And they realize that they're on camera now.
There we go. Love to see it. As you can see, all the tables packed. Tons of action. Big turnout for this Lips $600 buy-in event with a 75K guarantee as well.
Believe that's Nancy Birnbaum sitting next to Lisa out there. Nice looking 10-9 suited on the button here for Sanders.
Check. At 150.
I'm all in.
All in the nails. Uh, 51. You have to look at one.
Thank you.
Hello again.
Hi.
Hi.
Coming up on the end of another level as we are 2 hands away from 200 hands played at this final table. Epic proportions this event has taken on. Deng here with a strong ace-jack offsuit. Time for the next raise. Nothing for Sanders. She gets out of the way. Wow. Monster hand here finally for Sanders. Finds ace-king suited.
250.
It's going to make it 250. Let's see if Deng finds something to play with. It is Jack-6 off, which is near the bottom of the list of qualified hands, and this could end up in the muck right away, and so it does. All right, this will be hand number 200 of this final table. If you've been with us for the duration of this final table, much love to you. It's good to have you all with us. Huge difference between first and second. 43,000 for second, 67,000 for first. These women are not giving each other an inch. Have been battling tooth and nail to try and win this event. Heads up now for almost 3 hours. 10-5 off here for Deng on the button.
I don't care.
I'll do 15.
15 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so it looks as though we're going to be taking a break. Tirza Sanders, chip leader with 33 bigs. Isabelle Dang on 2.6 million, trailing for the first time at this final table. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for the conclusion of this final table. The blinds will go up to 60K, 120K, and at some point, we will crown a winner. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you on the other side of this break in about 15 minutes.
22?
At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's
and Nick here trying to get out of the Squid Game by making it 5,200 with 6-2 suited.
We do appreciate when they do.
6-3 for Boots gets out of the way.
I'll try and defend you, bro.
Try to defend you. JRB comes along with ace-10.
Root for 7 of clubs.
Ooh, got it.
7 of clubs.
Oh, Nick's on a mission for this one.
Ace-10-3.
Yeah,
this might be costly if Nick tries to really fight for this one.
Well, I think he's going to. He's got one of those types of boards that, as the person who put in $5,200, is going to want to represent.
Well, maybe the
Under more.
4 of diamonds would be a nice card.
No problem.
I'll take any diamond.
Instead, we get a deuce, so Nick does pair up. Action goes check. 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if JRB wants to stay tricky here, knowing that Nick wants to win his way out of the Squid Game. But instead, JRB is going to come out swinging. Donnie, would you have liked to see him check here? Nick has to bluff if he...
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of, is that you just can really let Nick hang himself here. I know he did check back on the turn, so maybe that's telling JRB, this guy's slowing down a little bit, but you know, I think you can just really let him bomb the river. Is he gonna call?
Oh, wow.
He calls.
Nick Salem with the hero call, and JRB gets a ton of value, and Boots will be happy with this because the Squid Game is still on.
10 clubs was better than the 7 of clubs, all right? I protected you.
That was a big one for JRB.
He's loosened up a little bit.
28.
And he's going to try and punish here from the straddle. Nick will go see a flop. Rampage gets out of the way. Welcome to Joe Ingram in the chat. Good to have you with us. He says road to 5K subs is heating up a little closer every day. But we won't be happy with 5K. We want 10K.
When's Joey going to be in the game?
Yeah. Get on the phone with JRB. I heard Joey is now a 2-card specialist.
That's what I mean, right?
He has
get in there.
He has forsaken his old love.
Yeah. Well, you made a pair now, Nick. I mean,
a pair
Can't
is
fold.
a pair is good enough. I'm sort of surprised at Oaken on numerous occasions now, check and flop as the initial raiser, and then betting the turn on what has looked like an inconspicuous card.
yeah, I mean, I think he's. I mean, I think he should just be betting flops like this, right? But I also think that maybe he's thinking, well, in a way, kind of like see where I'm at. Like, I'll just check, and if he checks back, then I have, you know, I can just fire. Oh,
Wow.
snap call.
Oaken bets 17,600, and Nick snaps him off with 8-5.
What the fuck happened in this? What the fuck did I just miss?
You see the confidence I called him with?
I've never seen you throw one chip.
Look at this.
You see the
Welcome to the Nick Salem Show, ladies and gentlemen. And Boots here trying to evacuate himself from the Squid Game. Makes it 3,000.
Oh, here comes Nick.
Oh, Nick with the big stack. He's going to make it 10K. Music to the... Oh, and Rampage finds 9s. Sound the alarms. We might have a massive clash on our hands. And all-in announced for 27,800. Action back to Boots. Double check the cards. He's also going to move all in.
I have a
Twice.
Yeah, sure. You're out?
Ace 10. What the fuck am I doing?
Nick Salem out of the way, folding ace 10.
10.
Rampage will be happy to hear that because it's going to be 9s against
outplay
ace
me?
king.
Outplay me?
66,000 in the middle.
He got me anyways. I couldn't play with move.
I had 10 8 suited though.
Big one here.
I would love. I would have
First
lost my
board
10,000 no matter what.
is for the Squid Game. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-8. You see the outs on the screen there. 2 aces have already been folded. Turn card. Jack of spades.
No hard.
Still looking safe. River's the 5 of diamonds, and Rampage gets the first one, and that means that Boots again, the loser of the Squid Game.
Hola, Chanchi. Buenas noches.
King, 9, 5, a set for Rampage. Boots looking for runner. It's not there, and Rampage winning 2 showdowns here with pocket 9s, and he's up to 66,000.
This night for Boots has been something.
It's unreal.
It's unbelievable. Currently only 3 winners at the table. Nick Salem, Rampage is slightly up, but up, and JRB. Three ways here. Jack 7-4. Top pair for JRB. Oaken's got a gutter.
JRB is going to raise it up to 8,000. Yep, of course. Ogun's going to come along and make the call. Building a real...
Now we're playing the game,
Man,
boys.
if a 9 comes, oh.
6 of spades on the turn. JRB has to continue firing.
Why did he check?
Yeah, why would you give Brian Oaken a free card who could be in there with just about anything? You got to charge him.
Oaken possibly thinking about betting here with the double gutter, but checks back.
Oh! It does
There
come in.
It is.
And JRB again with the check. Brian Oaken with a well-disguised straight on the river. 20,000 in the middle. I would not be surprised to see a very sizable bet here. Are we going to see the bobblehead?
Overbet maybe?
Yep.
There we go.
27,000 is the bet.
I'm gonna get rid of this ugly shit anyways.
I'll take it.
JRB losing a huge one. 74,000 going to Brian Oaken.
Now they're expert. You
This
got
could
no
be trouble
chance.
right
If you
here. Look,
start to
Nick
deliver your hand,
flats
that
with
shit
the
is gone.
aces.
Oh.
They should.
Oh, baby.
And David Williams makes it 7,000 on the button. Nick Salem is just in full control here. This is a different Nick Salem than we saw 2 weeks ago.
I really wish I had my squid button.
7.
Oh, we went from margarita to wine. White wine.
Maybe he's getting ready for the dinner. You
Maybe
know?
some red
Don't
after
get
dinner.
the squid and tip the dealer 100. This
He
is
must have ordered
amazing.
seafood. Oh, he's going to come back over the top.
Truly incredible. Can't make that up.
21,400.
Not messing around. 21,400.
I'm all in.
Oh! David Williams with the misstep.
Oh my gosh!
He runs into aces. Nick Salem.
Squid button.
First board gets it.
Oh
First
my
board
God.
gets
They're in for 100,000 each.
You're going twice.
What happens to the board?
150,000 in the middle.
I like that. Twice as well.
This is the hand of the night.
Yeah.
2 times.
Better call up my backup player.
You want them to flip over their hand?
I'm not flipping over, so I don't care what they say.
They want you to roll your hand.
I'm not,
Yeah, they
I'm
won't
not
do it.
turning
Go
my
ahead.
hand over. So
Okay, just tell me.
Now he's
They're
protesting.
not rolling the hands
Put it
over.
out.
Go ahead, deal.
let's go.
Oh man.
All right. Running it
anyways,
twice.
You put it on the camera. Anyways,
First
right?
one
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Squid Game. Aces versus ace 9. 7-6-3. Runner straight still out there. David Williams
4.
in a world of hurt right now.
Williams got in with the 8-4. He's like, I'm not sure.
I don't think I wish it was. I wish I had 8-4 right now. I have a shot. I could hit a 5.
Oh, yeah, ace queen.
First one's going to go to Nick Salem.
Ace. Yeah. Nice hand.
Second
2
board.
boards, right?
Yeah.
Split it back.
Second board hoping to save David Williams. We have an absolute monster pot on our hands during a round of Squid Game. David Williams thought Nick Salem was messing around, and he got caught
Nick, you can't have liked to
with
see
his
the
hand in
king
the
run out.
proverbial cookie jar.
I didn't like it?
You can't have liked that. King run out.
Yeah, horrible.
Because I don't want to turn over ace king.
Yeah.
Jack 8-8
He
once
said he
again
so did. I
looking
mean,
for
he
back
knows
doors
that.
here.
Oh,
And that is it. David Williams
I mean,
tosses
from
him
his
into the
comments,
mug.
I didn't know.
Yeah, okay.
Nick Salem wins the biggest pot of the night. Absolute monster pot. Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like 1 or 2 ice cubes
We
just
can
to
dance, though.
quickly chill it down.
All
Probably
right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to dance.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go. Oh, baby.
Of course.
No pair.
No pair.
We got a big one here.
It's king.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, you're very good.
Rips is tired of folding.
Yeah. Good luck.
King Charles gets him to pull the trigger, making the call here on the jam. We got a new biggest pot, 60,800.
Did they say once or twice?
I think we're going twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
Got it in. Got it in with a 3-outer.
That's a good count. Yeah. That's a rips roll. He just he couldn't write no more, you know?
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles. Rips hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, Jack in the middle. King right behind it.
Came too quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
10 good.
gives us some outs here. River's the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
You got my ass.
6.
6,000.
6,000 Oaken on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against a call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the king-jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the jack-10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken. And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe bet 10. Yeah.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the way. Worst case scenario for Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been folded.
I knew I had the middle card pre-flop.
84,000 in the middle.
The
Welcome back once again to Venetian Poker Live. The blinds will go up as Tirza Sanders and Isabelle Dang will once again try and decide who will win the Lips Ladies High Roller and take home that $67,000 top prize, along with the 3 trophies displayed on the table. Donnie, who's it going to be?
That's a good question. I flip a coin, man. I really just don't know.
That's been the theme of the last 3
I'm
hours.
going to say Sanders. I'm going to say Sanders there. I'm sticking my stake in the ground. I got Sanders.
Sanders with the lead. I'll take Deng just to be a contrarian. But Sanders in the last hour has sort of emerged as a bit of a favorite, winning more hands and also perhaps playing a bit more decisively. Look at this, kings for Deng. Let's see if she can slow play again. That's been her MO during this final table. Whenever she gets dealt a big pair,
There it is. She does come with a call.
Again.
Well, this is going to be troublesome for Sanders.
Top pair for Sanders. Not suspecting in any way that Deng is holding a pair this strong. Sanders continues for 375. Donnie, if you're Deng here, how do you proceed? Do you check raise? Do you continue to slow play?
I think both options are on the table. I wouldn't mind a check raise. You know, she's been kind of doing those check min raises, right, with bluffs. Maybe do it with some value, trip up your opponent.
Check.
She does come with just call. Oh, check in the... Oh!
The blind check, and then we see the 8 on the turn, pairing Sanders, who now has 2 pair against the pair of kings. This could be the end of it. This really could be the final hand of the night. And Sanders obviously is going to continue firing. That's 600,000. Again, Donnie, continuing with the very small sizing on the turn. This has backfired in the past. Now, of course, purely going for value.
Oh, and Deng jams.
Wow, Deng moves all in.
I'm going to need a count.
Wow, Sanders asking for a count. I expected a snap call.
You got a call? 2 pair, heads up. 25 big blinds deep.
Of course, 10-9 is out there somewhere lingering, but hey, there's so many hands you can beat here.
I call.
Sanders makes the call, and here it is, all in showdown for all the marbles. Deng looking for a king, a jack, or a 6, or else Sanders will win this tournament and become our Lips High Roller champion. Tirza Sanders, 1 card away the largest score of the year, and her second straight massive ladies event win after taking one down in December here in Las Vegas.
Oh no, it's the last card. Never mind. Oh.
Took a queen of clubs.
Dang held the Chibli for the majority of this final table after a very, very hot run. Right now, it could all end.
Maybe there's going to be some king magic? No.
River card is the 5 of hearts, and that is it. Tirza Sanders comes out on top, winning the Lips Ladies High Roller for $67,846. We tip our cap to Sanders, who kept her cool, grinded it out versus the seemingly unbeatable Deng, who ended up capitulating after more than 3 hours of heads-up play. Deng still takes home $43,251. Terrific showing by her as well. And here is a look at our final table payouts. Wow, what a final table it has been. Monika Zukowicz was the first to be eliminated. You can see all the names there on your screen. Jackie Burkhart started this final table as chip leader. She fell short in 3rd place. For Donnie Peters, my name is Remco Rinkema. I'd love to thank you all so much for tuning in to the action. It's been an honor to call the first ever ladies high roller here at Venetian Poker Live. And the 3 trophies you see there at the top of your screen will go home with Tirza Sanders. Quick reminder that Venetian action continues on Sunday when we have the final table of the Ultimate Stack $1.5 million guarantee. That event will surely have a thrilling final table with a massive first place prize. For now, all that remains is for me to wish you a good night. Thank you all so much for watching, and hopefully we'll see you again soon when the next big live stream kicks off here at Venetian Poker Live. And there she is, Tirza Sanders, holding up the trophies. She doesn't even have enough hands to hold all of them up. The Women's in Poker Lips High Roller Trophy, the WPA Trophy, and then what rests on the table is the trademark classic Venetian Gold Lion. Once again, thanks for watching, and we'll catch you at the next one.